The defense reaction block. You'll get to choose both modes, and that's exactly what comes up. -3 defense on the Rootbound Carapace and +3 offense for this Graphene Calycera. This is exactly what Yuki Bender was trying to set up this entire time, getting the full 6 value from this terrifying card.
Oh, we got the 24 on the dice.
Yes! That is our max dice range. We've done it.
That's got to be on the bingo card. There it is. Knick-Knack Bric-a-Brac alert. Played in a Pro Tour, folks. Finally, after all these years,
not
Mr.
just
Patel is
rumored.
vindicated.
Not just rumored, an actual Knick-Knack Bric-a-Brac.
Not a psyop, folks.
There is no psyop to be seen here, folks. The Pro Tour is back, and day 2 is about to get underway. Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bajwani here to intro the day for you a little bit and get things rolling. Pankaj, what's up, my dog? How we doing?
I'm doing really well, Sam. There's something really special about day 2 of Pro Tours. It's where you start to see the strategies coalesce. You get to see what everyone's been working on and how it's been doing. Have these strategies that people have brought, the unique angles, have they actually been successful, or were they just psyops?
Yeah, well, we saw the Knick-Knack Bric-a-Brac, so we know that there is a potential for anything. Anything is possible here in Singapore as we are getting ready to find out our top 8 by the end of the day. But what are they playing for? Those are the questions on everybody's minds. Let's find out just what is on the line for our players, because there's a whole lot of bread. Bread is a colloquial term for money, Funky.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
I
I had to. I don't know what the kids say these days.
No problem.
A total of 175,000 USD on the line across the top 64 players, with of course the lion's share of it going to the first place with 50,000 US dollars, life-changing money, alongside the Gold Foil Legendary, the Pro Tour invite for Yokohama next year, and the very coveted Champions prize card.
Yeah, dude. I mean, Pro Tour Yokohama just announced a couple days ago. I already know the Flesh and Blood community has stars in their eyes as they imagine returning to the fabled land over there across the sea. Cannot wait to return to Yokohama. But for our players, they are doing battle here in your home country of Singapore. And look at all that's on the line, including, of course, the World Tour points, the invitation, and these gorgeous Champions prize cards. Just some one-of-ones, unless, you know, it's Enigma.
Enigma did get two of the prize cards, two of two prize cards for that hero in particular.
Let's take a look now, if you'd be so kind, to break down some of these players that we are going to be watching throughout this tournament, because we have got some real heavy hitters on our screens, including our lone undefeated here in Yuki Lee Bender. But there's a lot of reasons we put these players up. What are you noticing, Ponkit?
So leading the pack, of course, is the undefeated Yuki Lee Bender, piloting Arachne Slip through the cracks, and of course went 3-0 in a draft as well on Gravy Bones. We'll be following her draft again to begin the day today. Following that, we've got 4-7-1s, two more Arachne Slip through the cracks there, which definitely has been the narrative across this weekend. This hero has been the most represented in this Pro Tour, and at the end of national season was definitely shaping up to be the big bad of the format. But there are two more ninjas in the 7-1 bracket as well. Ira Scarlet Revenger and Cindra showing up, piloted by Naib and Nova-chan respectively.
Yeah, 100%. You can see a couple Gravy Bones down there as well. Michael and Pablo so stoked as well to see my good friend Chris Ayali rocking it out on Riptide at 6-2. Nova-chan, of course, the greatest performing so far member of the fabled Blue Pitch team. So we're going to be checking in on our teams in just a moment and be able to see how some of the teams we've been spotlighting are doing after one day of competition. And then in a little bit, we'll actually be able to see just how these heroes converted into day two. But let's go ahead and check out our teams. I want to see how they've been doing. Firstly, starting off here with the runaways out of the U.S. of A. Naib Mobassir. We just saw him on the players to watch for a reason. 7-1, he's doing pretty well.
With a very unique Ira list at that as well, but clearly very, very good in draft as well. Went 3-0 in the draft portion, I believe. Lucas Oswald right behind him on Team Runaways, 6-2, piloting Verdance. We saw him top 8 U.S. nationals on that hero, so has a very clear affinity for the hero and definitely able to succeed with it.
Yeah, got to see if Noah Bagelman can bounce back 5-0 CC into 0-3 draft. You know he is looking to rewrite the script next time. As we look ahead at Team Blue Pitch, we saw Nova-chan again 7-1, but La Wen as well. Alan Lau 6-2. These players are still very much alive.
Bun R and Xincheng as well, both in the X3 bracket. Bun R on Florin, which is a very unique angle for this meta. We'll definitely have to see what his solution for Gravy Bones is, if he has one, or whether it's just dodge that hero. And Xincheng 5-3, still in the Assassin class. This time Arachne slipped through the cracks instead of New Alluring Desire.
Now this next team might be called the Armory, but we might as well call them gravybones.team. Taking a look here, it's honestly really cool to see, because you hear about the team deck so often, but then when the teams come, they often all bring a bunch of different decks. The Armory found the team deck, and it seemed to be working for them.
And it's so different from London, where they all had different decks. I believe across 11 players, they had 10 different decks. There was only like one repeat. Over here, it's quite the opposite, with Sam Sutherland's the odd one out, piloting Dash.io to an X3 finish after day 1, and everyone else is in Gravy Bones. Leading the pack is Arthur Trehet at 7-1. Going
to be seeing him in our feature pod in just a little bit as well. Taking a look at Team Sigil. Got a bunch of 5-3s and 6-2s. Still rocking on this team. Felipe as well. Lima Cardoso, friend of the show and Wizard aficionado, still rocking out at 6-2.
Unfortunately for Shimir Sami, looks like he might be playing the Calling today. Didn't quite make it today too, but the rest of the team still alive and kicking.
Taking a look at the Value Vampires, of course, they put 2 members of their team into top 8 in London. Weren't able to make this trip out, but you can see just why they had so much success last Pro Tour. As this Pro Tour, a lot of their players are still alive.
Moving on to PCG Invasion, we've got Yuki Lee Bender here leading the pack. We already saw her undefeated. Marjin Bay and Michael Yasker as well in the 6-2 bracket, Verdance and Cindra. So quite a few different heroes being represented in this team.
And then, of course, not quite a team, but a good group of hometown heroes. Flesh and Blood, of course, proudly hails from the good land of New Zealand. We have a lot of players who have made the trek out, wanted to see how they're doing, and many of them doing quite well.
Finally seeing a couple of Guardians here across these teams. Dennis Zhang, of course, still alive in day 2 on Victor. Unfortunately for Kale McCreeve, didn't quite make it there on Jarl.
And we've seen a lot of incredible players now spotlighting the teams, spotlighting some players to watch, but there is so much more on the line than just this event and this Pro Tour. For the World Tour point race continues to ratchet up as we look ahead to the home stretch of this race. Of course, the World Tour points and the Player of the Year continuing to ratchet towards a conclusion, as there are a lot of World Tour points on the line, and some players that win here might find themselves moving up a leaderboard sooner rather than later.
And remember, there are 3 separate leaderboards for the 3 different regions represented in this game. Starting off with the Americas here, we have Brody Spurlock leading the pack, which, probably isn't too surprising to many. Kid Wonderbread definitely travels all around the world to rack up those World Tour points. Right behind him, Michael Hamilton, Sean Dollywall, still very, very close and could potentially catch up to Brody.
Look at someone like a Chris Ayali sitting at 33. 28 World Tour points would certainly change his standings on the Americas leaderboard, taking out the EU as well. Pablo Pintor, I love it. Won a Pro Tour, still in second place. That's how much fab Jacob Clements has been playing and how well he's been doing, sitting there at that first slot.
And the story of Jacob Clements, I think, really goes to show how effective this Player of the Year leaderboard has been. It has encouraged players like him to travel around the world to rack up the points. We saw him in Brazil, and who knows if he would have actually been there if it weren't for the system.
Yeah, taking a look now, of course, at the Asia-Pacific region. Got a lot of impressive players. Gordon Coe, we saw him on our Players to Watch. And we saw, of course, Vespa as well earlier yesterday. Vespa playing all over the world in so many different games, and yet somehow continues to slay at them all. Nick Butcher just at 1 point behind Pudding Tam.
Xavier McLean as well in the 3rd place, 2-time Japanese national champion. Unfortunately for him, the start of World Tour Singapore hasn't been too great. He started the day 0-3 yesterday, and I believe is playing the calling today, but still very much alive on the Player of the Year leaderboard at least. Right after him, of course, we have Gordon Coe as well, a fellow Singaporean at 5th place, 29 points, has been doing consistently very well across the various tournaments over the year.
All right, y'all. We've talked through our Player of the Year race. We've seen the overall leaderboard here. We, of course, know just what is on the line, but we have got a Pro Tour to get to. Of course, we have these upcoming events coming up. We have some incredible offerings for you. The World Premiere coming up in Montreal, the World Championship in Philadelphia, and the 3 calling level events at the World Tour stops all over the world in August alone. All 3 regions represented on the World Tour. But I want to get back to the Pro Tour, baby. Singapore is where it's at, and the players are getting ready to draft. We're going to be following our 8-0 lone undefeated player in Yuki Lee Bender in just a little bit. I think it's time to send it back over to Brian and Mitch and let them get ready to take you through a draft, begin the day, and find out at the end of all things where our top 8 will end up. Don't you go anywhere.
Day 2 of Pro Tour Singapore is about to get underway. Welcome back to the booth. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Brian Gottlieb. You are looking resplendent today. Just quietly, Brian.
I have a special fashion advisor for this weekend. When you're in the booth with Mitch Leslie, you step your game up. I'm trying to bring a little flash to the Pro Tour this weekend.
Absolutely. I am blinded, loving the look. Now, of course, great preamble. Great to hear from Sam and Pankaj early on in the day. There's so much to be excited about coming out of day number 1, I think. We were absolutely stoked with the results we got, obviously, from Limited and also just the diversity we saw in Classic Constructed. We had a chance to check in with a lot of our top teams here as well, see how some of those performances are going, and many of those elite flesh and blood units still very much intact heading into day number 2. There are, of course, a couple of things that need to be addressed at this point in the show. First of all, I think we, might want to reacquaint ourselves with the rough standings here, get an idea of the players to watch, not just the teams to watch, but the individuals that have really cut themselves a swathe through the competition yesterday. And here is your top 10 players. As we mentioned yesterday, Yuki Bender, the only individual to advance to a flawless record after first day of play.
There's several things that stand out to me across these top 10 players. Of course, we're seeing a really strong performance from Arachne slip through the cracks. Gravy Bones also living up to the hype. But then there's some oddballs mixed in, and I want to call out particularly Justin Fryer and Naib Mobassir. Neither Azalea nor Ira really had a good day yesterday. Honestly, quite poor conversion rates to the extent that Naib is the only Ira left in this tournament right now. All the other Iras fell by the wayside. And on the back of that Armory deck, that's got to be a little disappointing. But somebody like Naib really came to the table with an innovative look at Ira. Look to do something very, very different. And I'd even put Tao Tao Chu in that same category of just players that are comfortable going off meta and believing in their hero, believing in their game plans, and putting together these type of solid 7-1 records. And we're going to be following them closely as we move down the stretch here.
Tao Tao's a really interesting player. I'm really glad he highlighted him. Likes to really play a long game sometimes, like focus on some of those fatigue-based strategies, but he's on a very heavily knife-focused or dagger-focused build here of that Arachne Marionette. Curious to see if that pops up. Let's have a look, of course, at the next page of our standings. We want to get acquainted with our top 20 in total, and a couple of big names here. Tommaso Vecito, of course, Nova-chan of Blue Pitch, Alan Lau, of course, of that very same team, Felipe Lima Cardoso, who was a top 8 competitor in Los Angeles, also spent some time in the booth here. Incredible players here turning up. Also, decent Dash.io representation, right? Does feel like, Brian, to some degree, you spin the wheel a little bit, bring in Dio with that high variance, but incredibly high ceiling. And Xincheng Hu and Alan Lau haven't able to leverage that to their advantage.
Yeah, Dio kind of eclipsed Prism in that 5th slot in the metagame, and I think deservedly so, doing a really good job of just challenging Gravy. Gravy was the focus heading into this weekend, despite Arachne slip through the cracks, showing up as the most represented hero. I do think it was this just hard desire to make sure Gravy did not successfully take over this entire metagame that really shaped everything we're seeing here and shaped the decision of all these players that showed up this weekend.
I mean, shout out to, I'm pretty sure that one Tickler Vossen is a local of mine, so shout out Evan Bridges there for registering that deck, but we tease this a little bit. I think the sentiment definitely in the last couple of weeks, the last week of Nationals season, coming into Pro Tour Singapore, that Arachne slip through the cracks would be a hero to watch. Only 9 copies of Marionette registered here. We got to see some Florian gameplay yesterday. The prison decks, we've seen the Empyrean Rapture plan. We've also seen that Vestige of Soul approach. So both looks of that deck, we saw very polarized, I think, outcomes from both of those lists yesterday. Gravy Bones, though, is definitely a powerhouse of this format, so much so that we're leaning heavily into slip through the cracks in order to try and target him. But conversion bears discussion, I think. Looking at this metagame breakdown, seeing so many of these Slippy decks locked in, curious to discuss a little further how we've converted now into day 2.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and take a look at that conversion rate. And I think the thing that stands out is a very, very successful day for Gravy Bones. Despite this focus, despite everyone knowing if you didn't come with a game plan, 24 Gravy Bones made their way through. And we saw that super team all basically settled in on this hero pretty early on, frankly. And now in day 2, they actually comprise a very large percentage of those Gravy Bones. So I think maybe these stats being swayed a little bit by having some really great players backing Gravy Bones up. And of course, a very solid draft record for that team as well. Also pushing a slightly higher percentage than Gravy might have otherwise represented. But I think the best decks converting in this, 44 to 50% range, that sounds about right to me. And then those brilliant metagame calls get to push a little bit higher. And I got to look at that Arachne Marionette, 67% conversion rate. I think that's real. I think it really is time for this other Arachne to be able to rise up, take advantage of a good Slippy matchup, and then find out what you want to do in some of these other slightly more problematic matchups. I don't think the Gravy matchup is exactly what you want to play, but you can go ahead and start tailoring your deck, knowing that you're going to have strong Slippy games all day long. Give a few more slots to that Gravy matchup, give a few more slots to these other harder matchups, and tighten the spread up a little bit.
I think there's definitely been a case for, Arachne Marionette over the last couple of weeks. I think Emad Kashi over in the United Kingdom at that Nationals tournament showed us some devastating Arachne gameplay, and also the kind of gameplay that could dismantle these Gravy Bone strategies, continuously leveraging this disruptive ability and also very, on or above rate tech. Around those Hunter's Claves, getting them pumped up, and of course, making sure you get your Chelicerae, stealth attacks, being able to pump them with those attack reactions. I do think there's a lot of good looks on that list.
So there was a battle hard in Bucharest, and it very much took some headlines for Elling Azalea. But I have to remind people, in that top 8, 4 Arachne Marionettes. It looks so different from everything else going on around the world, but maybe a portent of some things to come.
And again, worth talking about, of course, that difficulty with Ira trying to convert here to date. Number 2, only 8% of those Ira decks made it through. We checked in with Shoma Yamamura yesterday. Looked like a very reasonable take on the Ira deck. Nothing too crazy. Obviously, able to dismount our local player on that Prism list. So, bit of a shame not to see her make that move through. But again, we'll be continuing to watch how these Ira lists evolve in time. So that's Classic Constructed, discussed and out of the way. Now, day 2 of Pro Tour starts with draft. Of course, we're heading over back to the limited format here, and again, looking ahead, this might be the most important draft pot of high seas for the rest of its limited time.
Oh, I think unquestionably. This is the crescendo of this format. This is where everything we've learned since that world premiere in Taipei really comes to a head. And it's been so fascinating to watch this metagame evolve. The discussions of which heroes are strong, which heroes are supposed to pass. I remember the very, very start of the format, people being unsure about Scurv, this odd wrinkle. I would love to see Scurv show up one more time before we go ahead and sail off into the sunset. I don't know if that's going to happen, but, a man can hope and dream out there on the high seas. We're all out here for a quest. Go ahead and just grab that horizon, live a little special, live a little dangerously. One more time to see our good friend Scurv stowing away. It would be very special.
Stupid, sexy Scurv, man. Yeah, I mean, again, we were so fortunate to see him pop up at that world premiere and actually make a bit of a splash in that limited pod. And again, I think if it draws up pretty well, a lot of those generic Pyra cards, there are a lot of cards as well that care about you being Thief for some extra upside. So something I would put in the back of your mind here. But yesterday, I think the sentiment coming into this Pro Tour is that Gravy Bones was overdrafted, right? We saw a lot of pods start to move away from that, start to see a lot more puff and picked up. A lot of those really reasonable front pumps, those +4s to your next mechanologist, attack, not attack action. So, a lot of players being quite happy sometimes to go multiple pumps and go for a tall Spitfire attack, and that was all they really needed to do for their turn. Looks like quite efficiently you can generate a lot of damage with, again, I think the most efficient weapon in this format, because I'm not going to talk about Compass in that regard. And some of these Marlynn lists also have really started to turn up. More so in Limited than in Classic Constructed, I think.
Fair enough. Fair enough thus far. Look, Marlynn will have her day, but I want to take a look at our pod right now because I think this does a good job of setting the stage, because we saw some players yesterday who are also going to be present in this pod, and they very much embody what you're talking about. We saw Yuki Lee Bender with the Gravy list going ahead and just finding a way to pull so much damage out of those allies. But I really want to highlight Justin Fryer's performance in draft. We saw him in back-to-back rounds, first taking down Arthur Trehet, who, by the way, is in this pod. Played really, really well on Puffin and adapted that Spitfire build you mentioned, Mitch, and I think you're spot on. That is the weapon now for Puffin, and I think that shift I want to see if players want to go ahead and seize that here in this final high-stakes draft of high seas.
Yeah, a weapon you don't have to pitch into, right? Just make sure you have yourself a golden cog to power it. And if you have a second one, then you can obviously give that +1 to Spitfire, make it quite powerful. Again, we saw Liam Bennett yesterday in constructed on Prism, looked fantastic. Naib, to our understanding, is the top IRA player here at the tournament. So, folks, it is going to be draft number 2 Electric Boogaloo here at Pro Tour Singapore. Our featured drafter, of course, is going to be none other than the illustrious Yuki Bennett. She has a fantastic day yesterday. And, her performance through Limited, I think, was huge. Let's talk about this pack one straight away. I see a Glidewell Fins. I see a Ravenous Rabble here in the pack. Saltwater Swell of the red variety as well.
Yeah, I think red Saltwater Swell is an absolute bomb. We talked about those top-tier gravy turns. A lot of them are built on things like Saltwater Swell. Sky Skimmer, a powerful card. So quite a deep pack here. And the Ravenous Rabble can't be slept on either. Just many, many ways to end up with a really good, strong red card in your deck and stay completely open still. I feel like that's the path that Yuki's going to look to take in this first pick.
And so early on, that Restless Bones drawn towards the front of the pack. Already getting a feeling that Yuki might be looking to just get into the pod and make a splash on gravy, or at least, start with that hero at the forefront of her mind. Glidewell Fins, obviously pretty crucial. And, if you are on Marlynn and don't necessarily have a way to get an arrow into that arsenal, but Saltwater as well, incredibly powerful card, a nice extender, really does all the things that Gravy Bones wants to do. Let's have a look at our pick number 2 here. Okay, Blue Goldwing Turbines, a perk up. Unicycle being seen very early on.
Yeah, there's some great puffin cards here in this pack. And if you are passing this down the road, you can go ahead and set up your opponent to definitely cooperate very, very well with you. Something like a Barnacle pick here, one of those powerful, we call them the vanilla allies here, but that sort of belays their power. They really are top tier additions to every Gravy Bones deck. I wonder if Yuki wants to hedge a little bit here, try and stay open still, but I think either you can go ahead and commit right now to either of these two classes, or you can just pass the buck a little bit further down the road and take something like a Charter Course. For some reason, though, I get the sense, having watched Yuki draft, she's going to want to stay open and just keep her options going a little bit further into the pack.
This is high seas draft, so a lot of the time those breakpoints really matter. The Barnacle, of course, representing a 4-power ally, something passed over there by Yuki. Oh my goodness.
Another unicycle.
Genuinely, we do not often see more than one unicycle, at least registered in a pod. But that's 2. Also, a red Goldwing Turbine. This is pick number 3 of this pack, by the way. So multiple players have seen this, and Yuki has to start wondering if people are just veering away maybe from puffing a little bit here. The headshot also being picked up, kind of attack action that really is the bread and butter of that Marlynn list, benefiting from being put into your arsenal face-up, getting that power bonus. Very potent.
A lot of options here, but the Yo-Ho-Ho also a way to go ahead and get those engine cards rolling for Gravy Bones. A Mutiny as well functions as an engine, but also can fix up any gold deficits you may have, and Yuki Lee Bender is going to go ahead and pick up that Mutiny here.
On the Swiftwater as well. I mean, so if you are trying to play Gravy Bones, this is massive. It's one of those enablers that lets you go a little bit wider on that turn. Of course, the gold stealing potential is upside. We get another Mutiny here on the Battalion Bark. That is one that confers your +2 to your next attack if you were able to gain control of gold tokens by stealing. Life for a life. Life manipulation. We saw Yuki do exactly that in her last game of draft yesterday. Take a bunch of damage to turn on a Scarf.
I believe, to get her Scar for a Scar turn rolling, and just killed her opponent on the back of that. But again, many, many options. Still staying open as Yuki Lee Bender picks up a second Mutiny here for her deck. No commitment yet. We see this style of drafting time and time again from our top players in high seas. Just let the pack come to you. See where it puts you. Trust your instincts, stay open for as long as you can, take your solid base early on, and another Mutiny on the Battalion Bark is available here. I do think there's probably a limit to how many Mutinies you want. They are block 2s, but very, very strong cards.
Again, the gold count matters a lot, right? We saw Yuki, I think, pay into a number of golds just to make sure that she was at less than her opponent to really turn on these, Mutiny-style effects yesterday. Again, perk up, very powerful front pump. In Mechanologist, Tough old wrench here. The yellow variety still very reasonable. So you're starting to wonder, like, what are people thinking about Puffin in this pod? Draw back the hammer in this pack, and Yuki, of course, gets that Restless Bones. He gets a 2 for 6 that, gives you that go again, of course. It's a pretty robust start to a Gravy Bones turn.
Any Puffin that is sitting to Yuki's left right now is entirely hooked up. There have been a lot of good Puffin cards flowing through Yuki. I think to the extent that that class is probably closed off for her. So I really like the pick of the Restless Bones. I agree. It's time to go ahead and get these allies moving. Debating now between the Cuddy Shark and another mutiny, but it is going to be the Cuddy Shark entering the deck. And now Yuki, I believe, has found her lane. Let's see how she rounds out her strategy. Already a good set of engine cards, a solid ally. Pack looking a little thin when it comes to pure Necromancer options, but there is something like a Fish Fingers here that Yuki can look to take.
Yeah, Burly Bones, obviously not really where you necessarily want to find yourself, but that Fish Fingers going to be picked up, of course. Just, pretty straightforward. Pay into it to pump your attack. And again, find more of those breakpoints that, can really allow you to challenge Treasure Island, to take some gold away from it. Expedition here, a yellow headshot, and the yellow Angry Bones being drawn to the front of the pack.
Yeah, a bunch of yellows in the pack here. I agree. Class option here in Angry Bones. Block 3 could be the one. None of these really super all-stars, but you will prioritize the better block value here of the yellow Angry Bones.
Blue Charter Course here. Tough to satisfy that condition. Obviously, your third attack getting pumped on the turn. Yellow Cloud Skiff.
There's a red Angry Bones here. So much of Gravy's foundation is, of course, in the go again, Necromancer attack, but the numbers are important too, and I think picking up a red Angry Bones this late in the pack feels pretty good if you're in Yuki's seat.
Again, it's the kind of card that does get up to 7 power if you satisfy its conditions, and a Captain's Coat here found pretty late on in the piece. Blue Goldwing Turbine, serviceable.
Yeah, I'm very happy to go ahead and get a pick 10 Captain's Coat there, giving up very little to just fill out your equipment suite, not forced to sacrifice anything thus far. Now an option between a couple of go-again attacks here in the form of Trade-In and Swiftwater Sloop.
Very reasonable card.
I was so sure Yuki was going to take that card. She has shown a great affinity for Swiftwater Sloop as this format has gone on, including in Constructed, actually. Her Gravy Bones list very famously playing Swiftwater Sloop. Now the red Flying High comes around. Couple of late pick irrelevance here. Sikkim Shot Yellow.
I think what's standing out to me about this pack a little bit, Brian, is that we found 2 blue cards and that's it. They're both sort of mutinies. Obviously, you want to work with a pretty robust blue base here. I definitely think there are a couple of standouts, right? As we can see, Yuki stays open until pick number 5, right? Saltwater Swell, Charter Course of the red variety picked up. Then we picked up a couple of those mutinies here. The only ally we've seen Yuki take so far is that Cuddy Shark, but good opportunity to pick them up sort of later on. Getting Fish Fingers and Captain's Coat here, I think, in this pack is pretty reasonable. Usually, you don't spend a pick on upgrading your equipment. Once you get it, you kind of got it, and I think it's a pretty decent place to be with 2 of those equipment pieces already.
Yeah, look, Yuki doesn't have a great selection of cards right now. There's no real power yet for this deck, I would say, but she has done a very good job setting up foundation at very little cost to her. Things like having double mutiny, 2 solid equipment pieces already, a good ally, red Restless Bones. Like, these aren't your absolute all-stars. Maybe the Saltwater Swell, the best pickup she's had thus far. But she has some holes to fill. I do think, however, she's navigated into a fine spot, and she's probably passed someone into Puffin to her left. So she can count on her first couple picks here, hopefully being very strong. We'll see how she is on her open here. Of course, looking for something like a bomb. Didn't see it stand out at first pass through this pack, Mitch.
I do think this is the first golden tipple that Yuki has seen in this entire draft so far.
That is true.
So, hard to look away from that one. Obviously, Restless Bones. That's the kind of card that's really kind of setting up your turns, right? Is going to turn on that Gravy Bones ability. Cloud City Steamboat being considered here. Again, some more of these very powerful glue cards for our Pirate Mechanologist and the Yellow Goldwing Turbine.
Yeah, I think trying to determine the wheel here is Yuki Lee Bender, thinking about what she might get back from this pack and how far she has to prioritize here. Is there a chance that maybe something like the Restless Bones makes it back around? She says no.
3.
Yeah, the risk is too high, and I agree. She's low on blues right now. She needs to solidify her engine, get that blue Restless Bones into the pack. Blue Saltwater Swell past early on there in the pack. So again, another nice engine card you can use to get things rolling, recoup some resources potentially.
Restless Bones represents a solid attack, but we mentioned that lack of blue count. There I see that blue saltwater swell, and it's definitely the standout card of this pack for me. Outside of that, not a whole lot to get excited about if you're a Gravy Bones player. But this saltwater swell is definitely going to be a real enabler. Right of the Coast Guard, very reasonable pickup here. Yellowfin Harpoon, of course, is going to go by the wayside here.
Yeah, I think Yuki was debating a little bit, maybe thinking about the fact that she needs some number output in this deck right now. She doesn't have those big allies yet. No Swabby showing up. But is going to take the foundational card in the form of Saltwater Swell. And again, kind of a thin pack here for Yuki. There is an ally, but it's a Shelly. You know, I've seen some varying opinions on Shelly, but on the whole, we know this is lower down in the ally tier list.
I do think that like needing to pitch a whole blue to attack with that ally
It's a big
imposes a pretty big restriction on you. Yeah.
Entirely playable though, Mitch. I think it can make your deck and you're not miserable about it. Or you could go ahead and prioritize the 3 for 7. And again, I think Yuki does have to account for raw damage numbers in the deck. So which one does she think gives her a better chance of getting her output up to that threshold where she can actually close out some games?
I wonder, you know, Yuki potentially passed into a Puffin in that first pack. Now she's sending a lot of Marlynn gas on as well. There's another big Harpoon in that pack that was sent away. And again, Headstone is here. Okay, I mean, you might just sort of snap this off immediately, Brian. You see a important piece of equipment. Swift Shot is being pulled up here again.
She's going to have to consider the blue Restless Bones as well here. Again, just more of those engine cards. So I think it's a debatable pick between the Headstone and the Restless Bones. Headstone just has a lot of replacement. Restless Bones kind of doesn't.
Sure.
And it'll really depend how much Yuki thinks she can get in her third pack. How much can she get away with here, really? Is going to take the Headstone. Okay. Discipline pick.
Yeah, again, when you see these pieces of equipment come up, quite often you try not to dither about it too much. Secure it for yourself as quickly as possible. Okay, playing them out. Amulet in the pack here. And again, a lot of these packs are definitely sending strong signals that Gravy's being hit elsewhere on the table.
Yeah, I think so. I expected a little bit more from this pack too. Yuki passed such strong Mechanologist cards to her left. I really thought the hookup might be coming here, but thus far it hasn't really materialized.
Is this a Gold Hunter catch pack? Quick clicks here. Burly Bones, so Yellow Sirens.
All cards that can make my deck, but I'm not thrilled about it. I quite often do like having the one of Burly Bones that can close some games, and Yuki makes the same pick here.
I think if I'm in Yuki's position, especially given her exacting approach to this format demonstrated yesterday, I'm not feeling particularly comfortable right now, right? We have, one ally picked up so far. There's definitely time to get them, but I think we've only seen a Shelly so far. We've seen one Golden Tipple that sort of passed over.
Yeah, you expect any premium allies are probably gone at this point. Hoist them up, going to be the pick here from Yuki. But, Mitch, you can get away with a low ally count in Gravy Bones decks. Typically, though, if you're in that type of scenario, you want the allies you do have to be top tier. And thus far, that is not the case for Yuki. However, still prioritizing Hoist them up over something like a second Cuddy Shark. Choice between a Mutiny here, 2 Mutiny of the Nimbus Sovereign in this particular pack, or it can go ahead and take a tit for tat.
Hoist them up being, I think, pretty important when it comes to just keeping people off Treasure Island like earlier on in the game. That 5 breakpoint is actually pretty relevant. I see that come up rather often, especially against Mechanologists, like a lot of those front pumps, like a +3 from Turbine, and sometimes we see like a weapon swing after that. That definitely matters. Gold Hunter Longbow here, and a Expedition to Dreadfall Reach going to be moved up. Patch the Hole.
Yeah, we only
have a headpiece.
We only have 5 blues so far, and I was going to say, I wonder if Yuki has to go ahead and take something like this Nimblism. Not an exciting card by any stretch of the imagination, but additional blues for the deck is the priority for Yuki Lee Bender right now, and does get that Swift Strike bracers to come back around. This is on the wheel now, so Yuki knew there was a chance of this coming back through.
Yeah, I think even the way cards were pulled forward in that first pack, if you're expecting Angry Bones to likely come back to her again.
But with the fish finger, she's not willing to go ahead and expend the pick there. Is just going to go ahead and take another solid card for the deck.
As a rule, yeah, that's what I've noticed, is especially at this level, players do not update their equipment picks. So they don't want to spend more than one draft pick on a particular slot. So they kind of sort of get what they get a lot of the time.
Yeah, and Yuki gets another blue nimbleism. So again, we've filled out the need for these starters, but they're not good starters, frankly. And a yellow Pilfer the Wreck very much falling in that not good category as well. Completely fine, completely playable, but there is no power in this deck thus far for Yuki Lee Bender. Taking a second Burly Bones, and given the context that she's working under right now, I have to agree with that pick. You are going to need a way to win some games, and maybe you have to hope to get a little bit lucky at this point, frankly. Platinum Amulet, the ad here. And finally, a yellow Restless Bones to round out the pack. So pack 2, Mitch, really no hits for Yuki Lee Bender. I would say things getting quite uncomfortable right now if you're a Yuki fan. And I think Yuki has done nothing wrong. I agree with how she navigated. The only thing potentially the branching path offered was just pushing into Mechanologist really hard across those first few picks. That's risky though, Mitch, especially after you've already passed the unicycle in pack 2 trying to stay open. I understand exactly where she was coming from, and I agreed with her picks at the time. But thus far, it has not panned out.
I think, pick 3 and 4, pack 1, we saw unicycles come past, Goldwing Turbine, draw back the hammer. A lot of those, again, those pump effects for your Mechanologist Pirates. So, Yuki stays the course, and I mean that in the literal and figurative sense of the term. Now, we saw a similar draft in some senses from Arthur Trehet yesterday, right? A lot of these Angry Bones, Restless and Jittery Bones especially. The difference is, though, Arthur was able to find a couple of those limpets. There was a swabby in the list. A Cutty Shark, I think, of multiple. Whereas Yuki, only the one ally so far, hasn't found anything really compelling, I think, to, like you mentioned, give this deck some raw power.
She's got time, though. And now we head to this final pack with some work to be done. Red Battalion Bark. Love to see it, Mitch. Love to see it. No matter what you're working on, you're always happy to have the Red Battalion Bark come to the table. One of the most powerful commons available to you in this particular set.
Honestly, a pretty nice pack. There's a blue Jittery Bones, a red Goldwing Turbine. My goodness, a red Sky Skimmer. There's actually a lot of action in here. And we kind of speculated after pack number 1 that Yuki was maybe passing into a mech. I think, if there's a Puffin, immediately next to her, they're going to be very pleased with this kind of pack. There's a Gold Hunter Light Sail as well.
Yeah, I don't want to
generally a very powerful pack. Holy.
Yeah, life for life as well. So just hit after hit, frankly, in this pack.
Yellow Charter Course.
And it's going to be the life for a life pick. Okay, so Yuki prioritizing Go again here. Interesting pick.
I mean, again, and we're talking about someone who in a constructed deck has been notable for wanting to have those chain extenders, right? To have those Swiftwater Sloops in the deck, anything to sort of get a little bit wider. HMS Barracuda here, Golden Tipple of the yellow variety, also towards the front as a Red Cloud skiff in this pack.
This pack has downgraded pretty substantially from the last one we were looking at. Not quite the same power level. Again, only 2 Golden Tipples seen by Yuki in this entire draft. I believe both of them yellow thus far, so not those top tier tipples. And frankly, Yuki doesn't have allies to discard to these tipples yet. So maybe something like this HMS Barracuda has to be the pick here.
Okay, I'm kind of here for this. HMS Barracuda, of course, to that high tide effect of getting
she's setting up well for overpower. Like that's kind of what her deck is starting to be based on.
Force the damage through.
Yeah, 2 Burly Bones also picked. So I wonder if that is the lean at this point for Yuki. And again, another ally, but not of that top tier. It is Kelpie showing up very much at the bottom of that tier list as well. So maybe the blue Swiftwater Sloop is going to have to be the pick again.
A lot of them in this pack.
Yeah, 2 in this pack. Blow for a Blow also out there as well. So some good sources of Go again.
Yeah, Kelpie is not exactly lighting the world on fire in terms of power level here.
Gold Hunter Light Sail also a good source of Go again. So I think Yuki kind of playing ship's gravy at this point and seeing what she can put together the old-fashioned way, not so much with the help of allies.
Yeah, again, you mentioned it, right? Like trying to force damage across with more evasive keywords or send us really high-value cards. I mean, we are talking about Yuki who's picked up Life for Life over that Red Battalion Bark in his first pick of this pack. So that should really give you an idea of which way she's leaning. Red Jittery Bones, pretty reasonable. Ravenous Rabble here. If we are caring about that Go again. then those are definitely cards that fall pretty high on Yuki's priority list. Avasti.
Yeah, Avasti usually a
With
very
what
good
ally?
card in Gravy, but not right now. And it feels like you were just looking for the best offensive card potentially here if you're in Yuki's seat.
All right. Again, as with every other pack, there's a couple of moments where Yuki's taken to say, what's wheeling? What's going to come back to me? How does that sort of allow me to prioritize these picks? The Avasti actually picked up here. So
Yeah, and I wonder if what Yuki is trying to do is actually depend on Kelpie being quite a weak ally and get it back on the loop.
Sure.
And that could go ahead and fill out her suite a little bit here.
there's a Shelley Harden Traveler here.
This is the worst collection of crew members I've ever seen
It is
show
a
up
mo-
to
it is a
draft, but
motley crew.
Yeah, Yuki has to go ahead and take the Shelley here. Does need to fill out just a little bit. You can play with a few allies, but you need those few. And
Oh,
what a
there we
pick for
go.
Yuki. Swabby shows up just when I'm belittling the cursed crew. Swabby says, I'm here to offer some big damage, and an authoritative pick there from Yuki and a solid nod of the head as she finally gets what she's looking for.
Also, a discipline kind of gets paid off here. Yuki doesn't go for a lot of those lower priority allies over the first couple of packs, works on the blue base and works on just a deck that could really present some of these compelling damage threats. Now's finding them on the backside. If that Kelpie wheels, I think we're chilling in terms of that density of allies. There's a Gold Hunter catch here. Jittery
Restless
Bones.
Bones as well. Yeah, more
Blue
more
Restless.
blue enablers for the deck. Okay. Pack actually getting stronger as we move through here.
I'd say that Yuki's cost basis, though, is pretty high. Like the average turn here, a lot of these like 2/4s. Restless Bones very important to turn Gravy on. Getting that blue card in your bin are not always the simplest thing to do, but crucial if you want to be able to dredge up some of those allies. And a Gold Hunter Light Sail taken here. More go again.
Fine pick from Yuki.
Okay, Yellow Restless Bones getting towards the tail end of this draft.
So much go again in this deck, Mitch. If you ever give Yuki a moment to breathe, and there is that
the wheel of
Kelpie
Kelpie.
and authoritatively put into the deck. And I think Yuki has achieved basically the bare minimum of allies at this point. Has a solid suite. She's going to be playing a real Gravy Bones deck with lots and lots of go again. If you ever go ahead and give Yuki some breathing room, she's going to convert her hands. There's so much go again in this deck. She's going to pull a lot of damage every single time she's given a moment to breathe. Closes things off with a trade in here. And I would say, Mitch, it was looking a bit like a disastrous draft for Yuki. I think it became solid. She found herself in a good place, and she did in fact pass Justin Fryer once again into a Puffin deck. But you see what happened here. It was a 3-3-2 split, 3 Gravy Bones at this table, both Yuki Lee Bender and Arthur Trehet going back to the well one more time, trying to go ahead and draft Gravy once more. And Justin Fryer exactly in the same boat, going to show us his look at Puffin one more time. For Naib Mobassir, it's Marlynn. Naib has been representing the underrepresented heroes all weekend long, with that sole Ira remaining in the tournament. Going to be looking to do it in this draft as well, finding the Marlynn seat. Liam Bennett, very much the same approach, also getting into that underdrafted Marlynn here.
Yeah, and again, I think if you look at Yuki, for example, our featured drafter, she absolutely plays her seat. I think it her list, as you mentioned, looked like a little bit of a train wreck, to start with. Might be worth going back over in a little bit more detail here, because what started off looking a little bit messy really started to come together towards the end of that third pack. The blue base ends up looking pretty reasonable, right? A lot of those Bones cards, but look at the go again here, like Swiftwater Swoops of multiple varieties. Remember that first pick, I think, was a Saltwater Swell.
Yep.
Yuki very
Red
much priced
Saltwater
into
Swell.
being able to convert her full hand. Something that she did against Justin Fryer, which she absolutely blew him up after taking, 12, 13 damage.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw a moment for Yuki to breathe, and she absolutely took advantage of it. And it seems like that's the way she likes to draft these Gravy decks. And I think that's particularly strong against a hero like Marlynn, which can brick a little bit. We saw the allies struggle. I want to take a look at the allies we're looking at here. They are not the best collection, but that's Swabby showing up late, as well as the tabled Kelpie.
Yeah.
And Kelpie's nobody's all-star, but Yuki had a bare minimum she had to get to. I think this is exactly it, Mitch. This is exactly what Yuki needed.
Yeah, there are some spots where, Kelpie can actually be pretty crucial, especially like in the mirror, looking at other sort of gravy opponents. A little bit more of a technical take on the game, but swapping is genuinely where your bread is buttered if you want to be taking gravy bones out into this limited format. Obviously, great body on it, 3 for 7, and generally can soak up a bunch of damage on the backside there as well. And again, look, in terms of these draft decks of gravy bones, we're thinking like no more than 5 to 7 allies, right? 4 is pretty reasonable, especially because Yuki has drafted a veritable fleet of other cards to bring in, right? We've seen like multiple of these sloops, these go again attacks, also just pretty decent rate on some of these these bones cards, right? We've seen like a lot of restless, some jittery bones picked up. And while some gravy players have gone for the send big attack, go tall, and maybe develop an ally, or just play pretty Ling fashion, Yuki might be looking to play a bit more aggressively, hold some cards back, not block too much, and turn that those 4 cards into even more value.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Mitch. You get a little go again, and then you combine that with a starter, and we'll go ahead and take a look at Yuki's starters now. You combine that with one of these starters, and you just sort of get to do it all. You go something like a Restless Bones, you discard your Swabby, as long as you have those resources. And let's not forget, Yuki has 2 saltwater swells. So when those saltwater swells start hitting, particularly this blue one, the turns can really spiral out of control very quickly. And I think she'll use that to her favor as we move through this match.
And we've got 3 mutinies, right? Of each, one of each variety. And this is going to incentivize Yuki at sometimes just to pay into that gold, to try and manipulate the overall gold count here. And also, as she's deciding those early blocks, as we see Treasure Island being contested pretty heavily, it's something worth bearing in mind that she does want to manipulate that total just a little bit more. Obviously, the Swiftwater, a great way to start off that turn, get a little bit wider. We've seen it combined with like multiple allies at times to look really devastating in the hands of a good Gravy Bones player. The Saltwater Swell's the first pick here. Obviously, great way to kick off the turn. It satisfies the condition of getting a blue card into your graveyard. It also, of course, allows you to pitch that top card of your deck. The Avasti, I think we saw a little bit questionably, as it came off the top. I think it feels a lot better when you're wielding some more of those breakpoints with your allies. And I think there was like a Barnacle that was passed over by Yuki here. So there are a couple of those breakpoint allies that look really good. Swabby, I think, definitely a good beneficiary of this particular buff. But suffice to say, Yuki, not fully priced into the ally game plan here, is definitely going to want to sort of put a lot of pressure down. This, honestly, is emblematic of her approach to Gravy Bones in Classic Constructed. What we saw last time with the draft hit, multiple gold hunted light stars. We're talking about that gold manipulation. Even more incentive sometimes just to pay into that gold to draw a card and keep the count low.
One final point I want to call out about this deck, Mitch. Yuki really prioritized overpower. When things were not going well, the one thing she was accumulating was things like Burly Bones, like the Overpower Mutiny. And that means if Yuki is in the early game able to use her absolutely effusive go again to just get a little bit of chip damage in, to go ahead and seize the tempo a little bit, it could be these overpower finishers that can actually go ahead and seal the deal and propel her to victory.
All right, well, there it is, Yuki Bender with that draft deck. Looking pretty powerful again with some potential strong finishes, right? We see like there's some of these Marlynn decks leaning in that direction as well, trying to gain that overpower in order to close out games. Genuinely, I was a little nervous. When you're on coverage here, and you do want to try and at least spin things positively. I didn't have a whole lot to add. That first pack, I see a lot of reds, a lot of yellows being picked up, but you can see the vindication on Yuki's face with that Kelpie wheels there. She feels like her sticking to her guns, knowing she passed some very powerful cards, and still sticking in that gravy lane. She played her seat properly. Let's hope it pays off for her.
Yeah, it's a great moment to talk about what it means to be a great drafter. It's not always about just getting rewarded with huge, powerful cards all the time. That's not the way draft works. Sometimes you have to make a mountain out of a molehill. And maybe there's nobody better than Yuki Lee Bender at doing that. I've seen her draft so many times in these high-pressure environments. I have to call back to Worlds in Barcelona, where she put on a clinic drafting bright lights at a level that nobody else in the world was prepared to draft it at. If she can go ahead and pull out a 2-1 in this draft, she's going to be over the moon, ecstatic, and in a really good position to go ahead and make top 8. And it sounds like she is ready to go ahead and battle with her deck. Why don't we head down to our feature match area?
Absolutely. Let us jump in now to our second day of draft. It's Liam Bennett, of course, of Australia. Otherwise known as Bennett from We Make Best. He's a content creator on YouTube and fantastic Flesh and Blood player. Let's have a look at the record here. He goes up against Kevin Murphy. Now, in Classic Constructed, Liam was on Prism. So that is a Prism mirror against, again, someone who we highlighted, Kevin, as being a very erudite, very studious player. So coming up with a win in the mirror there, quite a way to start the tournament. I think definitely would have stretched you out. But look at Ben Dodd here, win against him. Alexander Dobel, of course, falling to Liam's hand in that draft. Pretty impressive record, I think, for this guy.
Yeah, farming Wizards is Liam Bennett just getting the absolute nuts draw here in rounds 3, 4, and 5, taking on back-to-back Wizards as a Prism. You love to see it if you're sitting in that spot. Probably pretty happy about that Riptide matchup, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot believe all the Kano's got filtered in his direction. Here's Yuki Bender's record, though. She, in Classic Constructed, on Arachne, slipped through the cracks. And, I mean, a variable trove of different heroes she's had to come up against there. Wins against Justin Koo, of course, notable on that Gravy Bones. Also going up against Yanwei T on Kano. A few of those popping up here. I think what's most impressive to me, though, was to see that gameplay against in the Floria matchup. Really was, my respect for Yuki well and truly refreshed in that game. Heading to new heights now as we jump into our first round of draft for day 2, folks. Is Yuki Bender undefeated after day 1?
Liam Bennett did end up in that Marlyn seat, as we mentioned, one of only 2 Marlyns in the draft. Has the Swift Strike bracers as well. Marlyn using Swift Strike bracers can hit some damage numbers if things line up appropriately.
That Kelpie that wheeled for Yuki, showing up in the first hand. We have a Swell. And then Liam Bennett, of course, multiple tipples. That's where the golden tipples went.
There they are.
Blue headshot here as well. And it's just going to be a Restless Bones coming out. We've already got Kelpie into the bin. Because that means that Yuki secures go again for this starter.
It looks like we were on full turn 1 here. Liam just arsenaling on that first turn. And now facing down this Restless Bones. Ally set up in the graveyard. Always nice to have that box checked. You want to have that flexibility with your cost curve. Take advantage of your starters. And Liam is ready to take some damage, maybe looking to play a big hand on the back of those tipples he has rolled up. First gold to Yuki Bender.
Yeah, look, obviously the gold generation is important, but, we reload triggers off every time you draw a card there. If you're playing Marlyn, that can matter. Liam having already arsenaled the card, though, and he's on Hammerhead, so that may not be quite so relevant.
It is just the Restless Bones, though, here for Yuki. And when your opponent is saying, send me the bill, you'd like the bill to be more than 5. Let's see how big Liam Bennett can go here on the return.
Hammerhead activation, 2 blues in the pitch. We are not messing about. Oh, sick him shot. So that is 8 go again. Not Harpoon, so no overpower, but still impressive enough. First salvo to fire off here for the Australian.
Not a bad way to kick off the turn here. Yuki debating on that top card a little bit.
It's like a Gold Hunter Light Sail. In the hand is a Vashti, Swiftwater Sloop. It's like an Expedition to Horizon Mantle and a Burly Bones. Not the most exciting group of cards if we're being candid.
The Light Sail could go ahead and open things up a little bit. As we mentioned, Yuki quite good at converting large hands. Pretty good at defending for a Gravy Bones deck, I would say.
That was a peek at Liam Bennett's hand there. Again, flush with tipples, one of them entering the pitch zone to power this Hammerhead activation, and a Swift Shot in hand. Something, of course, you're mindful of is that Liam does want to find a way to generate some of this gold, really smooth out some of those turns, but it's going to be a Burly Bones that gets in front on block duty, but some gold already trickling into the coffers of Liam Bennett. With that connection, Yuki down to 15 as well.
Could now look to get this golden tipple running. Looks like he'll be able to potentially load off that tipple draw as well.
Crack a gold instead. Create a Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. Obviously, create the harpoon. That's your fodder for golden tipple. Means you don't have to divest yourself of the swift shot in hand.
Yeah, I think Liam really wanted that gold. It was quite important for the texture of his hand because now he gets to load up this swift shot as well. We'll refresh the gold. Everything working very smoothly here for Liam.
Okay, there it is. Now, bear in mind, the way this draft looked for Yuki Bender, we sort of saw a lot of cards that were looking to extend the chain. We saw a lot of those like block threes brought in here, but generally expecting Yuki to keep plenty of cards back for herself to try and send him out on the offensive side. It's the Avasti pitched. Very wide turn from Liam Bennett. 3 wide there on that Marlynn turn. It's going to be an expedition to Horizon's mantle. 3 for 7. Get yourself a gold counter on Treasure Island as well.
Yeah, optional gold counter, but of course there will be the default one created from the attack here. I think Yuki debating perhaps on that gold counter.
Feels like a wager from heavy hitters sometimes.
Yeah, there's some similarities there, absolutely.
8 and 0. Yuki deciding just how many gold counters she wants to see there. An expedition does create 1 plus the attack, so that is 2. Yuki banking on Liam Bennett, allowing this attack through to some degree.
Liam pushed about 15 on the last turn and kept an arsenal, so a solid first salvo from the Marlynn. Does have the life total lead right now. Not the worst case scenario for Yuki. She does have stuff like Life for a Life that has her wanting to play from behind to some extent. But Liam has a nice defensive hand, too, on the back of that on the horizon red that he's picked up here.
Yeah, very lines up pretty well in scenarios such as this. Just the on the horizon, offered up for blocks.
Sure. So I'll take 3.
Okay, Liam says, you have your gold, Yuki.
Sees the potential for some offense here. I wonder if we have the blues required for a hammerhead activation, perhaps. Seafloor salvage.
Yeah, we got 2 blues
Blue
here.
sloop. As well as a salvage shot that could stick around to go ahead and clean up multiple allies if the game goes on for a little while. Not quite sure on that arsenal, though, for Liam.
I think that might actually be the centerpiece of the turn to some degree. Obviously, Swiftwater Sloop requires 2 blues in pitch for High Tide to be active. We have a gold cracked, though. First things first. Swift shot here. Found. Okay. We're flush with boats. Swiftwater Sloop, with the High Tide active. It's coming for 4. Go again. And I think there's a salvage shot and a swift shot left in the hand for Liam Bennett.
Yeah, going to have the option to use something like the Blue Sea Tricorn to get the load here, if that's what we have to do to continue the turn. Not the most efficient use.
Crack a gold if you're getting a hit
If
here
you
with
get the
this
hit,
sloop.
that's an option as well. With the 2 floating, that would be, again, the ideal outcome. We saw Liam's hand upgraded quite a bit by gold on the last turn. Yuki will have the choice, though, to potentially defend and try and deny that gold.
Peeking up obviously towards the top card with our compass.
As soon as you catch your opponent with no gold in play, especially if your opponent is a Marlynn, you really have to start thinking about the defense and trying to deny once more.
Restless Bones. Looks like a swell in the yard.
Yep.
And there's that headstone getting involved.
Yeah, I think Yuki sniffed it out well here. Found a spot to keep Liam off gold.
Yeah, 2 floating here for Liam Bennett. Yuki probably be able to sort of do the math a little bit here and say, I don't think you have an elegant way to load your arsenal here. So there's a blocked out 4-power attack. Liam Bennett.
In a pitch to activate the Tricorn.
Yeah, and it is going to have to be the Tricorn. Very inefficient load here from Liam, but at least the turn continues, and the offense will come in the form of the salvage shot. And some good cards going to be put back into the deck for Liam as well, with a Crash Down the Gates now being part of the second cycle, as well as a Swift Shot. You always want to keep track of these as we move through this game. So Liam looking to have both early game flurry of activity, but the late game pitch stack set up pretty well too.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's going to be hard for him to live up to his previous turn in terms of, offensive prowess, but this is reasonable, right? And 4-power slip followed up by a salvage shot. Even though there's some awkwardness with Yuki just tightening the thumb screws a little bit on Liam, not allowing him to get that gold token, which would facilitate for a much easier load. Still able to make use of that tricorn to get salvage shot into Arsenal via a draw trigger. But again, looking in the Gravy's direction, Yuki's been pretty conservative about blocks. 2 gold now generated. A bevy of blues in the hand. It's like one of those 2 nimbleisms that was drafted, sitting around there. We are shipping it, going to 6. This is a gold generated, of course, from that attack connecting. And so Yuki down to 6. Taking big hits, multiple turns here from Liam.
We mentioned a few times the density of overpower in the deck. If Yuki can coax Liam into a spot where he just lets that life total fall a little bit low, gets into a little bit into the danger zone, she might find a window to go ahead and steal this one. But the first thing she has to do is get the damage on this particular turn. There's only so long she's going to be able to offer damage.
I think it might have been an expedition to Horizon's Mantle picked up there, most likely. Liam Bennett with multiple salvage shots in hand. Few of those floating around the deck by the looks of things. Headshot there as well, I see it. Okay, Saltwater Swirl to start things off.
And it's a Burly Bones, unfortunately, on the top. Red Burly Bones not going to have the turn unlocked by the Saltwater Swell here. Big miss for Yuki Lee Bender.
I mean, let's not forget, I think in that first pack, there's 2 blues drafted for the entirety of it. A lot of reds, a lot of yellows. I think she ended up with 12 blues
yeah, her
in her
density
entire
got
pool.
Solid for sure, but it's not an ultra blue-rich deck. And especially when you have double swell, you really would like a little bit more certainty. And I think Yuki's going to be pretty punished by the miss here.
Now we need to plan out the rest of this turn. It's like a mutiny in hand. more bones of the restless variety as well lurking there. A whole lot being suggested by Liam's block of headshot here, outside of the fact that he's got something even more powerful to send back in Yuki's direction.
And Yuki has to reset the context of this turn one more time. Having missed on that swell, her potential output has changed pretty dramatically. And as we mentioned, falling down to 6, you have to always be fearing the potential of overpower coming in from the Marlynn side. Lightsail and Restless Bones, remaining cards here.
Yeah, with a blue in pitch, this looks a lot different.
Oh yeah, this turn goes off pretty hard.
Lightsail not online. The problem is that Yuki can't afford to pay into gold to sort of manipulate those gold holders in general to give a go again. Now, if a blue would come off that swell, then
it all just works.
Story.
It's all clean, yeah. And this, if we do go into the gold mines, it represents another gamble on this turn. Yuki has already taken and failed one. It takes some fortitude to go back to the well and give yourself another chance at it. You could certainly do the bare minimum play, but I think Yuki is going to one more time see what the top of the deck reveals.
So it was a mutiny on the battalion bark to fuel this play, and so now the Gold Hunter Lightsail will have that go again. Just more bones. Just bones.
It's all bones. It's all bones all the way down. Unfortunately, I think we may be dealing with red bones. Not what you're looking for here if you're in Yuki's spot.
I mean, the Restless Bones obviously is a 2-cost attack. The Jittery Bones obviously is a 0 cost, so I don't think there's a Jittery Bones in there.
I don't think
we'll get a look at it later.
I don't think Yuki found Jittery Bones in the draft.
So polarizing sometimes, Gravy Bones has these unbelievably powerful turns, and then all of a sudden when one thing goes wrong, you don't get the blue off the swell, for example, the turn just takes a completely different complexion.
Yuki does have the bailout here in the form of Captain's Coat, so that'll smooth out a double red draw for sure. pitches the Burly Bones, fires off a Restless Bones. 6 more damage is the offer.
It's a 13 damage turn.
Yeah, I mean, the output was solid, but you see how if only that swell hits, things get kind of ridiculous. But Liam is just going to take it, falls down to 5. We talked about those danger zones with all this overpower, but another danger zone is dying. And with Yuki only at 6, we know what Marlynn is capable of. It looks like this hand, though, might be just, I would say, classic Flesh and Blood gameplay, 3 for 7 gaming.
This is a very placid approach to this turn. But again, we're getting to, like you mentioned, some dangerous life totals. Expedition to Horizon's Mantle still represents a 7 power attack, potentially putting an extra gold counter on Treasure Island, and being pretty hard to block, especially with Yuki off of Arsenal here.
Yeah, this is why this 3 for 7 looks very clean, because Liam had the gold going into this turn. So you just go ahead, Marlynn, set up your Harpoon, and then you can go ahead and try and close the game out with Overpower on the next turn cycle with a 3 for 7 and what Yuki has to work with. You know you're taking a card from her here. That gives you a very good chance to go ahead and keep some cards on your next turn cycle and get the big Harpoon, the unblockable Harpoon, if all goes well.
Yeah, Liam happy to walk life totals down until he can start to find these evasive effects to force damage through. Yuki again, staying pretty low on gold. Going to actually crack Gravy Bones on Liam Bennett's turn. That was definitely a Bones card. Ain't no way around it. Life for life there in hand, I think. So thinking about that life total manipulation somewhat. Red Charter Course there. The Restless Bones already being turned sideways.
Card has to be defended with here, for sure. Does look like it will be the Restless Bones. And then the question will be, how much damage can Yuki come back with? And she has got the Red Charter Course. And this is what I talked about, Mitch. If Yuki was only able to combine that Red Charter Course with one of those overpower attacks, this game could just end in a flash. I don't think that's the combination here, but it does look like she's going to have some offense to offer back from Liam. Will it be enough to claim cards from hand and potentially take him off a dominated arrow on what could be the final turn of this first round of draft here on day 2?
Just having access to that overpower effect, really terrifying at low life totals. That's what Liam is able to leverage. And Yuki has sort of pre-selected a card to be blocking with here. Or was that Restless Bones we talked about? And that would send her to 2. Not to mention keeping the gold train going here for Liam Bennett. Counting through our deck.
Crossing the T's, dotting the I's. As we've talked about so many times over the course of this weekend, every piece of information matters in Flesh and Blood. Second card reached for here now on the defense.
That's the Charter Course going away.
That would push Yuki's turn into the anemic space, I would say. Not a whole lot that can be done at that point. And I think that's the pull for Yuki. Yeah, she's trying to go ahead and keep that Charter Course so she can offer potentially 7 this next turn.
I think she is of the opinion that that's probably just not feasible at this time. Looks like a pretty straightforward life for life play here.
I kind of get passing on offering 7 because all that does is just take a card from Liam. And with that Swift Strike Bracers, I would say any Nimblism probably wins the game on the spot. And when you see the Swift Strike Bracers, you assume there's some density of Nimblism in the deck. We're not that deep into the game. We're only on our 3rd turn here. So certainly could still be lurking in those bottom few cards.
Okay, so Yuki specifically taking 2 to go to lower life than Liam Bennett to set up this life for life. But gold going over to Liam Bennett. Again, more of those harpoons to potentially be created. And really just looking for a turn where there can be a pitch into Hammerhead here.
Does have a pump in the form of call in the big guns, but Yuki stayed at a somewhat healthy 4 and also has the chance to go ahead and gain life here from the life from the life.
Extremely relevant 1 point of life to be gained here. both players getting very, very low. And as we mentioned, with the threat of overpower looming like the Damocles sword over this matchup, Yuki has to be very mindful of squeezing every extra point of value out of cards like Life for Life.
Looks like just having judges check in here. Perhaps a slow play warning being given out. Do you have to play at an acceptable pace here in our feature match area? Even with plenty of time on the clock, still have to always make sure the game is progressing. Just a warning, though, and the turn will proceed.
Crack of Headstone.
Clears that top blue. That's going to be enough to go ahead and get Kelpie into the mix here.
Just one
Tap
power.
down the Marlynn. Okay.
Love
Wants to
that.
deny an additional harpoon here.
Okay. But as far as we know, right, there was already a Golfin Harpoon generated previously.
That is true. We do know that. We know it's in the arsenal. Yuki has now set up that Life for a Life in arsenal, though, but brings out the Shelly as well. And this could be big for defensive options on this turn. We talked about whether Overpower is enough to get the job done. Thanks to that Shelly, it may not be. Now, the downside of having set up that Harpoon in arsenal, we talked about the potential of Overpower. It does choke you, but we've got a lot of blues here, Mitch, and that's going to mean we're going to get our Hammerhead activation, and this is starting to look like a problematically large Harpoon. Here's the Goldfin Harpoon with Overpower, backed
+6.
up by the call on the big guns. 8 is the offer here.
Oh, that's a big problem. That is not a number that you can be afford to be looking down at, especially with the crack there of the Headstone.
But I think she's got the block card, Mitch.
No way. What a time to find
the
it.
hoist him up. The perfect draw in the moment. Good defenses here from Yuki Lee Bender. Will survive the overpowered Goldfin Harpoon.
Honestly, not just survive it, but kind of walking away with it as spring in the step. There's a big investment there by Liam to try and end the game on this turn. And we knew it. It's telegraphed. He sets up. He pays into the Marlyn ability to get a Goldfin Harpoon. Yuki knows it's coming. And sometimes things just line up for you.
And Yuki has kept offense as well. Going to start things off with the Life for a Life here and has the Shelly ready to go. Didn't use it defensively here. Just going to use it for offense, it looks like.
Okay, Life for Life, not only threatening that damage, but it represents a virtual 1-for-5 go again. If you manipulate the life totals just right. Yuki's absolutely done so. Now the pressure is on Liam Bennett, aware that there's a pretty devastating turn coming back his way if he was unable to finish off the game prior. Peg leg, swift shot getting in front here.
Full block of the Shelly.
You can't let that
Or
Life for Life hit.
excuse me. Yeah, I totally agree.
Kelpie with the tap down of the Marlyn.
Yeah, keep off Harpoon one more time. And now we get Shelly into the mix.
That's so annoying for Liam. He just wants to find a way to get that overpower. He's been kept off of it. These gold tokens that he can't make use of with his hero.
We belittled this Kelpie in the draft process.
So
it's paying
good.
big dividends here. And Yuki Lee Bender has really effectively pivoted this match right now, perhaps getting herself back into the driver's seat where it looks like she was just completely out of options, played so well across those important turns, and now has Liam Bennett down to just 1 life.
That is wild. Bear in mind, on defense, Shelly can be quite reasonable, adding block value to cards that you try and put in front, these overpower effects. So Liam has to be mindful of that. That has to factor into the calculus if he's going to try and end the game in such a fashion. But paying into the gold token.
And with Liam at 1, we know Yuki has access to a lot of overpower herself. So I think the onus is back on Liam to find some offense here and demand some cards from Yuki.
Brother has a Harpoon, just does not have an arsenal spot to get it in there. Obviously being kept off of that hero ability by Kelpie tapping Marlyn down. That would have been another option. We are simply going to pay into yet another one of those golds.
And I think it's a Netling shot that was found here.
Okay, it's a Sikkim shot in the arsenal.
There's some pretty good options here for Liam to go a little bit wide. Does he have the resources to put this turn together, though?
So the pumps are there, but without a Harpoon in arsenal, Liam cannot make it evasive.
Kick
3
things
go again
off
at used pretty good.
with the Sikkim shot. That's going to clear out that arsenal. Now that golden tipple perhaps at the ready to get a draw and a load for Marlynn. And we have the call on the big guns as well to keep this going. So Liam has found ways to go wide on this turn. What does the defense value look like for Yuki Liebender?
Liam would have loved a Golfin Harpoon to potentially power the tipple or to send, right, as an evasive attack. So that Kelpie is actually doing the most right now.
Impressive stuff from the Kelpie. Shelly activation still available for Liam for Yuki should she need some more defense value. Is going to be the tipple here. That is going to take away the call on the big guns, I'm assuming. Does have option to pass on the tipple.
Just allow it to be a 3-power attack for one.
I don't know if we're debating or we have passed at this stage.
I think Yuki in response is compassing. Light sail, as far as we can see. The Barracuda in hand as well. That's an overpower card.
That it, in fact, is.
Does need a couple blues in the pitch zone, though.
Correct. And it looks like we're going to have to actually put this on defense. And it was, in fact, passed on for the golden tipple. Just going to function as go again. And you can understand why. That means calling the big guns is free to do its thing and load
this.
That Nettling shot +2. That's going to go ahead and tap down that Kelpie as well. And then we come in for a big 6 here on the back of that Nettling shot. 2 cards left for Yuki, 2 life. Does she have the defense here to go ahead and survive this 6?
Unfortunately, even like a Shelly activation and a 1-card block probably isn't going to be enough to
She's
keep
going to
Yuki
go looking
alive.
for another card. She finds a 3 block.
Okay, Shelly activated here just to pump that up. Full defense mode here for Yuki Liebender. And we're starting to see some of the alternate use cases of both of these allies, actually.
Turn passes back to Liam now, but there's no gold in play. Does he have a way to go ahead and get the load? Finds a mutiny off the top, but Yuki doesn't have gold either.
Nobody with those gilded coffers right now.
Does this hand do nothing?
Kind of. There's no draw. The mutiny is blanked.
Yeah, just passes and moves to Arsenal.
Oh my God!
And Yuki has reclaimed full tempo. 2 allies in play, 4 cards in hand. Liam Bennett at 1.
And she's not showing it, but you have to believe there's a spring in this step now as Yuki heads into this turn number 6 with no pressure coming from the direction of Liam Bennett. A classic brick from the Marlynn player. Now Yuki, Walter Royster. Can she end this game here and now?
Kicks things off with the swell. It does hit this time. Nimblism gets pitched. Resource rich is Yuki Liebender on this turn.
There's a cutting shark as well, and the bin should have been needed, but 2 allies
this is
already
lethal,
on the field.
Mitch. It demands a card immediately.
And remember, Shelly also comes in at a break point. So does Kelpie. Comes in for 1. That's enough.
Problems amassing quickly for Liam Bennett in our feature match area. Yuki closes the chain. What's the follow-up here? A Vast G coming down. Going to give an ally attack go again. Here is the Shelly with the breakpoint you mentioned. 2 more cards demanded from Liam.
Yeah, you do.
And finally, Burly Bones gets the fist bump, and Yuki Liebender moves on to 9-0 in the most improbable fashion.
You foreshadowed it, Brian. Talked a little bit about just the access to overpower that Yuki had. Can't say the same for Liam, though, despite the fact that he's able to generate them on a stick with those harpoons. There's a completely blanked turn for Liam Bennett where, you've got no way to get any of those Sikkim shots into Arsenal. It's a full blue hand. It's a mutiny that does not have a target. Neither player have any gold, and so it's a very sheepish Arsenal and pass back to Yuki. She finds a way to end the game with an overpower attack.
Hell of a way to kick off our day 2 here at the Pro Tour. Maybe we were out a little late partying at the Marina Bay Sands last night. I'm not going to confirm that on the stream, but maybe it happened. So maybe you really need an intense game to go ahead and get you fired up to kick things off here, and we got it from Yuki Liebender, no question.
You didn't hold my hand this time, so I think
That's true.
we've still got some ceiling to find.
We're chasing that high again, and I feel like before the weekend's over, Mitch, we're going to get there.
Okay, so let's be real, though. Like, looking back at this draft process for Yuki, we weren't wowed, I think, by what she was able to bring into this deck. But something that we pointed out very clearly is that it is that ability to navigate, no matter what, pile of cards you are working with here in this limited format. And we're not excited about cards like Burly Bones, Angry Bones, for example, but Yuki's still able to use those in a couple of really crucial scenarios. Extended the turn, right? There's a couple of those Gold Hunter light sails. We're able to find, some sloops in some situations where it's like a 3, 4, then 5 kind of turn, where Yuki is able to eventually pressure Liam down, despite us seeing a potential game-winning overpower attack. The block comes up at the perfect time for Yuki to keep her alive.
Yeah, look, it's not the pub stomp games that get you to a Pro Tour championship. It's finding ways to win when the chips are down. We saw it with Arthur Trehet, famously at Pro Tour LA, in that last second, finding the out you need, but giving yourself the space to get there. Let's not forget how beautifully he played that game to get to that final turn. We saw shades of the same from Yuki Bender, having to make perfect decision after perfect decision, and then the block card shows up at the right time. You get a brick from Liam, and you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
9-0. 9-0 is Yuki Bender, or Lee Bender right now. Fantastic start here to this day true draft, but there's more to come, of course. Can Yuki Lee Bender stay undefeated as she advances through the rest of this pod? Only one way to find out. That's to stick around. Keep it locked here at your Pro Tour Singapore coverage.
Hell yeah.
ProQuest Yokohama lands at your LGS October 4th through November 9th. Featuring classic, constructed, and living legend, these events are perfect for first-timers and seasoned pros alike. Compete for exciting prizes and the chance to qualify for the Pro Tour in Yokohama, Japan, baby. Check the events locator on fabtcg.com for more information soon, and we'll see you at ProQuest. Welcome back to the booth, everybody. What a first game of draft we had. Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bajwani. Pankaj, how was that game for you, bro? Oh my God.
I'm blown away, Sam. The 2 times we have seen Yuki Libenda on stream, we've seen her on the back foot and find that narrow path to victory, playing to her absolute outs. We saw that happen yesterday in her game against Florin, where she's the underdog. She's an Arachne slip through the cracks, and her out is to run the Florin into a really bad turn. And the Florin opponent sing below an Arsenal, draws a bunch of block cards, can't do much. Same thing happened this game. Her out is resolve a Kelpie, tap down the Marlynn so that she cannot make overpowered harpoons and just hope they run into a break turn. And that's exactly what happened. And that's the mark of a Pro Tour player. That's a mark of the best Pro Tour players here. They know their outs. When they're behind, it's not about just trying to get value. It's about the path to victory, and she found it. It was such an incredible match to watch.
She's found the path to victory, and she has found the path to a still, as of yet, undefeated record. Let's take a look at our full pod, see just how things have been shaken up before we get into the next round of the day. And we've got some 1-0s and 0-1s to look at, not the least of which one of the folks I want to check in on is our good friend Arthur Trehet. 0-1 so far in the pod. First game didn't go his way.
My eyes are first going to all the puffins in the pod, Sam. It's been a bit of a narrative, this draft format, that people can't figure out this hero. I look at the 2 puffins on the left. They're both 0-1s. Thankfully, there is one puffin at 1-0. Nathaniel is keeping the puffin dream alive in High Seas Limited.
And we can see our 2 Marlyns. Naib Mobassir still X-1 with the Marlyn build that he has got rocking. Liam Bennett, of course, fell to Yuki Libenda in that exciting match. And we're going to be seeing Yuki facing off, I believe, against the other 1-0 Gravy Bones, Tom Escoffier. So it'll be a little bit of a Gravy Bones mirror match coming up in just a second. Pankaj, are you ready to see some allies? Are you ready to see some blue cards hit the graveyard? Are you ready to see if Yuki Libenda can remain undefeated?
I'm ready to just see more high-level Flesh and Blood, Sam. We spoke about day 2. We spoke about the difference between day 2 and day 1. And the biggest difference is that now the level of play is 1 notch higher. And we've already seen it with just the first round today. I can't wait to just see more Flesh and Blood.
Let's do it. It's time for the best of the best to square off, folks. Get me to the feature match table. Get me to the arena. It's time for round number 10, Gravy Bones versus Gravy Bones. We've got an undefeated player and a challenger looking to take her off her high horse. It's Yuki Libenda and Tom Escoffier facing off in High Seas Limited, the second to last round of High Seas Limited that we'll really get to see at any major event.
Taking a look at Tom's profile here, how he got to the 8-1 record on day 2 of World Tour Singapore. Looks like he had a full 5-0 CC record and only took 1 loss yesterday in the draft rounds. It was round 3 against Naib Mobassir.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Naib, of course, and him still ready to potentially square off in this draft pod. As we look at the heroes he was able to take down, took down a couple Slippies, took down a Fang, and took down a Gravy Bones on his way to draft.
Taking a look at Yuki's profile over here, I mean, we know she's undefeated. That's been the whole narrative. So she clean 8 wins yesterday, taking down a whole slew of heroes. Arachne slipped through the cracks. Florin, we saw that on stream. Cindra, Gravy, and Kano as well. Fun fact about the Kano one, actually, she messaged the team Discord right after the match saying, commending Peter Budenzik and Xavier McLean, who they all worked on a Slippy deck together, saying thank you for reminding me to put the Kano hate in because that saved me in that match.
Yeah, John White T, we saw him in the feature match area take down Alan Lau on Dio, but Yuki Libenda and Slippy proved to be too much. The question is, will Tom be able to rewrite the script and change how this tournament has gone for Yuki Libenda, or will she remain sterling? It all begins now. It's time for round 10 here from the Pro Tour in Singapore.
Taking a look at the equipment suite over here, both players sporting 3 pieces of equipment. Tom missing the chest piece, however, and Yuki missing the boots piece.
First action of the game is just going to be a Burly Bones. Looks like we're going to pass on the trigger. Nothing to discard from hand, nothing to destroy from the top of deck.
Tom would have loved to overpower on turn 0 to get in the cheeky points of damage and guarantee the gold off of Treasure Island. Unfortunately for him, no card with Watery Grave on top of the deck or in hand to guarantee the overpower. Yuki Bender lining up the blocks over here.
Does have an ally in the hand. To perhaps be that Shelly. Just going to be a block. Getting rid of those 2 cards to the graveyard. Yuki gets to draw back up. She gets the tempo. There's the first counter on Treasure Island. Can she find the action points? Can she go wide? And can she get some of these allies in the bin?
Found a second ally, looks like, in the form of that Kelpie. Now, Yuki's list, we saw throughout the draft process, is a little bit lower. She prefers a little bit of a lower ally count and prefers higher go-again cards. Like Gold Hunter Light Sail, for example, is a card she definitely prioritizes, which means she has to be very careful of when she deploys these allies, because with the limited ally count, it really matters that you get maximum value from these allies to make the most use out of them. Otherwise, you might find yourself getting fatigued. And with that, we see the Kelpie hit the pitch zone as well. Yuki wants that to come in later in the game, not right now.
It's going to be the Restless Bones for Go Again, which means that this Shelly will be available from here. Tom, going to go ahead and take a look at the top of the deck as Treasure Island gets that second counter. As this Restless Bones threatens not only the life total, but also the all-important riches that both of these Necromancers need. The Headstone and the Burly Bones going to get in the way. Bones on both sides of the table. Chain to be closed here. Final card pitched. Here comes Shelly with Go Again, but not enough resources to attack. So this card's going to be doing most likely some defensive value, if any, on this turn cycle, as Yuki has to forego an arsenal to make this play.
And that's one of Yuki's 4 allies already. We saw the Kelpie go to the bottom. Only 2 other allies remaining in the first cycle of the deck. Question is, can Tom deal with this Shelly in an efficient manner? Looks like the answer is yes. Crash Under Gates coming in, taking down the Shelly Hardened Traveler.
And a Swiftwater Sloop as well, heading to the bottom of the deck alongside a blue. That's a really important go-again piece for a second cycle in a game that is most likely going to get there. So Tom here just going to go ahead and continue to set up. No counter on Treasure Island.
Both players keeping each other off the gold off of Treasure Island, which could make some of these Gravy Bones turns pretty awkward. Especially cards like Swiftwater Sloop, you really want to have a gold around to pitch 2 at the start of your turn to get that second blue in the pitch zone to turn on the High Tide.
See which of the cards. Give me the Trade-In and the Restless Bones to the bottom, just to play out the yellow Pilfer the Wreck. Comes in for 6, so no breakpoint. 3 counters on Treasure Island. Let's see how high the island gets stockpiled before the first of these pirates plunder and acquire their riches.
And speaking of pitch tags, the previous turn, Yuki Bender pitched a Kelpie, and right now she's pitching a Restless Bones to go right along with it. So both players setting up a very good second cycle, which, as you pointed out, Sam, is something this game can definitely go to.
Tom here, able to defend that one out. Jittery Bones. Going to trigger. Get rid of the Barnacle. 2 with Go Again.
Barnacle off the top as well, Sam. Very fortunate hit for Tom there. It does seem like he might be on a heavier ally list compared to Yuki's, which is on the lower ally count. Compass isn't tapped, so I guess, yeah, it was.
Was that a blind? Jittery Bones? Just rip the Barnacle off the top? Did he have a defense trigger that I missed somewhere on this turn cycle? Surely not. Surely I missed something.
We probably just
but
missed
regardless,
the compass
it's
activation.
2 and Go Again here.
Threatening 2 gold off of Treasure Island as well. It's a very annoying block to make. It's not efficient to stop. You're probably putting a 3 block in front of it, or you're just using 1 card to block 2, which isn't where you want to be. But you are denying 2 gold from the opponent while they're currently at 0. And that first gold is really what starts things going, is what makes things happen. Denying the first gold is a lot more important than denying the 3rd or 4th.
And Yuki here, she wants to defend it. She's got to reckon with looks like the Cutty Shark in the hand. Both players still at 20. Only a couple minutes have elapsed so far in the match, but she's got a number of cards that can work well. Saltwater Swell. She's looked at the top card of the deck. She knows if there's a blue there.
And without any gold, this Cutty Shark gets really awkward in hand. You really need cards like the Restless Bones, Jittery Bones, or the Burly Bones to get that out of your hand in a way that you are happy with. Because hard casting that from hand feels really bad.
Now the compass activation here. Now the top of the deck gets looked at.
Which means that Jittery Bones was blind.
Sure.
Which means he doesn't need the go again. I believe he's just holding one card, so he's just planning to arsenal it
I think
anyway.
he's got two in his hand.
Oh, he has
Yeah,
two.
he's got two cards.
Okay, just heart of the cards moment for Tom here.
I'll play Barnacle. And
Barnacle comes out and gets to attack as the Cuddy Shark hits the pitch zone. So now here's a pretty annoying attack once again for Yuki. She's got a headstone of her own if she wants to get some battle-worn value.
yeah, with the jittery before.
4 coming in of this Barnacle, once again threatening Treasure Island. This is one of the games where you see Treasure Island counters just rack up, and both players don't want to be the one to blink first. Seen games where Treasure Island gets to up to 8 or 9 counters.
Yeah, because then the value just gets so hard. But now that you're blocking with 2 cards, if you're in Yuki Lee Bender spot, can you threaten the gold easily and you know, efficiently enough to actually get that first strike and get that first gold?
Probably just going to be a clear of the Barnacle. And that's exactly what it is. Restless Bones going to the Barnacle. Cutty Shark being pitched over here instead of discarded to Restless Bones.
And this makes me feel like, I mean, if Tom can find the action points, Yuki's just going to have to, you know, just passed on the turn. She's got that 5-card hand, but now Tom with 4 counters on Treasure Island and a lot to work with. If he can find the go again, it feels like Yuki did some defending on that last turn, but it might have all been for naught if Tom ends up with the first major pile of riches.
Can be difficult, though, when you don't already have gold to start with. Cards like Swiftwater Sloop, for example, are a lot better when you already have gold to fuel the high tide. Like Restless Bones gonna be that go again that you were talking about, Sam. Another ally discarded. It's gonna be Chowder Hearty Cook, discarded from hand at this time. Restless Bones gonna get go again, and this is the blue version as well. So Chowder will be available for Gravy to play on this turn.
Top of the deck looked at here. Looks like it's one of those gold hunters. Light sail on the top of the deck. So now all of a sudden Yuki may be incentivized to give some gold to her opponent. The question is how much. She wants go again on a future turn with that light sail. She knows there's a Chowder that's likely to come out at some point in the future. The light sail could be a way to clear it and then continue the turn. I feel like I saw it on the horizon when Yuki looked through Tom's graveyard. I feel like there was one in there.
So it's probably on the horizon for the Jittery Bones.
Literally has to be.
No
or
other
else
way you make
it's the
that play.
sickest play in the world. Or else it's literally the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Taking 4. That's 4
wow.
gold going over to Tom.
Four gold made for Tom as the left gravy. It's like left Twix and right Twix. Left Gravy Bones here getting the 4 gold and becoming the true pirate lord for the moment. But if there's one thing we know about these pirates, they love to steal from each other.
Oh, yeah.
And you pointed this out, Sam, but the Gold Hunter Light Sail does incentivize Luki to allow the opponent to have some gold. The tricky thing about Gravy is that his ability is an instant speed effect. So on your turn, when you play the Gold Hunter Light Sail, you need him to have 2 gold higher than you rather than just 1, because he can at instant speed break one of them and deny you your effect that wants your opponent to have more gold than you.
Something tells me that's not going to be a problem for Yuki. She's fallen all the way down to 13, and her opponent is sitting on a huge pile of 5 gold. Saltwater Swell here showing off the Gold Hunter Light Sail, so just going to be 3 go again. Looks like this one's going at Gravy Bones. Also, on that last turn, Tom did pitch another Swiftwater Sloop, this one of the yellow variety, so that's going to be on the bottom of the deck for a future turn. Tom's got some go again ready for when he might need it. He's got the life lead. He's looking to continue to put on the pressure.
He's also got the board state lead right now. He's got a Chowder on the field. Yuki, meanwhile, no allies in the grave. No blue played this turn either. Is holding on to a Swabby, though. Here's to see if she's going to pitch that to go along with the blue Restless Bones she currently has in a pitch zone.
Looks like an Avasti maybe going to the pitch. Nope. Certainly not.
She heard you and decided that was not the plan.
And it never was. It's going to be the Fish Fingers first, pitching in. Then the HMS Barracuda comes slamming down, for just a big ol' attack for 8, this time with overpower because of the high tide trigger. And on hit, just going to go ahead and take care of Chowder. Looking at, you can really see the harpoon on the front of that thing, putting Marlynn to shame.
And this explains why the Saltwater Swell wasn't going towards the Chowder, is because she had the Barracuda with overpower. Couldn't be nigh impossible for Tom to block this out unless he has one of those block cards or maybe another on the horizon.
He's got washed up wave for 2.
Yeah, and I'll get one.
Looks like on hit will go through. Chowder is going to be activated in response to gain Tom alive.
So up to 21 goes Tom, but a huge amount of value off this Barracuda.
And I'll activate Gravy. Yeah.
Activate Gravy to discard the Swabby and get the Gold Hunter Light Sail in the arsenal. Yuki set herself up quite nicely for this future turn cycle. Gotten a block out of Tom, gotten some damage through, and taken care of the Hardy Cook.
And got Swabby in the graveyard as well. That was a bit of a gamble from Yuki over there if the overpower got stuffed, which is quite difficult for 8 overpower to get stuffed. But if it was that Swabby would have gone to Arsenal instead of to the graveyard where it wants to be, and that could have put Yuki in a very tough spot. But we've seen her do this time and time again, take the gambles that she needs to put herself in the winning position.
One big boat deserves another. The Battalion Bark crashes down onto the combat chain. This card comes in for 9 thanks to the high tide. We see both of the pirates have ascended to the bows of their ship, taken command of the wheel, and are attempting to slam the sterns into each other. The question is, which will take on water, which will float, and which will sink to the bottom of the depths?
One of the most prized pack one pick ones in the high seas format is this red Battalion Bark. Almost no cards you would pick over this. Coming in for 9 against Yuki Liebender's 13 life total right now. Our only undefeated player here in day 2 of World Tour Singapore.
Yuki here. Gonna go ahead and block with the Angry Bones. Take 6. Down to 7 goes Yuki Liebender. Tom's got the life lead. He's got the gold lead. Thanks to that Gold Hunter Light Sail that's in the arsenal, Yuki will be able to go a little wide on this turn. The question is, what blue will she be able to develop? Will she be able to get that Swabby out and attack with it to really turn this turn into a massive one?
Life for life as well. Even more go again. And we spoke about this. Yuki Liebender loves drafting her Gravy Bones decks with a lot of these natural go against. Oh, you know, I guess these are conditional go against, but putting herself in positions where she gets to go wide in her Gravy Bones deck. Life or life coming in for 7 with go again. I believe Charter Course put a counter on Treasure Island. So yes, this attack trigger puts another one Treasure Island, 2 gold potentially available for Yuki Liebender over here with the Gold Hunter Light Sail and Arsenal as well. And with the opponent at 5 gold, there's no way for Tom to turn off the Gold Hunter Light Sail.
Washed Up Wave might be getting in front of this Life for a Life.
No blue so far for Yuki Liebender, so unlikely to be able to resolve that Swabby on this turn.
But the Washed Up Wave gets the Cutty Shark off the top. Gets the 2 block.
You gain 1.
And that was not blind. That was with
This
the compass
time there was a
activation.
compass, yep.
Life for life gonna give Yuki 1 life as well as the 2 gold thanks to Treasure Island.
Now she's got to decide here.
Could draw off a gold, could just activate Gravy Bones, but then you'd just be discarding what you draw anyway. The Gold on the Light Sail, of course, cost 1. So if you draw a blue, you could crack another gold. Oh, yep, oh, the Captain's Code comes in, gonna Arsenal the card off the top.
Now that's a sweet play here from Yuki. She gets the value off the go again. She gets the value off her coat, and she gets a new card for her arsenal. Utilizing that 1 resource expertly here. Doesn't get to use the go again on this turn, most likely.
Both players with 1 ally each in the graveyard. Swabby for Yuki Liebender, Cutty Shark for Tom.
No locks. Go to 7.
No blocks is the call from Tom. He's keeping the full 5. Down to 7 goes Left Bones, as Right Bones goes ahead and arsenals up that final card. That was drawn off the top after seeing what was there with the compass.
And that's a scary position for Yuki to be in. Going to 8 when your opponent has a Cutty Shark in the graveyard as well and kept the whole grip If Tom's able to go white, he could put Yuki in an impossible position where she's forced to block out the allies and therefore won't be able to deal with them, or at least won't be able to deal with them while amounting any sort of pressure.
Q4 go again.
Here comes a Jittery Bones as a Swabby hits the bin. Swabby for both players here. One of the biggest allies that Gravy has on his crew.
This time the Swabby did come from hand as well.
Block 3.
So Tom now needs a blue to hit the bin to resolve either the Cutty Shark or the Swabby.
Make another gold off the Treasure Island here.
Activate Gravy.
Gravy Bones activation.
Is this going to be the blue that hits the graveyard?
Got Fiddler's Green.
Fiddler's Green is going to be the discard here to gain some life off of that Gravy Bones activation.
That's a yellow Fiddler's Green, though. So Gravy Bones still not online. The allies in the graveyard not available to be played right now.
Could have put that blue on the horizon and to be able to continue the turn with Gravy Bones.
You have 2 in hand? 2 in hand. 1 arsenal, 1 pitch.
Also has 4 gold. The amount of branching paths that this hero offers its player is so incredibly high, and just goes to show why a lot of top players have chosen to adopt Gravy Bones in CC as well. The sheer agency, the sheer amount of risk aversion or risk tolerant you want to be. This deck just offers all of that.
Tom here, trying to figure out how to continue this turn. 9 life, currently playing 7. Both players trying to remain undefeated in this draft pod. But for Yuki Lee Bender, it would be undefeated in this whole damn tournament. Currently sitting at 9-0. 3 cards left in hand for Yuki. Another gold cracked for Tom.
We saw both players also take a look at the deck count real quick. Remember, they both have set up some very powerful pitch stacks as well.
How's just another big battalion bark for 9 sound. Crashing down, no allies needed. 13 offensive value as Yuki Lee Bender already sits at 7. She's got a sloop in her hand that she wants to deploy, but that's going to require a fair amount of cards to do so. Up at the top, I believe, is the heave-ho, the block 4, whatever it is. Hoist them up, yeah. Gravy Bones can go ahead and fetch it for you.
Will put it down to 0 gold, though, and she might have other plans for the gold on her turn. Second red battalion bark for Tom over here.
Doesn't matter what deck he would have chosen to play. He had a good deck no matter what. You got 2 big boats. You're in a good place.
Who needs allies when you have big boats, am I right?
Yuki here counting the cards pitched, trying to figure out what cards are coming up in her stack.
We know she has a Restless Bones there with an ally, whereas Tom has Swiftwater Sloops with a couple of blues coming up soon. And since he has access to 3 gold, he could potentially even resolve those sequence of cards on the following turn. Yuki Lee Bender in quite a difficult position right now. 2 points over lethal being presented. Must give at least 1 card, and knows at the top of the deck isn't really going to be helpful for her on her following turn either, since that is a block card.
Yuki giving this one a real think. 15 minutes left in the round. They got lots of time. This is a huge moment in this game, and for Yuki Lee Bender to remain sterling and undefeated, she has to continue to make the perfect decisions. These are the moments that make a Pro Tour. 2 players playing at the top of their game. The call is going to be the Gravy Bones activation. Bring the block card in. Put the sloop to the bin.
Remaining cards in her hand aren't too impressive. There's a swell in there and a blue nimblism. If the blue swell hits a blue off the top, you could go ahead and resolve the Swabby on your turn as well, but that's going to be quite a bit of a gamble. Compass already has been activated. Looks like she might just go ahead and block with the swell instead. Hold on to nimblism.
This would be a block for 7. 2 damage over the top.
The call might just be to fold the entire hand. at this point. But you do also need to worry a little bit about fatigue. Remember,
100% you have to worry about fatigue.
we've been talking about both players being aware of their own pitch stacks. The thing is, at this level of play, at this high of a caliber, they're both aware of each other's pitch stacks as well. Yuki knows that Swiftwater Sloops is coming her way soon in the future from Tom's side. Looks like just a block 4, taking 5, goes down to 2 is Yuki.
Down to 2 goes Yuki. Sure she'll catch it soon. Doesn't have the gold from the Gravy Bones activation.
Headstone, going to be the blue that hits
Oh,
the
that's
yard.
so cool.
And
Uses
that was
the
blind.
headstone, yeah.
Oh, wait.
No, she...
Yes, that was
Oh,
blind.
that was blind.
The compass saw the block card that she gravied into.
Wow, what a play. Now that one we can guarantee. We saw what happened throughout that whole turn. So Yuki just grabbed the top card of the deck. It did, in fact, find itself to be a blue, which means this Swabby can come in and crash down for 7. The question is for Tom, does it matter? Does he care? Can he take this damage and just close the door, move on to 2-0, and put the first loss on an as-yet unblemished Yuki Lee Bender?
Question is, how far away is that Swiftwater Sloop? He does have 3 gold to work with as well. So even if the Swiftwater Sloop is 3 cards away, he still will have access to it if he has the resources to dig to it. Looks like taking 7 is the play from Tom. Full 5 cards on this gravy. And we know Yuki is coming up to an ally hand. And yes, as we say that, she has drawn that Kelpie that we know is in a pitch tag. Meanwhile, Tom should be near the Swiftwater Sloop.
And got a lot of gold to try to get there and immediately begin the high tide activation.
Activate Gravy.
Gravy Bones, 1 more gold remaining. Take a look at what's in the hand. There's the 1 sloop, which means the 2nd sloop has to be there as well. I think this game might be over pretty soon.
Especially with Yuki holding a no block in the form of the Kelpie. Now, of course, she can gravy that away. Does have access to gold to get rid of that non-block. But I believe she's still holding quite a few 2 blocks. This is not looking like a great outlook for our only undefeated player here at World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, those 2 sloops were pitched pretty close together. And that means they're showing up right on time. Red sloop hits the chain. 2nd blue to the pitch. 6 damage. Go again. And with 2 playing 2, Gravy Bones activation might not be enough to save Yuki Lee Bender. There will be 5 more with Go Again coming in after this at the minimum. There's already 2 floating to satisfy that cost. Then there's whatever follow-up Tom has up his sleeve. Kelpie hits the bin. Blocks are declared.
I believe she's holding a 2nd ally as well in the form of the Cutty Shark and goes all the way down to 1. Tom with an action point, 2 gold and still 3 cards remaining.
Break a gold to draw a card.
And draw a card with the gold here. Thanks to the Treasure Island getting 1 more. Blue Swiftwater Sloop draws that final card. No more gold remaining.
And when you see your opponent pitch blue Swiftwater Sloop, you have to be really terrified. What could be better than that in this spot? We're about to see. I believe it's a yellow Swiftwater Sloop coming in for 5, and that's the game. Yuki Lee Bender no longer the only undefeated player. Tom takes it down in a fantastically played Gravy Mirror in High Seas Limited.
In the battle of the boats, in the battle of the bones, only one can be victorious. And it's Tom Escoffier as the true king of the pirates here in this mirror match. Congratulations to both of our players, but at the end of the day, Yuki Lee Bender just took her first loss.
I love it when you bring out the accents, Sam. It just adds
What are
a
you
whole
talking
level
about?
of flavor.
Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about. That's just how I talk.
Every time?
That's just how I talk.
That's
how my dad speaks.
I see. I'm not even going to try and imitate it. But huge congrats to Tom over there, going 2-0 in his first draft of day 2 at World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, let's take a look at our updated pod and see how things are continuing to shake up all around the table. And what I imagined to come to pass looks to be coming to pass. I thought when this thing flipped across my screen, I'd see Naib Mobassir at 2-0, which means he's destined for our feature match table. Turns out it's correct. He'll be taking on Tom right after this. What else do you see in Ponkage?
Again, I'm looking at the Puffin, Sam. The other two Puffins that were 0-1 after the first round, both 0-2. And Nathaniel, who did win his first round in his draft format, did pick up a loss in the second round. So 1-1, no undefeated Puffins to speak of. Instead, the undefeated heroes are Marlynn and Gravy Bones, and I'm excited to see how the matchup plays out.
That also means that we might be able, we probably won't see it in our feature match area because we'll be following the undefeated to see who wins this pod, but there's a chance it's Yuki Lee Bender versus Arthur Trehet in another Gravy Bones mirror. That would be an exciting one to follow at least. But we do know that Naib Mobassir 2-0 with that Marlynn deck. I'm curious to see what kind of spice he was able to come together. We were talking to other members of our coverage team, and those covering the draft were telling me, hey, Yuki was just feeding Naib, feeding Naib, harpoon after harpoon after harpoon. So we'll have to see the kind of deck he brought together. I feel like we've been mostly seeing Hammerhead on the feature match table, but it's the Red Spine Manta that has done, in my opinion, the most exciting and explosive Marlynn games than we've seen in High Seas Limited during the season.
People definitely seem to agree that Manta Marlynn is perhaps the strongest deck you could be on in High Seas Limited, and it'll be definitely interesting to see whether Naib has managed to find that version of the deck.
We've been checking in with this feature match pod, but there's a whole Pro Tour going on, and I want to see who's doing the best among the whole tournament. We've got a bunch of 9-1s here, and Naib Mobassir is about to be taking on the second of 4 in Tom Escoffier, but we've got a number of other players kicking some butt down the lane and a whole lot of players playing Arachne slip through the cracks at the top of the standings.
No more undefeateds left, but we have 4 X1s at the top of the standings over here and a whole bunch of X2s following them. A lot of assassins in the mix here, as well as a few necromancers.
Yeah, take a look at this list, folks, because a number of the players' names that you are reading now are going to be in the top 8 of this tournament. Most likely more than one here. This is where you really start to see the cream rise to the top during a Pro Tour. A couple names I want to shout out. Liam Bennett, B-Net, baby, 8-2 on Prism. Can he escape this draft pod with enough of a record to put himself in contention? Tao Tao Chu as well, a player that I really do want to highlight, a player who has been crushing on Arachne Marionette for some time. Look at all the Slippy on these 8-2s. Oh my God.
Next page has so many
there's
assassins.
so many Slippies.
Brian Gottlieb is very, very happy about this. So many assassins in the X2 bracket over here. But of course, there is also one Florian, a sneaky Florian, has found its way into the X2 bracket.
And a Florian is exactly the deck I think you might want to be on to be taking down a Slippy unless you're playing somebody like a Yuki Lee Bender. Let's take a moment and just check out a couple of our 7-3s. These are players that would pretty much, I don't know about just straight up win out, but you'd have to win the vast majority of your future games to make it from here. A couple players that we've seen do quite well. I want to highlight 27 and 28, Pablo Pintor and Brody Spurlock, pretty much playing for their tournament lives from here on out.
Justin Fryer, of course, was also on the previous page at X3 on Azalea, and I want to shout out Esmond Heng over here and Xincheng as well, 2 Dash.io players in the X3 bracket.
Yeah, also Tommaso Vicido and Nova Chan, 2 players we highlighted at the beginning of the day at 7-1, both 7-3, which means that their draft has not gone as planned or intended, and they might have their work cut out for them. But in our feature match area, we have got 2 2-0s. We've got a Gravy Bones and we've got a Marlynn. It's going to be a battle between big boats and potentially bigger harpoons, or will it be go again? We'll have to wait and see. Keep it locked here to the Fab TCG YouTube channel to find out which of our players is the king of the hill in this pod. Will it be Tom? Will it be Naib? Will it be a harpoon? Or will it be a zombie? Wait and see. Coming up right after this. Flesh and Blood's newest Armory deck, Armory Deck Pleiades, brings the sound of suspense to your LGS this September. Featuring the brand new auras of suspense and a new take on the Guardian class, this revered rockstar looks to be a spectacle for the ages. Pre-order yours now, before the show sells out. There's only one more round of High Seas Limited left before the format is laid to the salty depths for good. And the question will be, will it be Gravy Bones or will it be Marlynn at the top of the proverbial mountain? Or should we say at the crest of the wave at the end of all things? Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bhajwani, who do you think's winning the match?
Between Tom and Naib, it's a real tough one. These players aren't just fighting to be undefeated in their draft pods, people. They are also fighting to be one of only 2 X1s remaining after the second round of draft in Day 2 of World Tour Singapore. So to answer your question, Sam, I'm going to go with the Marlynn because it's a 2 of Marlynn pod. And I believe in Tom's deck, we haven't quite seen any blockers. I think we saw 1 yellow on the horizon.
Yeah, we hope it wasn't on the horizon or else it was the ballsiest move of all time.
Exactly. So might be a little bit tough for him to deal with overpower. The equipment suite as well wasn't amazing. It wasn't the full 4 with blocking pieces of equipment. So I'm going to go with Naib over here.
Yeah, this pod was just full of absolute heavy hitters. Arthur Trehet, of course, and Yuki Lee Bender, but it was Naib and Tom who made their way to the top. And we haven't seen Marlynn be too effective. Well, really in CC or limited, but we haven't seen her really exact the game plan that we wanted to see. And we watched Yuki just crush tables all yesterday, all today, and it was Tom's Gravy Bones deck that was able to go ahead and take it down. I'm really excited to see Naib's deck. I'm really excited to see Naib's strategy because he is on some real spice in Classic Constructed. That's something I hope to be able to showcase. And the first step to showcasing Naib's deck in Classic Constructed is to see if we can showcase his win in Limited. But I want to see if it's Tom. I want to see if it's Naib. It's Gravy Bones. It's Marlynn. It's the final round of High Seas Limited in this season. Let's go ahead and take a look at both of our players and how they got here.
So Tom over here, we knew that he went 5-0 in CC, picking up only one loss yesterday to Naib Mobassir in the last round of the draft. And here he is again facing down the same opponent in the last round of the second draft of World Tour Singapore.
Tom Escoffier, of course, on Arachne, slipped through the cracks in Classic Constructed. And so you can see took down a couple mirrors, a Gravy Bones, and a Fang on his way to that 5-0 CC record. In this pod, wow, look at the two players that Tom has taken down to get here. Round 9, Arthur Trehet. Round 10, Yuki Lee Bender. Are we seeing a star of Limited in the making?
That's what Pro Tours are about, Sam. This is where you start facing all these known players and you have to take them down. He's taken on Arthur Trehet and Yuki Lee Bender already. Now the question is whether he can take down Naib Mobassir. Let's go ahead and take a look at Naib's record through day 1 of World Tour Singapore. Went 4-1 in CC, only taking one loss to Xincheng on the Dash.io. However, went 3-0 in draft yesterday and looking to repeat that record today. Once again, the final match of this draft against Tom Escoffier as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at his 2 draft games so far, taking down Xincheng and Nathaniel, getting wins against both of them. Question is, can he maintain that undefeated draft record? And that's one of those things, Sam, where if you get to come out of a World Tour saying you went 6-0 in draft, that just gives you such an incredible feeling.
Here comes a pill for the wreck. It's the first game action of this final game of High Seas Limited, a format that players and spectators alike have described as fantastic, has described as one of the best Flesh and Blood has ever had the privilege of playing. The question is, who will be the final champion here as Pro Tour Singapore rockets towards the end of the limited rounds?
I was really hoping we would see Naib with the Manta Marlynn
Dude,
build.
it's Hammerhead all
However,
weekend.
It's canon again, but I do want to point out he's got the full suite of equipment, of a very strong set of equipment for Naib, and that's the sort of pieces you can find when you are the 2 of Marlynn in a pod.
And also for Naib here on the first action of the game, bought a piece of equipment block against a deck that doesn't have a lot of equipment. And if you're playing this Marlynn build, you have to imagine Naib is hoping to overpower, so he is happy to get some equipment blocks early.
I have to wonder whether maybe Tom was caught in a couple too many allies or some power cards that he didn't want to get rid of. Looks like Burly Bone's going to come and hit the combat chain over here, discarding Cutty Shark, will confer the overpower, probably near guaranteeing that he gets a first piece of gold thanks to Treasure Island.
Second counter up on the island. Thanks to that first attack from Naib, a little bit of a grimace as he looks at his hand. Take a look at what he's working with.
So Naib does have the option to give up a few pieces of equipment if he wants to deny Tom the first piece of gold. And we've spoken about this before. The first piece of gold against Gravy Bones is incredibly important.
Naib,
However, is it worth giving up that many pieces of equipment?
oh yeah, take 6 is the call from Naib. He's ready to use all 5 of those cards. So the first 2 gold over to Gravy Bones. Over to Tom, proving himself an absolute killer in this pod, taking down veritable titans. But now it's a new Marlynn deck in his way in Naib Mobassir.
And I believe we're about to see why Naib was okay giving Tom 2 gold over here. We spoke about this before. Gravy Bones' ability is an instant speed activation. So if you try and play a Mutiny when they're only 1 gold up on you, they could activate that at instant speed and deny you the effect of the Mutiny. But when they're 2 gold ahead of you, they have no option but to let the Mutiny resolve. Naib is going to steal a gold, and his next attack is going to get go again.
Calling the big guns.
Yeah.
Calling the big guns, going to go ahead and load in a nettling shot.
Right. Yep.
Gets to come in face up, and we'll have go again.
And +3 as well, thanks to calling the big guns.
And the gold does mean that Marlynn can get activated here.
And he is holding on to a portside exchange, so
Yeah.
he could activate Marlynn, make the Goldfin Harpoon, portside exchange away the Goldfin Harpoon to remake the gold and get a fresh card off the top, which will also confer a Marlynn load.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the best way for Naib to use the go again. You know he wants to.
Block 6. Trigger around
There's
your
the
right.
on the horizon. Look at the top card of the deck. So it was a yellow on the horizon last game. For those of you who are paying attention, it's finally been cleared up.
19.
1 over, down to 19 goes Tom.
I'll make another gold.
Another gold, up to 2 goes Naib.
So Tom knows the top card of the deck already without a compass activation, thanks to On the Horizon. However, that is one of the few block cards that we have seen in his deck. So won't have access to that in the late game for late game overpowers. Now Naib over here, instead of using portside exchange after Marlynn's ability, just decided to pitch it to a gold. So goes down to 1 gold. There's a Marlynn load on the stack. Oh, he's activating Marlynn now
Not Marvel.
Yeah, I know.
to use the other gold. I believe he found a
Tipple.
golden tipple off the
Yeah,
top. That was
golden
his random
tipple.
draw.
Make
So
a
gonna
go,
trade the
go.
Goldfin Harpoon for another random card off the top, as well as regenerate the gold.
17?
Lots of churning going on over here on our Pirate Ranger side. Question is he going to use that gold right now and pitch into it to draw a card? Because I believe he found a blue headshot off the top.
Tom,
Activate gold.
gonna go ahead and watch as Naib activates the gold again. Draws a card. He's still looking for something good here.
Was not hoping for a blue arrow. He found a blue headshot off the top of when he drew off the golden tipple. And then cracked the goal and found another blue after a blue Sikkim shot. He definitely wanted something a little bit more offensive. Remember, he took a full 6 to the face for this and gave the opponent 2 gold. Well, he stole 1 back right away, but gave the opponent some gold as well. And against a deck like Gravy Bones, you are very happy with cards like blue, yellow, any color of Sikkim shot in your arsenal in case they resolve some sort of ally. So being forced to use it over there just to be efficient with his hand, probably not where he wanted to be.
Let's see just how Tom wants to go ahead and continue the turn. It's going to be a flying high. This is a great starter for Mr. Gravy Bones. Going to go ahead, come in with the Cutty Shark as the follow-up now that the blue has been played, and it gets go again thanks to that flying high. This is like as perfect a starter as you could ask for.
Still has 1 floating over here and 1 card, I believe. Again on his Cutty Shark as well. Is that just going to be a pitch to gold to dig for something else? Does he actually have a follow-up to this Cutty Shark? No more allies in the graveyard right now to resolve. And Naib needs to figure out a way to deal with this Cutty Shark on his turn as well. Can be a scary ally to just leave around. Does offer Tom a lot of value, especially if he's able to get a wide board state.
Naib going to give this one a... It's due. Both players sitting at 9-1. A win here puts them in a pretty dominating position to make the top 8 of Pro Tour Singapore. A life-changing moment and proposition for any Flesh and Blood player.
Taking 4 to the face is Naib Mobassir. 1 gold, another piece of gold headed over to Tom's side. Gravy Bone's going to be activated using one of those gold pieces. Is that another ally that's going to hit the bin? Yes, it is. Chowder hits the bin. A blue has been played this turn. That was a flying high to start this turn. Chowder can be played onto the field, which should leave Tom with 2 allies. Very scary proposition for an opposing Marlynn. We know the blue Sikkim shot already was used on the previous turn.
Break a gold to draw.
You go ahead and draw off the top. Let's see what the rip is.
I think he's
It
digging
is
for
a
a blue.
and he found it. The Chowder gets to come in and gain a life, as that activation is an instant speed ability. Tom here, trusting the top of the deck and getting rewarded. The sleeves are blue, and the top of the deck, blue as the sea.
That was one of those moments where either gamble can potentially just pay off for Tom. If you find a red, you're just happy to arsenal it, but if you find a blue, then you get to resolve your Chowder. It's a very good draw for Tom off the top over there. And now Naib had Arsenal to call in the big guns the previous turn. Gets a load in the Sikkim shot. Is coming in for 7. Question is he clearing an ally or is it going straight to the face? Now Naib over here taking a bit of a gamble on his own. I believe he's holding on to 2 salvage shots. So he really wants the gold off of the treasure island to load a salvage shot and clear one of these allies and send the salvage shot right to the bottom of the deck. There's a little bit more of an efficient clear. But if Tom sniffs this out and blocks out the Sikkim shot, denying Naib Mobassir the gold, now he might be forced to use the Glidewell Fins over here to clear an ally and not IP himself. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Use the Glidewell Fins, load in the salvage shot, gets to clear an ally, and arsenal the other salvage shot.
That's going to take care of the Chowder, as both of those activations are free, but one of them's an instant. So Chowder went ahead and gained 2 life.
He remembers to put a salvage shot to the bottom of the deck. That would have been a bit of a scary moment if he forgot that.
Activate Curry.
So Naib here took a bunch of damage and now just has to stare down another attack for 4. As Naib, unfortunately for him, keeps taking licks, but not sending back the offense that makes you think it was worth it.
And that's a fork that Gravy puts you in. You need to sometimes take what we call true damage, where the ally's attacking and you're forced to take the ally hits so that you can clear it on your turn. Especially if you don't have too much go again. Like right now in Naib's hand, not a lot of go again to speak of. And he has a salvage shot in Arsenal, so might be forced to just make an inefficient block here. 2-card blocking 4, just to clear the Cutty Shark and Arsenal, and then hand it over to the opponent. Does have a good selection of cards for Arsenal over here. Has another Call in the Big Guns, I believe, and a Redfin Harpoon.
Players, you're just going to go ahead and give the decks a count. Neither player has a weapon to speak of.
17 here. That's a barnacle you're pitching.
Should be 10 in the graveyard.
Yep. Cool.
Both players doing a quick deck count. Remember, this format can sometimes go to fatigue, so Naib wants to make sure he's got that count before he makes his inefficient block, and there he goes, using 2 cards to block 4.
I'm going to kill this guy.
And the salvage shot just going to come through, take care of the Cutty Shark, go back to the bottom.
Find the hole, goes down to the bottom to join the salvage shot as well.
You were on the
It wasn't a Call in the Big Guns, it was a Find the Hole, and that means the Redfin Harpoon has hit Marlyn's Arsenal over here.
19.
Very, very strong Harpoon in this format. However, does mean Naib needs to keep 2 blues on his turn to get full value from that, which can be a bit of a tough ask when you are at 10. And also, if Tom resolves an ally, you might not be very happy sending the Redfin Harpoon at face.
Naib's taken licks and has just been clearing allies. He's got the salvage shot, so he does have some tech into the matchup. They're going to stick around for later, and you have to imagine that's why they're in the deck. Even if they are just the yellow variety, they take care of most of the problems. As the crash down the gates is going to go ahead and reveal the blue fin harpoon, which takes this attack from 5 to 7.
So Naib with a couple of the rare harpoons available in this format. Redfin Harpoon in his arsenal right now. Bluefin Harpoon at the top of the deck. And this is exactly what Naib wants to see. He just wants to see attacks come out from the Gravy Bones deck, not in the form of allies, so that he can actually send an arrow to Tom's face. And also, as you pointed out, Sam, thanks to salvage shots, potentially threaten a fatigue angle in this matchup.
This is 8 overpower.
8 overpower on the Redfin Harpoon comes down.
Let's take a look at Tom's hand over here. If he only has 1 red, he can just block with that and dodge the on-hit. However, that itself can sometimes confer quite a bit of value. That red Restless Bones, if he's forced to block with it, you know, looking at his hand over here, he might have actually much preferred being able to resolve that card.
All these yesterday, or was that someone else?
yeah, I think.
Sorry, this should be 4.
Remember, 4 counters on Treasure Island as well, but this has overpower, so Tom might be forced to just let Naib have quite a bit of gold, while he himself is sitting on a grand total of 0.
Restless Bones committed to the block, because it would be ripped from the hand with the Harpoon's Go Fish effect. As you can see, the massive crab being taken care of. Instead of a crab in this scenario, it looks like we're taking care of a big undead homie with a cutlass and a tricorn hat. Make the gold from the on-hit effect. 3 cards revealed, blue and 2 yellows.
2 allies, Limpet, Swabby, and Jittery Bones, I
I don't have a
believe.
lot of reds, I'm playing gravy.
Where does this go again? Oh, man,
That's a fair point from Tom. Gravy doesn't want to draft or have too many reds in the deck.
You can hear, now he said, reading Jittery Bones says, oh, wait, oh, man, let's go again. It's the blue starter. He knows he's got the ally in the hand to discard. Jittery Bones comes out, discards the Limpet. Limpet can come out and get in the red zone here with a go again attack as well.
And Limpet is so annoying for Naib to deal with. Potentially the more efficient way for him to deal with involves a Goldfin Harpoon just being sent at a Limpet. But that 1 health sticky ally that promises value after value, turn after turn for Tom. Naib does need to deal with that the moment it comes down. And Tom is holding on to a Swabby in hand, so can pay for the Limpet and swing with it as well.
Looks like this might be a block with the Rally the Coast Guard. Big attack. Blocking the little attack there as an attack for 7 blocks, an attack for 2. 2 defense on the Rally the Coast Guard. Trying to stop the Treasure Island as Limpet comes in. Swabby going to head and hit the pitch.
It comes in with go again. Naib, yeah, forced to block inefficiently over here. Once again, using 2 cards, each of them only blocking 2.
Now Naib's got to deal with the limpet.
And looks like Golf and Harpoon might be the way he decides to deal with it. But that costs him 2 gold, Sam. Uses 1 to make a Golf and Harpoon, uses another so he can actually get a Marlynn load. Loads the Harpoon.
But
Now,
then
is he
commits
going
so
to...
many resources just to kill a limpet.
Yeah, he could. He has the option to buff this up. He has a 0 for 3 buff. He can buff, activate the cannon, and send a massive Harpoon face. But since it's not lethal, he just decides his best play is to actually just clear the limpet.
And he might be wondering if he can run this Gravy Bones deck out of threats, but we know that at the end of the day, Tom's deck is just chock full of sloops, go-again attacks, and battalion barks. I mean, his Gravy Bones deck is stacked. He's a 1 of 3 gravy, but on his way to this feature match, he has taken down the other 2 gravies in this pod.
We also saw Swabby just hit the pitch zone on the previous turn as well. That's another high priority, high attack value ally that Tom will have access to in the late game.
Mutiny on the battalion bark. Gonna go ahead, steal the gold. Card being drawn here.
Are we going to start seeing some sloops come out, or potentially even some battalion barks to go along with the buff from the mutiny? That's 2 blues in the pitch zone, and that's a Swiftwater sloop coming in for 8 go again against Naib.
These Swiftwater sloops have been so impressive for Tom Escoffier.
You know, knowing him, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a yellow Swiftwater sloop come out right after this, Sam.
How about a battalion bark for your troubles? Naib's got to think about this. He just took care of a limpet. He's been clearing allies all game. Tom counting the cards, thinking about his pitch stack.
So
Blocking 8 here, yeah. And gaining 1 from the Sirens of Safe Harbor, but now only 1 card left in hand.
I think Naib recognizing that if these aren't ally attacks, he cannot use his precious life total to just soak these non-ally attacks. He needs to make sure he has a life total to soak up ally attacks later on to clear them with the salvage shots that he's got coming up.
Both players counting decks again as they are both so aware of the potential for this game to go to fatigue.
You don't have gold, right?
What?
You don't have gold, right?
No.
Block 4?
Yeah, sure.
Block 4 to stop the gold from the treasure island. So there goes the old knocker. Now just a patch of hole remains. Naib just doing the gold denial, trying to keep Gravy Bones from that optionality. Say, hey, you've used your action points last turn. Can you find more and do it again? Naib's going to go ahead and draw back up. Hope that the salvage shots are enough for him to win this game in the end.
And that's a fascinating aspect of this format, Sam, where the range is actually the one that seems to be the most likely to fatigue its opponents thanks to Treasure Island and thanks to the inevitability of overpower. So Naib here putting the onus on Tom, saying, can you consistently put on the pressure? How much go again do you actually have? How many allies do you actually have to close out this game? Because if you don't, I will deterministically be able to close it out with a functional weapon from the Goldfin Harpoons that keep getting refreshed thanks to Treasure Island.
12.
And of course, salvage shots as well.
11 cards for Naib and 12 cards for Tom. 11 life for Naib and 12 life for Tom.
Haven't seen a single of the battalion barks yet from Tom this game. We saw 2 red ones in his game against Yuki Bender in the previous match, where he did manage to take down the undefeated Titan. And is now fighting to be the undefeated player in this second draft of World Tour Singapore.
Blue Nimblism. And the quick clicks can be activated here. And it's a blue that's now hit the graveyard for the battalion bark. You're telling me this attack is about to be 9 go again with 2 floating?
And the Nimblism buff as well for any follow-up that Tom might have. Nimblism, of course, not going to buff the battalion bark. Swiftwater Sloop coming up. A whole bunch of big boats from Tom's side.
Gravy Bones may be the shipwrecked looter. But like one of our greatest friends in flesh and blood, at the moment he is looking like the captain of the armada. So many ships, so many vessels at his behest and command as he looks to make the final call forward to victory.
No allies at his command right now, though, Sam. So Naib, trying to take a look, trying to see how susceptible to fatigue is Tom over here. Has one card remaining in his hand. Is he going to block with it? With these cards he's blocking with right now, we know that we have come to pitch stack. The red headshot and blue headshot were the first two cards that Naib pitched this game. And the port side exchange as well. Looks like the salvage shot, one of the two that we knew he has, is being used to block, and that explains why he was taking a while to think about that block. Because didn't want to give up that critical arrow.
That's his fatigue breaker. You have one salvage shot and one card to pitch for it. You can continually just pitch the salvage shot. It will hit if your opponent has no cards, so it goes to the bottom of your deck and it becomes a pseudo weapon. But if you don't have any more left in your deck, then you are as susceptible to fatigue as the undead necromancer on the other side.
And that's the second salvage shot drawn here for Naib Mobassir. The other functional weapon is in the form of goldfin harpoons, but those do need to hit so that you can continuously get more gold to create more goldfin harpoons.
Both players here trying to find their key to win. Naib is 4 cards down from the 11 he had. 7 cards total remaining for Naib. Tom committed 3 cards on that last turn, so he's got 9 left.
And one more red battalion bark is something we can definitely expect.
A lot of allies and a fiddler's green in this hand. Does have 2 gold and a mutiny, but with the gold difference, have to take some activating and some gravy bones.
Could pitch to a gold and activate gravy bones as well to go lower. And since Marlynn's ability is not an instant speed, as long as you go to 0 gold against Naib's 1, the mutiny will be active, which will be the blue that you've played this turn for Gravy Bones' effect. Gonna go ahead and headstone away the Swabi. We knew that was coming up, and he's holding on to 2 allies as well. Can Tom put an end to this fatigue strategy that Naib is trying to employ on him with the help of these 3 undead crew members?
Yeah, sorry.
Headstone to the bottom.
No blue has hit the graveyard yet. Looks like he's going down to 0 gold, so probably wants to resolve the mutiny to be the blue that turns on Gravy's ability. And that is a worryingly small deck size, Sam.
Yeah,
it looks
both
like
of
2
these
cards
players
remaining alongside the Fiddler's Green and Burly Bones are currently in the pitch.
Question is which of these players can find the angle. Naib's got that second and final salvage shot, so if he has to block with it here on this turn, the problem is his arsenal has been, stuffed up for the last number of turns, so he doesn't have it open to be able to park that salvage shot away for safety later.
And that's the last gold taken away from Naib over here, which means he can't even make Goldfin Harpoons to start the train of Goldfin Harpoons that are overpowered to keep getting gold off of Treasure Island. So he's going to might be forced to hold on to the salvage shot if he wants to keep the fatigue train going.
Thing about this Gravy Bones deck that Tom has found himself with is it is pretty hard to fatigue with all of these incredible attacks and mutinies that he has. I mean, even this mutiny on the Swiftwater gives an attack go again. He's got so many action points. He's got so many big attacks that don't require allies. We'll see if Naib is able to get there, but Tom's deck looks to be darn near unfatigable.
Especially since one of the allies that he's going to have access to is that Swabi, which is going to attack for 7 to Naib's 9 life total. It's incredibly difficult to fatigue this alongside all the big boats that we know he has. 2 more allies hitting the pitchstone for Tom over here, and he will have the gold to go ahead and bin them and potentially resolve them as well and put Naib in that spot that Gravy Bones wants to put his opponents in.
Naib just checking out what's going to remain in the deck, as 2 of those cards will be drawn on this turn for Tom, unless gold is made and then gold is used. Naib wants to know what could be coming.
And remember, this Swabi's attack also has go again thanks to Mutiny on the Swiftwater's effect. So 7 go again is the ask from Tom here against Naib. Both players fighting to be the 3-0 in this draft pod of, quite frankly, a whole bunch of killers. Arthur Trehet, Yuki, Bennett, a whole bunch of known names, a whole bunch of known draft aficionados in this draft pod.
Tom Escoffier might find himself in a new echelon if he's able to stand alone atop this massive, massive pod.
as a 3 of gravy, no less. It wasn't even like he was fed gravy in a completely open gravy seat. He carved his path to find all these big boats, find just the right number of allies, the right allies to come out on top in this draft pod.
I love seeing Naib tap the table. He's thinking about this block. He's thinking about his next block. He's thinking about the attack on a future turn. He's thinking about how he can utilize the salvage shot. He's thinking so many turns ahead to attempt to find the way forward.
Potentially also thinking about the patch the hole, Sam. Might be able to unbrick that arsenal if that indeed is a brick.
Good call.
And there could also be an additional blocking card if he wants it.
Block 5 on 7, Blue Battalion Bark. And the Monkey Powder getting in the way. So down to 7 goes Naib. And there's more gold for Tom. So this turn continues to change up. But it looks like it's just going to be a pass. The pitch stack gets organized. The Compass will get untapped.
So doesn't use the go again from the Mutiny of the Swiftwater.
Let's see which 2 cards Tom wanted. As the call on the big gun, salvage shots in for that big attack to take care of the Swabby. And now the salvage shot gets to go back to the bottom. But is it going to be enough?
And that was a call in the big guns. That was in Naib's arsenal. Naib draws his last hand this game. 4 cards remaining. One of them is a salvage shot, but he doesn't have any gold. So he won't be able to load the salvage shot, at least on his turn. You need to put it in arsenal manually at the end of his turn and then send it following. But Tom, we know he has 2 more allies left.
Yeah, I don't know if Naib has enough life to work with. If Tom can find a way to resolve one of these allies, yes, the salvage shot can take care of it. Then from there, does Naib have enough life to play with for whatever these final attacks are? There's a number of allies left. We saw the Cuddy Shark get pitched away.
That mutiny from Tom's side was backbreaking for Naib. If Naib had 1 gold, he could have used Patch the Hole to bring up that call in the big guns, either keep it in deck or maybe even block with it and just pitch to gold to send a salvage shot to the Swabby.
Keep a card in deck as well, yeah.
Because he had no more gold, he was forced to use the call in the big guns for nothing other than a Marlynn load.
Really good point there. It's always good to resolve these mutinies. This might be a pod-winning mutiny for Thomas Escoffier.
7 cards on Tom's side, 2 Naibs for 3 gold as well for Tom, 2 Naibs 0, 2 allies as well for Tom. This is looking like a really rough spot.
And Restless Bones now comes in. 4 go again. There's a Cuddy Shark that can be resolved because this is a blue card that's about to hit the yard. Naib blocks 3, takes 1, down to 6.
And Naib has to just do everything in his power to just not block with a salvage shot. And 1 other card, so he has pitched to attack with a salvage shot as well.
I mean, he'll be there on this turn most likely because this is just Cuddy Shark that comes in for 4. Naib can either take it or block for 3.
I probably forgot. Did we put the gold? It won't matter, but...
Players just making sure Treasure Island triggers are accounted for. He has a fire in the hole that was pitched.
I don't remember if you put the gold on Treasure Island. I don't mind not taking it. It won't change the game.
It wasn't on. You need to add it.
Okay, so I get
Okay.
1 more gold here from the one we had.
So you should have the gold. Okay.
They got the gold because the 1 damage did come over the top.
I have to think here.
You can hear Naib thinking about this turn. What does he have remaining? Talking it through.
Nerve-wracking moment for both our players over here.
They want to be the lone undefeated of this draft pod.
Yeah, go to 2.
The answer is take 4 from Naib, go to 2. Because the life totals are not the story here. It's all about the salvage shot.
He's 1 more call in the big guns. Salvage shot gonna go in and clear out the Cuddy Shark. Now he has the last 2 cards in his deck. It's the yellow salvage shot and the blue that needs to be pitched for the salvage shot. Can't block with any of those cards anymore, otherwise Naib will be fatigued.
A single card blocks means game, set, match here. So the question is, does Tom literally have any attack that he can resolve? He's got a Burly Bones. And I think
Overpower as
that is
well.
enough.
Forced to block with a salvage shot. Taking 1 is Naib down to 1. 1 more gold goes away to Tom's side. Just needs to resolve that ally that we know he has, a Barnacle. And this would be game.
Got to find the starter, which he has. There's the blue. which means that the ally comes in, which means the fist bump is extended. And at the end of High Seas Limited in our game's lifespan, I'll say it, there might be a new king of the Pirates. It's Tom Escoffier, who stands alone atop this draft pod. He took down a Pro Tour champion. He took down a national and calling champion. He takes down Naib Mobassir, moves on to 3-0 in the pod, and X-1 in the tournament. What a run for him, huh?
What an incredible deck he drafted, and what incredible play from him as well, utilizing the big boats, knows the value of them when he was drafting them, knows how they need to be employed in the game itself, responding to the opponent. We've seen him execute every strategy. We saw him play the tempo game against Yuki, and we saw him play the anti-fatigue strategy into Naib as well. I think we're seeing a new big name in the books.
I absolutely would have to agree. Let's take a look in a moment at this updated pod and see how it all shook out, how the rest of our players did, because this will have an enormous amount of implications for the rest of this tournament, as this pod was filled with 7-1s and the lone 8-0. What are you noticing, Ponkage?
Well, again, Sam, story of the way I like to view these draft pods. How did the Puffins do? Nathaniel did end up going 2-1, but my heart goes out to Xincheng over here. All 3 on that Puffin for his day 2 draft. Bit of an unfortunate run for him over there. But of course, I think story of this draft pod has to be Tom Escoffier going undefeated. And we also have to point out our feature drafter, Yuki Lee Bender, ended up going 1-2, so did lose her 3rd round of draft as well in this pod.
Yeah, Yuki's still very much alive in this tournament thanks to going 9-0 up until those 2 losses, but she's going to have a little bit more of a challenging path forward if she wants to capture her first Pro Tour top 8. Arthur Trehet, though, 2-1. That should keep him at an X-2 record moving up into the Swiss rounds for Classic Constructed as well. But shout out to Nathaniel. You talked about the Puffins, was able to make it that 2-1 as a 3F Puffin. That's not a foregone conclusion. We've seen Puffin do quite well throughout this season, so I think the story of Puffin's death in High Seas Limited was perhaps greatly exaggerated.
And with that, that is the end of the draft rounds, folks, which means we will be going to Classic Constructed rounds very, very soon. But I believe that before that, we do have an interview coming up.
Yeah, let's hear from the king of the Pirates himself. I want to hear from Tom about his thoughts on the High Seas games and his thoughts moving forward into Classic Constructed. Let's hear from the man.
Of course, we're kicking off day 2 of Pro Tour Singapore with draft once again, and already our front runners are starting to rise to the top. I've got a chance to chat with Tom Escoffier here on the backside of a 3-0 draft here in day 2. Just a quick snapshot of how you're feeling right now. That's obviously an amazing result to take it, a very powerful pod.
Yeah, I was like really impressed to manage to go 3-0 with my draft. Like when we finished drafting, I was a bit unsure. Like I thought the deck was good, but maybe not 3-0 good. Like more like 2-1. So I'm really, really glad like to have made it. Like day 2 was a bit of a. I was a bit frightened at the beginning of the day because I managed to do day 2 in Osaka last year, same result 7-1, and then I crashed down completely day 2. So I was like, I don't want it to happen again. So yeah.
So far, so good, man. I mean, we just got to see your final match there against Naib Mobassir. Tell me, like, how you felt like with your games coming out of that draft. You feel like you were in the right seat? I'd love to know, like, just the cliff notes of how you felt at the start of the day 2 here.
I'm not certain I was in the right seat. Well, it turns out I was the disposition. I was more like, if I can go gravy, I'm going to go gravy because that's what I'm most comfortable with in draft. And I'm going to get like as many extenders as I can, like sloops and restless bones and jittery bones and blue activators, and grab good allies, and then just like play good flesh and blood, set up a pitch track, and then crack 5-6 goals if I can manage to, and send like 18 to 20 turns, 20 damage turns.
So I guess conversely, compared to Osaka, you're off to a great start today after a really good day. When you've got to be feeling good, let's talk about Classic Constructed. That's obviously coming up. Your deck choice is Arachne Slips through the cracks.
Totally.
Obviously, really strong day 1 performance. You feel pretty well positioned in this current metagame?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that many Arachne. I was a bit surprised. Like we were mostly expecting like a split between Arachne, Gravy, and Cindra, like somewhat all represented equally.
Yep.
I think Slippy from all of them is like the most consistent of the decks. Like it has the best spread of matchups. It doesn't have maybe the same highs as Gravy Bones can have, which I think like in the hands of the best players is the best deck. But like sometimes it can just crumble itself.
Sure.
And I didn't have like the reps with Slippy with Gravy to go, and I'm I'm an aggro player at heart, so I'm just taking what I feel is the best aggro deck. And I think Slippy fills that role a bit better than Cindra at the moment because of the matchup threat and the matchup against Cindra.
Now, we're kind of, we were introduced to what French Fresh and Blood was able to provide to us last year with obviously Arthur Trehet and his performance in Pro Tour LA. He's having a good showing so far as well. He's also one of your locals, so how does it feel sort of standing shoulder to shoulder with him at a tournament where you're both representing your country and putting on great results?
Well, I don't feel I'm still shoulder to shoulder with him, but like it's super cool. Like we go as like a group of friends. We're like 8 French and 2 like French-speaking Belgian and Swiss. Sharing like the same Airbnb, and we prepped mostly together with Arthur, with Evan, and with the rest of the French team. So there's like a sense of like team spirit coming in, so it's really cool, and we try to cheer up each other. I had to face Arthur round 1 of the draft today, so it was a bit like bittersweet to like have one of us like go
team kill,
go X2, but like I was pretty sure seeing his deck that he's probably going to be able to 2-1. I hope so. I hope I don't curse him. But yeah, it feels amazing, like to come and like be like we are French and we're doing great at Flesh and Blood, because I think we have an amazing community in France, and that's really the spirit of the game.
I think I speak for all of us when I say we're really excited to see what you and Arthur and obviously the entire French scene still has for us in general, but also today here. 10-1, Thomas Escoffier after our limited rounds here in day number 2. Definitely on a collision course with a high placing. Thanks so much for your time. Thank you for joining me, and good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Top of the crow's nest and the top of the standings there for Thomas Escoffier at a 10-1, our lone X1. You heard it from Mitch. Probably destined for at least a high placement, if not a top 8.
A wide variety of heroes that we see in the rest of the X2 bracket as well. However, Slippy and Gravy were the 2 heroes to watch, but there are still a couple of ninjas that have something to say about that in the form of Ira Scarlet Revenger, piloted by Naib, and also Cindra, piloted by Nathaniel. But there's also a different assassin, aside from Slip to the Cracks, piloted by Tao Tao Chu, is that Arachne Marionette, which he popularized. The build that is currently being played by Marionettes around the world was popularized by Tao Tao Chu. And of course, we have to talk about that one of Sneaky Florian.
Yeah, Sneaky Florian that wants to go ahead and find the Slippies and maybe not as much the Gravies. Let's look ahead at some of our other X and 2s and X and 3s. Let's talk a little bit about it, Punkage, as we look. Holy moly, that's a lot of Slippy. But as we look at this, some context, X and 3 losses and only 3 losses means you should be in this top 8, depending on if there are any weird draws or breakers. So you look at these X3s, they win 4 rounds of Classic Constructed, they get in the top 8.
Their work's going to be cut out for them, Sam. If they want to make it to top 8 of World Tour Singapore, cannot afford another loss at all in the next 4 Classic Constructed rounds. Here we see even more X3s. Here we see a little bit more variety. Still 3 Slippies on the board, a couple of Gravy Bones, but we finally see a Verdance as well. 2 Verdances, excuse me. Lawwyn and Edison representing that Earth Wizard hero. And of course, we see a Dash IO as well, piloted by Xincheng.
Yeah, I hate to say it. I don't want to be that guy, but I suppose I will. Well, there were a lot of Kanos doing well during the first 5 rounds of CC, and then we've had 2 drafts.
He's gonna say it. Don't say it.
I ain't seen any Kano up there, brother. I ain't seeing any Kano anymore. They're not beating the allegations, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not. People used to say wizard players can't draft. It turns out it's just Kano players that can't draft because the Verdances are still there. There's even a Cilio there as well.
There's in there. So at the end of the day, we've really figured out what's actually important at the Pro Tour, and that is Kano players still can't draft. But they certainly blasted a lot of people in those first 5 rounds, including we have to look forward and talk about someone who else was blasting people out of the water, and that is the king of the Pirates. That's Tom Escoffier, who moves on undefeated in this draft pot, taking down Naib, Mobassir. Both players all smiles, but I would hazard to imagine that one player is smiling slightly more than the other, as he is now X1, primed for a top 8. Let's find out who joins him.
High Seas draft has come and gone, and as far as being a device in order for us to separate the cream of the crop from the rest of the pack, it's been very useful. And in terms of providing its entertainment, absolutely delivered. But now it's time, Brian, to turn our attention back to Classic Constructed. Still some big names, amidst the pack, and we got a chance to see our standings after those limited rounds. A lot of gravy, a lot of Slippy out there.
Yeah, speaking of big names, maybe the biggest name in all of Flesh and Blood in the feature match area this round. How about Michael Hamilton? That's right. It's that time in the Pro Tour where Michael Hamilton starts to distance himself from the field. And I've said time and time again, if he is in striking distance when we get to this point in day 2, sometimes it kind of feels like a foregone conclusion that he can get the job done, but there's a lot of great players still left in the field and still 4 rounds of Classic Constructed left to play.
He's the guy, you would never rule him out, right? His last big finish was that Battle Hardened in Las Vegas, got that second place showing. He's obviously featured at many top tables and has been hitting the ground hard on this High Seas Classic Constructed format. So certainly is someone to look out for. And again, we like to wait till a little bit later in the tournament to cover Michael. Otherwise, we'll be covering his games basically all day long. He always tends to find his way to the pointy end of things. And as perhaps highest earning player in terms of tournament finishes, Michael Hamilton has really rewritten so many of the rules of this game in terms of how players approach it, looking at the math, looking at how to, the value proposition of turn cycles and certain card combinations. So he's someone who a lot of people take cues from here, and he's always innovating. He's always at the front of the pack.
Yeah, especially when it has come to Gravy Bones. You mentioned did have that second place finish at a Battle Hardened in Las Vegas, but also had a Battle Hardened win most recently in Houston, taking down Michael Funk in a Gravy Mirror in the finals, and continues to play Gravy Bones. And it sounds like he's ready to do that for all of us right now, as he has gotten himself steeled to play down in the feature match area. There you see on the right-hand side, it is Michael Hamilton on Gravy Bones.
Connor Leverton will be his opponent representing Japan. Gravy Bones in the hands of Michael Hamilton. Very powerful deck. I kind of expected to see him, like on Verdance or something. That would have been more thematic here for Michael, but this is the most powerful deck. You'll note the quick dodge flexes in the equipment slot here. Definitely going to be important in this matchup against Arachne Slip through the cracks. We're going to open up here with a yellow golden tipple.
I feel like this is the defining matchup, or one of them. At least now in this stage, this is the defining matchup. Earlier on in the tournament, I said it was all about Cindra versus Gravy Bones. The Cindras have fallen by the wayside to some extent. The Arachne Slip through the cracks absolutely have not. How does Michael feel about this particular matchup? We're going to see what his plan is here, kicking things off with that golden tipple, as well as the Sawbones already ready to do its thing.
Swiftwater Swell will be the follow-up to this golden tipple, a Dead Threads activation for that required resource. See Michael likes to play with their left-handed configuration with his equipment on his right. And it's kind of just taking that damage as well, going down to 35 here. So he's sitting on a card in Arsenal, definitely wants to crack in with a powerful turn. But Michael definitely been able to get off to the races here. Sawbones hits the board. A pretty relevant, I think, ally in this kind of matchup. Being able to prevent damage coming in makes the math for clearing allies a little bit more complex for Connor.
Oh, it also does a good job of messing up those dagger hits, flick knives type stuff. It kind of is a must clear for these Arachne Slip through the cracks. And anytime you can dictate the pace of the game, that's a really good position to be in, especially for Michael Hamilton. It really feels a lot of his theory of Flesh and Blood is built around telling his opponents what to do, bossing them around.
And the kind of play that's trended towards the decks that can have these deterministic outcomes over longer games, right? He was obviously a prolific Oldhim player during that period of time. Sawbones, you have to target it first, essentially. Need to deal with it. Okay, mark of the Black Widow here to follow up that pain in the backside.
Going to call out the equipment suite over on Connor Leverton's side. Not only is it Black Tech Whispers, kind of a unique choice, but also has it nicely slabbed up there, ready to go.
Crown of Providence here for the Slippy. Not super surprising, but we've obviously seen like Mask of Perdition, and of course with the Marionette, we've seen that Mask of Deceit brought in. There was a time where some Slippies were actually trying Mask of Deceit because they could, become an agent of chaos, with that equipment. I didn't quite didn't quite take, though.
Yeah, for Hamilton, also Crown of Providence in the head slot. Early on, we were seeing a lot of Crown of Dominion, but it feels to have fallen by the wayside. I've seen some Balance of Justice as well from Gravy Bones here this weekend.
Yeah, also the Regicide tech coming out of some of these Arachne decks is
A little
actually
scary,
relevant
yeah.
against Cindra and these decks that want to run Crown of Dominion. it's a little frightening.
You can punish them pretty hard. I've actually seen it happen. I wondered if I would, leave this mortal coil without ever having seen a Regicide victory. But yeah, they're real. They happen now.
I think I saw Tautau actually beat a Cindra with it not so long ago. Watch out, Fang players. You're not immune from that either. Gold-baited hook here, of course, is free, given that Golden Tipper will be generating a gold token. Hamilton up to 2. And there's a Chum and a Rigor Mortis, so a lot of those really premium allies in terms of presenting legitimate damage threats, and also Chum's ability to redirect that damage back towards him is important against this Slip Through the Cracks that does want to play an up-tempo style of game.
Hamilton is such a great guy, such a good sport. Same with, I would say, maybe his lone peer, Pablo Pintor. These guys won't play into this rivalry whatsoever.
No, they
every
just
time
refuse.
I egg them on, they just won't engage with it. And they are friends. But I think it does matter to Michael. I think as soon as you've established yourself as somebody who people call the GOAT, you don't want anyone coming after that slot. And there has been some, I think, very fair consideration. Does Pablo Pintor really earn that moniker at this point? Yep. Michael Hamilton looking to go ahead and maybe close the door on that particular discussion.
I mean, look, this guy is just so decorated with results. Obviously, you talked about that Battle Hunter win. He was our winner in Memphis and calling Chicago as well last December.
Eliminated my brother from top 8 contention in that particular calling in Memphis. They played round 14 in a win-in. Hamilton beat him and then went on to win the entire tournament.
All right.
So enemy of the family.
Yeah, sure.
Michael
Okay, so a grudge, to be sure. So that Trump is on the board, and it's unclear if, there's Bonds of Agony, of course, likely headed at face here for Hamilton. Yeah. And look, a lot of this information is pretty available to Alan, and he knows that the attack reactions are probably there for Connor. He's got 2 in his equipment suite.
I love seeing Hamilton's head go to his hand as soon as Bonds of Agony is on the table. That is most people's reaction. I understand, Michael. Tough card to account for. You overblock, sometimes the turn just continues, and that's maybe the biggest threat that Slippy has to offer.
And sometimes, but if you underblock, sometimes your hand gets stripped from you, and obviously some key cards can be plucked out of your deck. So it is one of the hardest cards, I think, in Flesh and Blood to block adequately. There's a lot of tools in Arachne that will punish the block, that will punish the no block.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Just to nick. Tarantula Toxin, those are insane cards.
We're going to reach for the gold-baited hook here. A little bit of free block.
Blood on the water, obviously. Not sure if that is in the hand here for Michael. We can have a closer look, but Avasyi going to be combined with this gold-baited hook. Michael's basically saying you need to find an attack reaction that confers some extra power to this attack, and bam, bam, bam. How about that? Quick as you like.
Not a problem.
Hunter's Clay flicked. That is going to be 3 attack reactions activated, which of course be pumping up this Bonds. Go again, of course, because of the black text. You're marked because you took a clay hit, and bada bing. Quick as you like. We're up to 7. There is a blood in the water in the hand for Michael, though. This is what I was mentioning. So he has the out here.
Hamilton holding the reaction, happy to slam it down here. Gets the buff as well with an Oyston, an ally that I've seen move in and out of these Gravy Bones lists.
Yeah, obviously, it's a tough proposition, I guess. You don't want to give the Gravy Bones the gold. It presents a pretty unattractive attack target. Much as like Chum, rather, with that 6 health body. Or anything that involves Sawbones. Once you get Sawbones and Chun developed, you're in very good shape.
Sorry, Mitch, defending 10 now is Hamilton on that particular attack. And that means that Connor Leverton's going to have to abandon the Bonds line and go ahead and clean up that Chum. I would say a good win there for Michael Hamilton. Covers up the first Bonds of the game.
It's hard to clear that 6 health efficiently for a lot of decks, especially with the prevalence of these Arachne builds. Sometimes you have to send multiple of those stealth attacks in, just like we saw there. So it was an infiltrate to follow up to pick up the point. Not really relevant text on those cards. It's really a matter of just trying to get rid of the ally. Now, Gold Kiss Rum on the table for Michael Hamilton always indicates that kind of power turn where you can get a couple of allies on board. I don't know if Rigor Mortis and Oyston is the combo that Hamilton is looking to send out there, but there's another chum in the hand and, well, likely to find its way into the bin easily enough.
Yeah, first step, though, is Hamilton needs to go ahead and turn on the graveyard, and that requires discarding that golden tipple, actually. So it is just going to be the Rigor Mortis on this turn. Chum pitched to go ahead and fire that one up, but still offering 6. As we mentioned time and time again with Gravy Bones, no slouch when it comes to damage output.
And again, when like these hands look a bit more awkward, if there's a gold repository, it's pretty easy for Gravy just to get himself out of that situation. That's why the tipple hit the bin. Needed a blue card to hit the graveyard in some fashion or another. And 6 damage is still pretty compelling. Look at this. I mean, Connor has struggled to put a scratch on Michael Hamilton. Combination of developing those allies to really buffer the life total and also just great heads-up blocks. Bonds of Agony got nothing done. Here's another pain in the backside.
Rigor Mortis, the easiest ally for these Slippies to go ahead and clean up, but really only do so efficiently when they're able to use something like a dagger to do so.
Obviously, these Hunted Claves are cost 2 resources to to get those out, like typical assassin daggers. So not always easy to swing both of them in a turn. Obviously, one of them got flicked, so it's a single clave on the field for now.
Follow up, it is going to be Codex of Frailty here. Mitch, tell me what this does,
Okay,
please.
so Brian, who sees and speaks and hears no evil. This, of course, is both players going to be able to go to their arsenal, get an attack action in there. Crucially, it's also a Frailty token for Michael Hamilton, a Ponder token for Connor Leverton, and just the opportunity to reach back in towards his Command and Conquer and point some disruption once more at Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, it was the Tunic turn for Connor Leverton, and that means another one of the classic, I would say, Codex plays. Leave no witnesses, a big one as well. But Codex Frailty into Command and Conquer, really representing that apex of what Codex can do.
Sea Legs obviously creates a Gold Kiss Run when discarded. Michael potentially leaning pretty heavily into that token.
Innovation of Michael Hamilton never stops. Playing Cracked Bauble in his gravy deck. Just so innovative and smart. Oh, actually, sorry, my mistake.
I was waiting for people to start to begin a real discussion about the value of Cracked Bauble.
Yeah, look, if Michael Hamilton
knows
does
something
it,
we don't.
You got to at least give it some credence.
I have a Ophidia it's representing. Just likely a judge-issued proxy. We are opting to, after pitching that gem,
A couple of allies on top, I believe, for Hamilton.
Whaler Humperdinck and a Rigor Mortis. That's such an interesting but polarizing ally, I think.
Oh, yeah.
The Whaler
And
Humperdinck.
Whalers coming in and out of these decks for sure. I heard some people starting to talk about cutting Whalers, but you really do have a bit of a weakness if you don't keep Whaler in your list in terms of damage output. It's possible for some decks that cannot fatigue you as long as you have access to Whaler to start thinking about fatiguing you, including things like the Assassins. So Hamilton still packing that big Whaler Humperdinck here for probably not this matchup specifically, but you do see it makes the deck still.
So the Golden Tipple having its attack power reduced because of the Frailty token that Michael is afflicted by. That is the Codex of Frailty result from the previous turn. Came from Arsenal. So looking towards the top, presumably the Opt must have sent both cards to the bottom.
Yes, it did.
Or at least one of them and one drawn off the Golden Tipple.
Yeah, he dropped both. Both allies went to the bin.
Yep, okay.
Excuse me, to the bottom of the deck.
And Gravy Bones activation. Digging just a little bit further. We are plumbing the depths, and it was a Swabby drawn up. Yep, Swiftwater Swell in the hand. God, it's kind of everything here. This is promising to actually be a pretty wide turn. Murderous Rabble here, getting full power. 3 go again. Tarantula Toxin, the stuff of nightmares. My literal sleep paralysis demon. Committed on blocks this time around. Dead Threads activation allows for Swell to come out. Pitching the top card of a deck, which we know what it is. Chart High Seas. Giving some extra resources to Michael. Not a bad turn. Not a bad turn. Yellow Golden Tipple, Murderous Rabble, Saltwater Swell, presumably into an ally.
Pretty good. Pretty good setup from Hamilton. Will end the turn with an ally certainly doing its thing. Not quite sure what the option range is right now. I know it's an Oyston and a Swabby at least, but I'm thinking he'll want to do some attacking on this turn.
Just a Nick being put on block duty. There's a Save a Bloodshed in hand with Michael Hamilton currently marked.
Another Sawbone's going to be the ally that joins the fray here. Has the perfect resource spread to go ahead and attack for 6, does Hamilton.
That is a very powerful turn.
And Connor has to take this and falls down to just 17 already.
15 damage turn. 3 attack actions and an ally swing. Still holding onto the Gold Kiss Rum. Still a gold in reserve. He's kind of got it all right now, and Connor's just been taking this damage. Eventually, you just can't keep giving Michael cards. The Save a Bloodshed converts much better on the attack side, giving a +4, and saying the next time you hit a marked hero with a dagger, draw a card.
Looking to demand some action here from Hamilton. This 5 damage plus a card being represented. Of course, turn not over. Expect something in the arsenal that will allow Connor to go ahead and clean out.
It's a classic gravy hand right there. Does everything he needs it to, that one. It's a blue tipple. Couple of allies, though. So the blocking, a little trickier this turn. Looks like a Sawbones and Swabby in the hand. At some point, Michael knows he's going to have to take some of this damage. Okay, so just mitigating some of that.
Getting the value out of Sawbones while you can.
Yeah, normally players will attack into Sawbones if untapped with that extra power. Obviously, you can't risk being blown out by an activation. So Hamilton knows this may as well make use of that ability, this damage coming in, just to virtually gain a life. Connor, though, able to replace that Save a Bloodshed with a card drawn off of it.
I think Art of Desire was the draw here for Connor. Yeah, he's going to send 3 face. Still expecting that arsenal to be the thing that ultimately deals with the Sawbones. Head in hand for Hamilton once more. This is the characteristic pose when he hasn't quite figured out everything yet. He'll get there. Don't worry, folks.
And that art
little
of
catch up.
Yeah, the Art of Desire body, rather. Allowing to sort of draw a card. This is why, we've seen Mask of Perdition make its way into this list here because that threatens a potential second card draw. But against a blue heavy deck like this Gravy Bones, not as attractive a prospect. And it was a Sunken Treasure. So no hit off that, just a stealth attack with Go again into a Codex of Frailty.
I might respond once again.
Hamilton
response here.
thinking about going ahead and responding. Probably something like a Gravy activation.
We're gonna look at your graveyard as well. We have this. We have 1 floating, 2 nicks not up.
Just gathering a bit of information as Hamilton before he has to make his decision here. We talk about micro decisions all the time. Each one separates a Pro Tour champion from a Pro Tour top 16, top 32 finish. Nothing to scoff at, to be sure.
But it does feel like there is a chasm between those.
There is.
Strata of play. Hamilton has been there more times than almost any other player. Career in Flesh and Blood spanning back to 2021. His first result, a 3rd place finish at the Calling Cincinnati. And then immediately winning, Calling Orlando and Indianapolis.
Yep. Changed the game at Calling Orlando. Briar-dominated meta played Oldhim. Hero that really wasn't on anyone's radar. Changed that meta.
Leave no witnesses the target here off the Codex of Frailty. Crown of Providence, just to sink away that arsenal. Allow Hamilton to draw another card. He drew a Sunken Treasure, by the way. That'll leave him with a pretty large grip of cards. The banish was a portside exchange, of course. Not a lot of reds to be banishing here. A couple of those effects. Art of Body Desire as well, and that Leave No Witness. Not super relevant here. Gold baited hook. Because Golden Tipple is going to guarantee a gold generation.
With that Sawbones tap down, Connor was able to take some time off and actually start pressuring Hamilton's life total, but there's still a lot of work to be done, only at 26 thus far.
And the disruption from Connor's corner hasn't quite been there.
Just hasn't been there at all.
Yeah.
It's really beyond a little bit of arsenal pressure. It has just been non-existent, and Slippy has to fight on both those axes. It can feel like in the moment Slippy's damage numbers are obscene. They really aren't. It's just that he has unpredictable spikes and the disruption, and you have to combine both those things to really hit the power apex of this hero.
Yeah. Yeah, like you mentioned, some arsenal pressure. But Command and Conquer really just asks for a 2-card block, and well, we saw what happened there with the Leave No Witnesses sent, and Michael Hamilton's direction. He was not too bothered about that at all. Murderer's Ravel for 3. So we've gotten through the starters of this Gravy Bones turn. Both of our competitors here at 9 and 2. Very much live for top 8. Connor now contemplating the block of this Murderous Ravel. Spike with Blood Rot put in front. Yep, pretty straightforward stuff here. Dead Threads activation. Sawbones gets out and then gets sideways.
Double Sawbones on this next turn. That can actually make things a little bit awkward for Connor Leverton if Hamilton wants to go ahead and try and protect a Sawbones and demand a little bit more focus on one of them.
The math is very weird. I've obviously mentioned you to send 4 at either one of the Sawbones you're going after. And again, that's the value proposition here with these allies, not only with varying sort of health totals, but the ability to prevent that damage. You need to be able to clear these allies efficiently and put some pressure on the Gravy's hand. And sometimes these awkward breakpoints, you know, in terms of the ally health or damage prevention, I mean, you can't actually do that. You might clear the board and then leave the Gravy with another 5-card hand and let him just do it again.
For the time being, though, Connor Leverton looking for some damage here. Going after face with this Infect.
It is a stealth attack, which means that something like this would be online. Razor's Edge is going to be able to pump this up to 6. And it means Hamilton will be suffering a Blood Rot Pox token. Definitely the kind of gear that you shift into when you're trying to close a life deficit a little bit. And yeah, there it is. 4 power has to be sent at one of these Sawbones. There's nothing for it but to clear these guys out.
Hamilton is going to keep the second Sawbones around, though. Has to deal with the Blood Rot Pox on this particular turn. Connor Leverton somehow representing that classic combination of Team Blue Pitch and Death Row Records. Not the crossover I thought I would see today.
The Blue Pitch jacket is very swaggy, though. I won't lie.
I may have one, Mitch. I may have.
It doesn't shock me.
A gift from Team Blue Pitch. Appreciate those guys a lot. Appreciate all they bring to the game.
Michael Hamilton. Portside Exchange began the turn for him. Murderous Rabble sees a blue. And everything is coming up Millhouse. This is a 3 power. And condition of a blue hit in the graveyard has been satisfied for Michael Hamilton this turn. And as we can see, multiple Swabbies, another Rigor Mortis, and Oyston, I think, in the yard. All allies that Michael Hamilton will have access to. Yet another Spike with Blood Rot has to get on defense duty.
Connor Leverton been very content to play smaller hands this game, Mitch. Just a little bit of chip blocking, I would say, and then comes back with the smaller grip. And if you're Connor Leverton, you've played this matchup a ton. You probably brought Slippy because you loved your Gravy matchup. However, when you run into the super teams Gravy list, we've seen a few times in our feature match area, all these well-laid plans have started to dissolve a little bit. And we saw Pablo Pintor run over a Cindra in our feature match area, playing in a somewhat unorthodox fashion. For Michael Hamilton thus far this game, I don't really think I've seen him do anything I would say is uncharacteristic of a typical Gravy Bones. Maybe the list, though, just has a little bit more of an ally focus than I've seen in some recent lists. And I'm seeing that pay dividends here thus far in terms of damage output.
I do think the failure states against Arachne or Assassins in general is how you do approach that Bonds of Agony turn. I think Michael had the answers, responded to it, basically perfectly. Did not believe that it would be a bluff, so it wasn't an overblock, and having a defense reaction in hand meant that couldn't really overblock. Could have gone either way for him.
Connor Leverton remains on cleanup duty one more time, sending a couple of stealth attacks after this allied army. But look at this life total difference, Mitch. Connor at just 4, Hamilton at 21 now, and still with a whole graveyard full of allies. Now, there is a world in which Connor Leverton just plays defensive, burns through all of these allies, and makes Hamilton find maybe those last gasp allies. But I'm concerned that something like the Whaler, even if Connor is able to go ahead and execute that strategy, even just a one-of Whaler can really throw a wrench into that kind of plan.
This is often what can happen up against Gravy Bones, the amount of damage you have to take in order to just clear these allies off the board and put some threat in front of your Gravy Bones opponent. Connor pretty easily blocked out by Michael if that's ever the tact he wants to take. And we have so much gold to buy through. Tipple, Portside Exchange, Call to the Grave. We are going to keep digging. Why not? Connor, sees the writing on the wall here. His opponent is off to the casino.
I don't know. You don't know. Well, I'll find out in a second. Back with a red.
It's a golden tipple of the red variety.
Nova and Pudding, they're like consistent. Yeah. Oh, wait, you said Japanese player. Never mind. Japanese players.
Okay.
Those are not Japanese players.
All right, it's going to quickly fix that for you guys briefly. It was like we might have just skipped ahead just a little bit. But at a light total difference, I think, was 21-4. Michael Hamilton very much in the driver's seat. Again, like we've been sort of looking back at some of the games and discussing what the inflection points have been. And I think you're right. We haven't seen Michael have any of these ridiculous, like filthy turns. Like Gold Kiss Rum remains untouched there on the table. Yet it's just very, very solid play. And you notice that Connor is forced to just take upwards of 6 damage sometimes a turn in order to maintain that card density to clear these allies.
Yeah, I would just say very technically sound play. It sounds like we've sorted out technical difficulties. We'll head back down to the feature match area and see if we are headed towards the conclusion of this match. Hamilton on a gold burning streak right now.
I don't know. You don't know. Well, I'll find out in a second.
Trying to go deeper and deeper and find the pieces he's going to need to go ahead and close out this game. Golden Tipple is a fine start to attempt to do so.
The goodest boy.
Scuba in the mix. What a diverse array of allies we're seeing from Hamilton here.
Again, putting cards back into the deck, like it's...
Things like this are starting to speak to me because it's telling me they have a plan for everything.
Yes.
You try and fatigue me, I know what I'm doing against you. You come aggro, you're not going to beat me. You're not going to be fast enough. And I think that is exactly what we're seeing here. Hamilton actually has all the angles covered, it looks like, with things like the Scuba, with the Whaler. One-of allies are a big deal, and I'm not surprised as players have learned Gravy Bones more and more. They're leaning a bit more in this direction. And
that
now
is
the
a good
big
card.
ship shows up. Time for Conqueror to do its thing in our feature match area.
I like big boats, and I cannot lie. That is Connor, again, just having to get in front of this. And again, he's asking the question, at what point do I actually get to kick my cards and go for it? The answer is you don't. At this point,
I don't think
you're in the blender.
Things are just going too well for Michael Hamilton right now. Fading that Bonds moment was quite an important inflection point in this game.
Connor might just be dead.
There's still 2 cards here for Hamilton.
I just thought a blue and a death threads made 5 resources for Swabby, which is not how that works.
That is not how mathematics works, Professor Hamilton.
I guess in this case, I will compass and see if there is a blue on. Wait,
Looks like the turn is about to change a little bit here.
I love that he's sort of, definitely speaking through his thought process to his opponent here. Okay, bailed out, he says. Bad blue on top.
Off the top.
Never punished. Conqueror. So the follow-up here is the gold crack. Michael using his compass just to check, make sure it was a blue. He wants to deploy Swabby. Wanted to. Gold Kiss Rum. I've tipped the bar kick, kind of saying, you're going to offer me some of that as well? Absolutely not, mate.
Yeah, now we have all the resources we need to go ahead,
There it is.
deploy the Swabby, get the fist bump. That was clinical, Mitch.
Yeah, so I would say on the spectrum of closeness of the matches we'd have over the course of this tournament, this is not one of them. This is a pretty open and shut case. Michael Hamilton putting a clinic on for us here, demonstrating, honestly, the raw power of Gravy Bones just with solid turn cycle, after turn cycle, forcing so much damage through with these allies, which can be forgettable in some cases until you get to 4 life, as Connor was, and all of a sudden you have to pay the piper and respect them that much more.
But what are we doing here, Mitch? If Arachne can't go ahead and take down that matchup, like that feels like the purpose of this hero in this metagame. You get a fine Cindra matchup and you're good into Gravy Bones. Well, this is one of the things that I think comes up in Flesh and Blood all the time. We use shortcuts, we use heuristics, as we do in all forms of human conversation. But a lot of times when we talk about matchups, we say, Arachne is good into Gravy Bones. And that's all we have to say. And it's understood. Yes, Arachne is good into Gravy Bones. But are you good into this particular list of Gravy Bones? Are you good into this plan of Gravy Bones? Are you good when Scuba shows up for some reason? Like, do you know all the permutations? And again, I just emphasize how important this is. If this team has figured out exactly how to approach things like the Slippy matchup, like the Cindra matchup that we saw Pablo Pintor handle almost equally easily, what's going to stop them?
Yeah. I mean, and this is something that we have witnessed from like top decks early on in formats. And we know like Gravy's win rate through the national season tapered off towards that last week. It was, Cindra and Slippy eventually that sort of dominated the rankings there. But as always, and this was sort of foreshadowed with the best players in the world workshopping this Gravy Bones list, they're able to adapt. They're able to continue to jockey for position now. Those Whalers are coming back in, thinking about the longer game as well, Scuba being involved. Now, those are not cards that were relevant in this particular matchup, but it does at least tell us what is going on in the engine room of a lot of these Gravy Bones builds. And Michael Hamilton is the kind of guy who will happily play that long game against you. But even, without thinking about that sort of late game approach, there's a lot of like these 3 power, a lot of density of starters here, a lot of width, just like you have to take this vanilla damage essentially for going up against Gravy Bones because you need to deal with the allies that are coming your way after that. And unfortunately, you just run out of buffer to do so after a while.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this deck plays out. We know Arthur Trehet on the same list, also in striking distance. So we just got to play out our rounds and see if these guys have actually done it. And if so, it might be an absolutely packed top 8 for Gravy Bones.
Now, looking ahead, we've got some fantastic events just on the horizons. Pro Tour Singapore, man, it's just the start. The rest of this year is going to be an absolute banger. We're off to Auckland, August 8th through 10th. This year, of course, at the Fabled event package on offer there. A gold token and one of 3 of those promo cards. I'm sure you can speak to the virtues of Auckland.
Beautiful, beautiful place, my second home. I will be arriving in Auckland Saturday morning of the calling. Tried to make it down a little earlier. The schedule just didn't work out because I'm going to be at Gen Con the week before. So plenty of opportunities to hang out with me coming up. But this is one you're really going to want to go ahead and take advantage of. Playing Flesh and Blood in its birthplace. And we know, Mitch, it's not just any games of Flesh and Blood. You might be able to go ahead and draft some WTR Alpha as well over there at World Tour Auckland.
Yeah, gorgeous location. Obviously, you can expect some real heavy hitters to turn up and be in attendance at that event. My emotion when I found out that Kansas City actually wasn't in Kansas, I was definitely up and down about that.
I had to explain this to all the Aucklanders, actually. They were baffled. Chris Gehring just didn't believe me. I'm like, that's not true.
I don't know how that happened. It's in Missouri, still a fantastic location to get down to. I've been fortunate enough to visit there. World Tour heads to Kansas City. Once again, of course, that Fable event package on offer. And that's not all. That's August 15th through 17th. And again, we have a packed calendar of events with Copenhagen just after that, 22nd through 24th there of August. Man, these callings, again, if you're someone like me who loves to consume that content, I know I'm going to be locked in to see what the post-Pro Tour developments are going to be. And, of course, heading into Super Slam, right, there's a lot of anticipation to see where the chips fall as we get towards the sunset of High Seas.
How about the fact that we're across 3 continents over those weeks in August? Flesh and Blood truly a global game, play the game, see the world. Hopefully we're coming to your neck of the woods as well. Maybe have a local calling mixed in amongst these World Tour stops.
Yeah, I mean, Copenhagen, obviously going to be fantastic. You want to know about it, ask Simon Nielsen. I'm sure he'll talk your ears off about the virtues of that place. Shizuoka is where the World Tour is headed after that, September 26 through 28. And yeah, you know it, of course, that is where Super Slam is landing. I'm very, very excited for this event. This is one that definitely, we've all been speculating about. We've seen a lot of these Super Slam cards spoiled for us now. Obviously, a great keynote there delivered by James. Really whets the appetite for this up-and-coming set. And Shizuoka is where it's going to be going down. Our first real look at it.
Check out that playmat, Mitch. That is interesting stuff there. I wonder exactly what's going on. Doesn't really seem Super Slam theme. Maybe something working in the expansion slot. We'll have to see what's on offer there.
It's definitely Dory equipment. Thank you for making that. I'm very excited.
I got your back, Mitch. You know that. You lend me a jacket, you get Dory equipment. That's how it works.
They're looking after me out here, folks. There you have it, though. I mean, we got to see Michael Hamilton there. It's not a Pro Tour without a Michael Hamilton game. And at this rate, we're going to have a few more of those as well, because the cream always rises to the top here at the Flesh and Blood Pro Tour. I am pumped, man. We've got still a few more rounds of Classic Constructed here, but you raised the question. Does Gravy Bones have a natural predator anymore in Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, or have our masterminds figured out the optimal build for this deck? Much more to come here for the rest of the day. We get the GOAT himself throwing down to the feature match area. Connor Leverton, not much he can do about the Gravy Bones prowess of this incredible player. More from Pro Tour Singapore after this.
3 more rounds of Classic Constructed are all that separate our players from the next Pro Tour Top 8. And we have got some many great games to get through before we find out who will join the vaulted halls of Pro Tour Top 8 competitors. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, what's going through your mind right now?
It's starting to get real nerve-wracking, Sam. I'm already tingling because this is the point where strategies are being tested. We just saw a Slippy player get taken down by Gravy Bones, a matchup which in the past few weeks a lot of people were saying the reason to bring Slippy is because you're favored into Cindra and Gravy, but that's being put to the test here. These top Gravy players, the entire armory except for Sam Sutherland has brought Gravy Bones. They are prepared for these matchups. They are challenging these assumptions and we are seeing the Gravies come on top. Question is, can they keep continuing it? Because we still have some Cindras up there. We still have some Dash IOs up there who are also here to feast on both Cindra and Gravy. That's kind of been the narrative that we've been seeing. It's these strategies are continuously being tested, and we're at that point where if your strategy doesn't hold up, you are out of top 8.
Yeah, as you were hopefully at home able to check out the standings going across your screen, there are some interesting heroes that have been paired up in this round. There are 2 Florians that are alive for top 8, and they're 2 absolute killers of player. Jude Cornett, top 4 of the Calling in Portland, of course, and then Tatsuya Okanishi, who is the Calling Kobe winner on Florian, so still both alive, but they paired into each other instead of all these other heroes. There's also a Verdance mirror happening. Let's go ahead and check out the standings and see which players are still alive, what heroes are dominating, and who has a chance to get into the top 8.
So we have 3 Slippies in the X2 bracket right now, as well as 3 Gravy Bones and 1 Lone Cindra piloted by Nathaniel, Jerald, I want to say, in the X2 bracket with Cindra. And moving down to the X3s, we have Yuki Lee Bender. She started the day off really strong, Sam. 9-0 coming into day 2. Unfortunately, took 3 back-to-back losses. This is where the resolve of these top players are also going to be tested. Day 2, things like this can happen. Naib Mobassir as well had an X1 record, currently at X3. All these players are fighting. They're at their live and ins right now, not even win and ins.
Yeah, you want to be looking at the smaller number on your screen, folks. The 2s and the 3s. You're going to need only 3 losses at the maximum to make it into the Pro Tour. So all of these players that we are going to be seeing here at 2 and 3 losses, these are the players that are still fighting. You can see the Ira, you can see the Cindra. Other than that, it's a lot of Assassin and a lot of Necromancer. But we're starting to see some of these heroes sneak in that if they can win most or all of these next 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, they can find their way into the top 8 too. Looking ahead, we do see, of course, up top, that's Tatsuya Okanishi, and then there's Xincheng Hu on Dash.io and La Wen as well on Verdance.
I'm sure a lot of our viewers back home are going to be supporting these, less represented heroes, just wanting some variety as we look into the higher standings over here. Florian, Dash.io, and Verdance, the ones sticking out in a field full of Slippies and Gravies.
Yeah, and with a lot of these rounds still to play, you can see so many X and 3s. There's still 3 more rounds of Classic Constructed. I feel like there's a good chance some X4s make it in, right? Like, there's almost no way that it's just going to be X3s with all of these players and all of these rounds. But famously and classically, I do refuse to actually figure this out, and I prefer to postulate.
The breakers would have to be absolutely stellar for an X4
really?
to make it in.
Impossible?
I'm pretty sure. It's going to be quite tough, I'm pretty sure. Like, you'll have to have really good breakers. You lose on the last round. So probably one of the X3s that we're looking at right now, if they lose their last round and they're amazing breakers to begin with, then they could potentially make it in.
You learn something new every day. Majin Bay, of course, one of the many Verdance, is still sticking around at X and 3. However, this field is dominated by a number of heroes. We talked about like the top 5 decks that were kind of coming into this tournament. Honestly, I think the hero that has not really lived up in those 5 decks, probably Prism, right? We're not really seeing any Prism, I think, still alive in the tournament. But other than that, it's dominated by 2 decks in particular. Gravy Bones and Arachne Slip Through the Cracks have found their way to the top of the metagame as we move towards the end of day 2. But there are some dark horses in the wing. There are some Cindras, some Verdances, some Dash IOs, and even a lone Ira and Arachne Marionette trying to sneak their way into the top 8. 2 of the titans of the meta are getting ready to do battle in our feature match area right now, and they're going to answer some of the questions we have just laid out for you. Let's head on down and find out if a Pro Tour champion is going to do his darndest to make his way into the top 8, or if we're going to be actually seeing, Yuki Lee Bender, a player who has had such an incredible run so far, going ahead and trying to win this game out as she's gone 1-3 to start this day, needs to win from here.
Yuki Bender, of course, an Arachne slipped to the cracks against Xincheng, the one of the few dash IOs left. Alan now, unfortunately, out of contention for top 8 at World Tour Singapore. Xincheng, however, still alive. Does need to get through Yuki Bender to do it as well. And as you pointed out, Yuki Bender started off XO today, went 1-3 out of the 4 games that she's played today. Can she bounce back? That is a question that we will see very soon.
Yeah, we saw Xincheng earlier in this tournament. And so I remember being impressed by his countenance, I believe actually in the face of defeat in that game. So he's going to look to rewrite the script here on his classic constructed deck with Dash IO. Try to take down Arachne, slip through the cracks. Whose seat would you rather be in here, Pankaj?
I'd rather be on the slip through the cracks, but it is a very close matchup, Sam. A new thing that has happened in this matchup with the release of High Seas is the increase in the fridge in the Dash IO side. Although saying that, I don't see the new arms piece on the Dash IO side. Instead, he's opted for the adaptive plating in the arms piece instead of the Cogworks Tinker Rings. So the fridge now not got increased with High Seas, but still a very significant fridge over there, which is definitely going to come in handy for this matchup where the Arachne slip to the cracks is going to try and disrupt the Dash IO as much as possible.
Let's take a look here for Yuki Bender. She's got her classic suite of equipment, save for the Redback Shroud, Pankaj. Do you have any insight as to that piece of tech into this matchup?
It's an additional attack reaction on board, which just makes your Bonds of Agonies that much more easier to trigger, to activate to their full effect, because that's what this matchup is about. Yuki Bender needs to disrupt Xincheng as much as possible, as often as possible, and eventually either kill with damage or even threaten fatigue. Remember, Yuki Bender is playing an assassin, which banishes cards off the top of the deck, while the Dash IO is already banishing their own cards off the top of the deck. Meanwhile, Yuki Bennett is also allowed to block more effectively because the cards block very well. She has some defense reactions as well. Redback Shroud, of course, also has Battle Worn, so it's also another piece of equipment, another piece of blocking equipment that she has access to try and prevent some Boom Grenade on hits.
You can see Xincheng really looking to make sure he has the value here and make sure all of his cards are correctly oriented, as that would be not an issue, not a good thing to have them be any way other than just all way right side up. Luckily, Spark of Genius are searching through the deck, so it's an easy fix.
So using Spark of Genius to find Teklo Core, which is a very interesting choice here, not finding a Cerebellum Processor, which is typically the more coveted item. This will, of course, confer a shuffle of the deck as well, so Xincheng has one more potential look at the top of the deck after the shuffle has been completed to perhaps get a little lucky and find an item off the top.
Yeah, nice start here from Xincheng. Yuki gonna have to have found some disruptive cards in those first 4. But went 8-0 with Arachne slipped through the cracks earlier in this tournament. The question is, can she continue that trend, win out from here, and capture that first top 8?
And this is one of those matchups that you want to see as Arachne slip through the cracks. You are here to prey on the aggro decks, on the low-to-the-ground decks that don't want to block very well, that are very vulnerable to disruption. And in Dash IO's case, not only are you vulnerable to disruption and perhaps getting killed with your 36 starting life total, you're also vulnerable to getting fatigue. So the onus is going to be on Xincheng to put together those very strong turns involving perhaps 1 or 2 Boom Grenades and definitely a maximum velocity.
Nice, and those sleeves, yeah, they are decked out in value. They're also like quadruple sleeved, I feel like. That is a huge deck for Dash IO. Yuki gonna go ahead, give it a shuffle, give it a cut, pass it on back. The Tekla Core has been resolved. Now it's time for this game to begin in earnest.
If you're going to be playing for your top 8 live at World Tour Singapore, you want your deck to be blinged out, says Xincheng. So triple sleeve this deck, it looks like, and that Tekla Core as well. I believe that's a cold foil version, also signed.
Yeah, you can tell this dude likes his Mechanologist and most likely really likes his Dash IO. See what Yuki is getting ready to do here. She's working with a Double Trouble, Codex of Frailty, Shelter from the Storm, and a Codex.
So does at least have some disruption here in the form of that Command and Conquer. However, when the opponent has Crown of Providence, you know, it doesn't seem that effective at the beginning as well. However, you will at some point need to deal with the Crown of Providence so that your future Arsenal disruption plays do land or a lot more harder for the opponent to block. Question is she going to Arsenal the Shelter from the Storm over here, or is she going to Arsenal the Codex of Frailty?
Give me the CNC. Yeah, pitch away the Codex. Keep some defense while you're staring down a Teklo Core.
And especially because Xincheng definitely has a line where he just uses Crown of Providence to bottom away the arsenal. So Yuki Libender setting herself up for defense on the following turn by arsing the shelter instead of the more aggressive Codex of Frailty. At the same time, Codex of Frailty, at least currently, doesn't even have a very good target because the only attack that would be there would be the Command and Conquer, which with the 2 claves is very difficult for you to get access to with the Codex of Frailty. So Yuki Libender heads up play here, putting the defense reaction in arsenal as Xincheng almost like clockwork just goes ahead and puts a Crown of Providence to block the CNC.
And grabs another Teclacore off the top, pitching away that heist, pitching away the red to turn it into a yellow for 2 turns. As for the next 2 turns of this game, Xincheng is going to be able to get 4 resources on demand. 2 of those Teclacores back to back, looking pretty in pairs.
And this is a scary position for Yuki Libender. You are vulnerable to boom grenades, you're vulnerable to maximum velocities off of Teclacore activations, especially this one, where it's a multiple Teclacore activation. Let's see how much of an offense Xincheng can put out. It's multiple boost cards as well to try and fish for further items off the top. Can he find them?
And we'll have to see how much disruption Yuki is able to put forth while also trying to stymie double Teclacore turns. Because, of course, if you know you're getting 4 resources, it makes it a little easier to block. I wonder if we'll see this Pulse Wave Harpoon come out and do some nasty work as well. 3 floating. Xincheng.
3 floating reminds me of something. I can't quite place it. 3 floating remind you of anything, Sam?
No, no free advertisements. 3 go again with this Sprocket Rocket. Going to be blocked out by an Infect.
2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand.
No item banished off the top for the Sprocket Rocket to be buffed. Looks like Dash IO is going to be used over here. Boom Grenade being played off the top. I believe Xincheng is deciding on whether to crank it.
This gorgeous, is that just an art card from Bright Lights signed by Sam Yang, who is in the building, folks. LSS's art director. Here as the Pulse Wave Harpoon comes down, finds the Boom Grenade, and is going to pull a blocking card from the hand.
So the Boom Grenade was cranked, which is a very aggressive line from Xincheng over here, especially while Yuki Libender has a bunch of blocking equipment available. The Redback Shroud, Crown Providence, as well as the Black Tech Whisperers, which are currently coming out. So he seems confident that the Boom Grenade will land. That's why he cranked it.
Or at least maybe just wants to utilize the Symbiosis shots, 2 counters in a turn. It is harder for Dash IO to get up in action points without High Octane.
We mentioned the fatigue angle that Yuki Libender does have access to in this matchup. Question is Xincheng using an upgrade from High Seas, Cog in the Machine, a bit of an anti-fatigue tool that Dash IO potentially has access to should they choose to add it to their lists? It's been a little bit contentious for sure. We'll have to see whether he is running that card, which does let you effectively infinitely refresh your Symbiosis shot counters and effectively have a weapon in the end game, as long as you don't boost all your copies away.
It is Heist coming down. There were 2 resources necessary, but the Fast and Furious here is going to be able to put a steam counter on something, and it is going to be the Boom Grenade. He is hacked into the mainframe, saw all of the different realities within and possibilities. He said, I know I'm cranking this Boom Grenade because I think it's going to stick around for another turn no matter what, and this Heist is going to be uncomfortable for Yuki Libender to deal with.
That was a blind banish off the top too, Sam. I mean, when I say blind, I mean he did Teclo Foundry hard first, so the top of the deck changed before you played this Heist and got that Fast and Furious. Very fortunate for him. So even though his Boom Grenade was cranked, it will still last an extra turn. And remember, that following turn is also going to be backed up with 2 Teclo Core triggers at the beginning of the turn, giving him 4 resources.
I mean, this is a huge start for Dash IO, getting to use both of those action points, get 4 damage down on Arachne, slip through the cracks, down to 33. Goes the Assassin.
And just like that, Yuki Libender's equipment zone now looking a lot less strong. Just 1 block remaining on the Redback Shroud. Technically 1 on the Flick Knives as well, but that's not really something you want to give up unless you are absolutely desperate.
How many Boom Grenades is Yuki Libender going to have to face down? Draws up a hand of good block 3s. How many breakpoints will Xincheng be able to find off the top of the deck, especially now that no cards need to be pitched because of those 2 Foundry Hearts, and there's a backup Protocol Red in the hand.
Is that also a yellow Boom Grenade, though? That
is.
is one of the downsides of Dash IO. You don't want to be drawing these items. You want to be finding them off the top of the deck. Backup Protocol, however, is basically a 2-cost get any attack in your graveyard right now. But that still means, I believe, he has a maximum. He's only going to be able to boost twice this turn, unless he gets a Cerebellum Processor off the top to try and draw into a 3rd boost card to potentially resolve the maximum velocity.
Backup Protocol going to be cranked so the turn doesn't just end. So he's keeping the Boom Grenade for now. Fast and Furious. Let's see what it hits.
So trying to change the top card of his deck. try and find an item there. Might even see a Tekla Foundry Heart activation after this.
Yeah, sure.
Before he decides what to get from the backup protocol. He's trying to craft a maximum velocity turn. Wait, did we see a maximum velocity or?
In the hand? No, it's a zipper hit.
Oh, it's a zip in. Why?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Never mind.
Okay, blocks are good.
Zipper hit in the hand. Blocks are good with the Redback Shroud. Got the Battle Worn. Here's Zipper hit. Comes in for 3 and can be nice and easily blocked.
3 go again.
Buys a block from the Kiss of Death. I wonder if Xincheng here is going to, just be keeping this Boom Grenade around. Try to continue to threaten as Yuki Bender is committed to block.
Activate protocol.
While the red Boom Grenade sits on the table. Activating the backup protocol here. Go ahead and grab an attack from the yard.
Does he have a good one card stick? Does he have the Pulse Wave Harpoon? Could also opt for the Heist if he wants to activate Tekla Foundry Heart or pitch away the yellow Boom Grenade in his hand. Looks like that is going to be the call. Pitches away Boom Grenade, leaving one floating for the potential Dash IO activation if he finds an item off the top after this Heist boost.
No cards on one.
No cards left, so Yuki's just committing the rest of the hand, which means 2 more damage from the Symbiosis. Shot comes in, Dash fires. Not quite the Plasma Pistol, but something of a similar variety as both players now sit at 31. Neither of these players start at 40. Xincheng's just going to draw back up. Yuki still kept somewhat safe with that Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal. Another one in the hand. A handful of reds from that point forward.
And we have to talk about the threats that Xincheng used there. We've seen 1 Spark of Genius used, 2 Teklo cores used, a red Boom Grenade as well, hitting the bin, and only 7 damage to speak of to land on Yuki Bennett. Xincheng needs to try and mount something a little bit more offensive than that because he used quite a bit of resources from his deck. Those are quite a few threats, and that's quite a large banish zone already for only 7 damage to show for it. And the tricky thing about this matchup is that if you take a moment to set up, if you give the Arachne Cracks a couple of cards to breed with because you don't force them to block with those cards, they can absolutely punish you with a large amount of disruption. And looks like Xincheng found 2, the red Boom Grenade again, and a BioS update, so those will just hit the pitch zone. There's going to be 6, looks like not boosted either. So Yuki Bender with a little bit of respite over here from back-to-back Boom Grenade turns. Question is, can she punish this?
But she would have been much happier with the blue in the hand to power up that Command and Conquer. Looks like she might just go ahead and IP, give away the Tarantula Toxin, give away another Command and Conquer. After resolving a first one early, just block for 6. I think she's going to be keeping 2 D-Reacts and just coming in with the 0 for 4 that threatens the arsenal that Xincheng is trying to preserve.
And this time, no more Crown of Providence for a free get-out-of-jail-free card to save that arsenal, to maintain a 5-card hand for Xincheng. Could, of course, give up the fridge if he really wants to, but that's quite a costly use of that equipment suite, especially since there's no item to galvanize to adaptive plating. Might just need to block this the old-fashioned way. With Yuki Bennett holding a couple of cards too, you have to wonder, does Xincheng need to worry about a shred? It would be a bit of a questionable inclusion to bring in this matchup, given that Dash IO isn't very likely to block you too many times. But when the opponent is holding an extra card, you have to wonder whether shred is a card that they might have access to.
Yeah, especially by holding back the card, like you mentioned. Xincheng has to wonder what that means. All that equipment for Yuki has been beaten and battered as Dash IO has just had a kind of unrelenting assault. The defenses for Slippy proving to be a little slippery and keeping the assassin out of harm's way for now.
And 1 card forced out of Xincheng's hand over here. Looks like a Dash IO activation. Yellow Boom Grenade off the top. Will this be cranked as well? Looks like it will be, and I believe he's holding a Spark of Genius as well. Needs to boost. Gonna be boosting a 0 to 60. Now Spark of Genius will be able to draw him a card, but the boost was Cerebellum Processor. We heard Xincheng sigh when he saw the card as well. Really needs that card to try and mount an offense over Yuki Bender's defenses.
As the Shelter from the Storm from Arsenal comes out, takes care of the 0 to 60. You talk about sculpting a maximum velocity hand. I do believe we have found our very first. It's in Xincheng's hand now. There's no way it's getting resolved on this turn.
Sparkle Genie's coming out. One processor in the pitch zone, one processor in the banish zone. Is he going to find the third one to the Spark of Genius? Does have 2 action points already thanks to the crank of the boom grenade at the start of the turn. Looks like it will be the processor. Can crank this as well to maintain 2 action points. Looks like that's what he's going to do. So will be allowed to draw from this card and go down to 1 action point.
He'll be able to play whatever he finds off the top if it's an attack.
But will he be able to get value from this yellow boom grenade, or will he lose this one as well, which would mean 2 boom grenades have hit the combat chain and left without triggering?
Yeah, and with the maximum velocity destined for the arsenal, that can start to get somewhat clunky somewhat quickly without the Crown of Providence still remaining.
So he does have a Spark of Genius draw as well. So Spark of Genius draw plus a draw from processor. If he sees a bunch of 0-cost boosts, he might be able to resolve the maximum velocity.
2 boom grenades, red and yellow off the top, and there's so much damage that was in Xincheng's deck a moment ago that just hit the banish zone.
He did find a 1-cost boost of the Spark of Genius draw in the form of the Pulse Wave Harpoon. If he has a 0-cost boost card on top of the deck, he could resolve the maximum velocity.
Looked like he was going to activate the Cerebellum processor there. I wanted to see what the rip off the top was, because it's a big one.
This boom grenade on the field right now is the 4th. There's a red that's in the yard, a red in the banish, and a yellow in the banish as well. He needs to try and get this yellow boom grenade to hit. Boosting a heist off the top. Does he find a 0-cost on the top right now?
If he
to
does,
draw off a processor?
If he does, this game changes dramatically.
And if he doesn't, the mountain he has to climb just got a little bit higher, because that would represent another boom grenade that did not have its effect.
I wonder if Yuki is going to give the shelter.
She reveals the sheltered Pulse Wave Harpoon and goes ahead and uses it to defend. Closing the chain, probably drawing off a processor.
There's 2 floating and a maximum velocity in hand.
Only 2 boosts have happened this turn so far.
You gotta find another. Xincheng looking through the banish. There's a lot of cards in there already, dude.
And he boosted away the heist to the Pulse Wave Harpoon, which means he was fishing for a 0-cost, because he could have drawn the heist and been happy to play after the Pulse Wave Harpoon. He did put boom grenades in the banish zone as well, so the heist would have had a target. He took a gamble there to try and find a 0-cost boost. Based on the body language here, Sam, I don't think he's quite found it.
And looks like he's going to go ahead with the heavy industry gear shift and get rid of a backup protocol and the zipper hit. He can look at what's on the top of the deck. What does he find? He's going to activate the Cerebellum processor.
It's drawing it.
Looking at the top card of the deck again.
And
it's the
found the
expedite.
0-cost.
He finds it off the top, so here comes 3. He has done everything in his power to utilize the top card of his deck manipulation to find exactly what he needs. This is going to buy the block of the Art of Desire body, but now with the extra action point, the Symbiosis shot comes in. Yuki Bender down to 29, and she is not going to be happy when she sees the final card resolved from Dash.io here. Xincheng proving to be a master of this deck, pushing every single button until the screen says red. Maximum velocity for 10, crashing down onto the combat chain, and Yuki Bender did everything she could, but she's taking a lick here.
And it promises the trigger of the yellow boom grenade as well. Finally, Xincheng manages to land a boom grenade. That is the 4th. As we spoke about, a red and a yellow have already hit the banish zone. Now this yellow is going to go to the yard, is going to confer the extra 3 damage. Xincheng took so many gambles on that turn, using the heavy industry gear shift as well, just to change the top card of the deck. Was rewarded with a 0-cost boost. Question is, can he keep this train going now that he only has 2 more relevant boom grenades left? Only 1 red and 1 yellow left in the deck.
0 to 60 boost. Here comes 4. Yuki Bender. Every time she's spending a card on defense, Xincheng is often spending 2 to 4 cards on offense in that same exchange thanks to the boost. Block for 3. Yuki goes down to 21. And finds the red boom grenade off the top. Does Dash.io after just the block for 3. This is the exact moment he needed, and I don't think Yuki Bender has a defense reaction in the hand to be played here.
She does not. That is the
What
third
a moment in this game, Ponkage.
That is the 3rd and last red boom grenade available to Xincheng. Only 1 more yellow left that Yuki Bender needs to worry about. But we have to talk about the deck size right now, Sam. Looking at that on the Dash.io side, it's looking a little thin over there. The graveyard and the banner zone almost the same size as the deck itself. As a yellow 0 to 60, hits the combat chain, and takes yet another card of the top from the deck. Now, that was a Fast and Furious boosted off the top. The Fast and Furious was boosted off the top over there, putting an extra counter on the cerebellum processor.
Yeah, I thought the cerebellum should be at 0 to start this turn because it came out last turn.
Blue T-Bone over here just grabbing the Redback Shroud. Gonna leak one over since the Redback Shroud had already been blocked with. 2 action points for Dash IO. Gonna use one of them to draw a card off of Processor, and I believe he drew a backup protocol, I want to say. Oh, no, it's a Teklo Pounder. That's another way for him to mount a little bit more of an offense. And he's off an Arsenal as well, which on the one hand insulates him from Arsenal disruption on Yuki Bender's side, but on the other hand leaves him open to Codex of Frailty. Question is, does Yuki Bender have that in her hand right now?
Bonds of Agony comes out. And there are 2 reactions on board. Actually, 3
There
with
are
the flick
3.
knives. There are 3 with the flick knives.
You asked this at the beginning, Sam, why is there Redback Shroud over here? And this is exactly why. 3 reactions on board means that this Bonds of Agony is at minimum 4, no matter how, no matter what other contests of Yuki Bender's hand. Question is, does Xincheng respect a further reaction? Because if there's one more 0 for 3 reaction in Yuki Bender's hand, then this Bonds of Agony represents 7 damage. But if you try and overblock this Bonds of Agony and the card in hand is just a Codex of Frailty, you can get just absolutely, completely blown out if you're on Xincheng's seat. Bonds of Agony for 1 go again. A question that has been asked multiple times across World Tour Singapore, with Arachne Slip to the Cracks being a menace of the metagame so far. This is the fork this deck puts you in, especially with 3 reacts on the field.
Yep.
Yuki Bender has all the agency over here. If Xincheng respects this too much, he might just be able to go around it. That 1 card remaining is so scary from Xincheng's side. Is it a reaction? Could it be a Justinek? Or is it just a Codex of Frailty? Just punish and overblock on his Bonds.
Teklo Pounder, though, is a really important way to get some damage over. Yuki Bender has done everything in her power to continue to block. But the Boom Grenades, even though there aren't many remaining, banished to boosts, banished to Teklo Foundry Heart. A couple of them have connected at an opportune time for Dash IO.
The nice thing about Teklo Pounder, though, if you're a fan of Xincheng, is that it doesn't tick down at the start of the turn, unlike cards like Cerebellum Processor and Boom Grenade. It'll just stay there until you start boosting.
Looks like there's going to be a pretty big block here from Xincheng.
Trigger this. I'm not going to galvanize, so block.
Not going to galvanize, so blocking an enormous amount here.
Blocking 9 over here. Can Yuki Bender go around it? She cannot. She passes on reactions, I believe. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, it's a spike with Blood Rot that's just going to go ahead and hit the arsenal. As Xincheng
was not punished for that overblock. There was no follow-up for Yuki Bender, no extra stealth card, no Codex of Frailty. So he gets to have a little bit of a turn here. What's he going to do? Backup protocol. Going to buy back a boost card, probably a 1 cost. Red zip ahead. Oh, 0 to 60. Wants to leave himself open to a Dash IO activation as well. To dig for an item off the top. So 0 to 60 coming in for 6 thanks to Teklo Pounder. Has 1 floating as well. Did he find an item off the top? Looks like no item off the top. He's just going to process the top card, put it in the arsenal, and didn't find an item off the top. So Yuki Bender gets to go to her turn with 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. Bonds of Agony once again. Yuki Bender is asking Xincheng the same question. This time, though, she has 2 cards instead of just 1. And Xincheng no longer has a Dash IO fridge to rely on. He might just need to block this the old-fashioned way or just tell Yuki Bender, fine, you can have the Bonds of Agony and take the best card in my hand.
Let's see how Xincheng wants to handle this one. No blocks is the call. Going to be some reactions here. Redback Shroud going to be activated. There's 1 reaction. Next react gets -1. There's a spike with Blood Rot. That's a second reaction. And there's the third. It's a just a nick. This is going to be a pretty impactful attack in multiple ways on multiple axes. Yeah, it's coming in for 12 with a Bonds of Agony effect.
And the Bonds of Agony effect is more than just taking the best card from Xincheng's hand right now. It potentially takes 2 more cards from his deck. Dash.io has a lot of multiples of cards with the same name. 0 to 60, Zipper Hit, for example, T-Bones even, and we see that already in Xincheng's hand. And after all of this, there is still a Just a Nick banish as well for yet another card of the Dash.io's deck.
Yeah, Xincheng has had some lucky breaks, finding that red boom grenade off the top the turn after the maximum velocity resolved. But this Bonds of Agony might have come at the perfect time for Yuki. And the last one bought the rest of the equipment for the most part. This one couldn't be respected thanks to that no block in the hand with the Teklo Pounder. I have to wonder if that's going to be the call for Yuki. Get a blue out of the deck, get potential damage over, or if you want to just grab that Spark of Genius, these red attacks also looking pretty good.
I think Yuki's looking for deck damage at this point. You can leave him with the Spark of Genius, you can definitely leave him with the Teklo Pounder, just try and get as many cards off his deck as possible. If you can get up to 2 cards by taking either the Zipper Hit or the T-Bone, and yet another card from Just a Nick as well, just looking at the number of cards left in Xincheng's deck, it's not that many.
Yeah, Yuki here, like we described, attacking on multiple axes. Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit of a judge call there, so we're going to go ahead and check in with our team, make sure it all gets sorted out. But this one is going to come down all the way down to the wire, folks.
This is a very difficult decision for Yuki Liebender. She could just go for the deck damage, but if you leave him with a power card, maybe that's his way back in.
All right, let's go ahead and jump back down to the feature match table. Game has resumed. Coming down here, going to resolve. It's going to be the red Zipper Hit. That's a card we haven't seen resolve too much, and there's probably a whole lot of Zipper Hits left in the deck.
And she's doing a quick deck count as well. Let's see if we can join her in that.
1 red Zipper Hit. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 cards. Ponkage, when you consider that all of these attacks have to use a boost to get the go again, every attack costs you 2 cards from deck instead of 1. Yuki Liebender is up to 16. She only has 1 block left on the equipment piece, but is there enough damage that can get over blocks for likely at least 12 over the next, let's be clear, like 2 turns with boosts on every attack for Xincheng to get over, or is he just going to get fatigued?
It looks like there wasn't another copy of Zipper Hit in the deck, so Yuki Liebender only going to get 1 more card out of the deck from the Zipper Hit choice from the hand of Xincheng. However, the Just a Nick is going to banish 1 more card. So it looks like it'll be 15 cards all said and done after all these effects are resolved. And in a normal Flesh and Blood deck, that represents 4 more hands. But to your point, Sam, in Dash.io, it's more like 2.
Just a Nick trigger on the stack. Looks like Xincheng is going to go ahead and check the top card of the deck and decide about any activations of Dash.io before the Just a Nick resolves. Bonds of Agony. If that is not a card that has done a lot of work in a lot of metagames, my man. It just continues to put in work and help players claw back into some tough scenarios.
These bonds, Sam, they're agonizing.
Agonizing choices for Xincheng as he faces down Blood Rot, Red Back Shroud, and Just a Nick on top of whatever horrible thing is happening in the Bonds of Agony art.
And just to catch people up, what's happening right now is the Just a Nick trigger is on the stack. Xincheng is deciding if he wants to respond to that trigger. Looks like that will be his choice. Looks like there's an item on top. Goes ahead and uses Dash.io's ability to play a Teklo Core off the top.
That can help in the face of some disruption now that you've got the processor and the pounder ready to go.
And banishes a blue T-Bone off the top to Just a Nick. So, bit of a good break for Xincheng over there, losing a relatively low impact attack from the top of the deck. So, Teklo Core trigger at the start of Xincheng's turn. 2 floating. Dio again finds the last boom grenade in the deck off the top. That's a yellow boom grenade. Remember, Yuki Liebender only has 1 block remaining on the flick knives. Will she be able to cover any breakpoints that Xincheng sends? Remember, he still has the Spark of Genius as well to perhaps mount a little bit more of an offense, and that's the last Cerebellum Processor being banished off the top. I want to say it's the last one, I think.
4 with go again. Have to wonder. Yeah, I think it is the last one because one
'cause
was pitched, one was banished. Yeah, that's the
Yep.
last one. This is going to buy the block of the Flick Knives. What other breakpoints can come out here?
Which is telling for Xincheng. It tells him that Yuki Bender does not have a defense reaction in that hand. So he wants to prioritize breakpoints to try and land this yellow boom grenade for an extra 3 damage. Spark of Genius comes out. He's going to find an item. He paid 0 for this. So item of cost 0. Looks like it's going to be Null Time Zone. Is the name... is the item Xincheng has chosen, and that deck is looking mighty thin. You know, we spoke about how he had about 16 cards left in deck, but they're not all attacking cards either. Some of them are just cards like Null Time Zone, which don't have any attack value on them. So in terms of damage left in Xincheng's deck, it is very few.
Looks like there is a judge call here, probably. Maybe in response, was it the Null Time Zone that was just grabbed there off the... Yeah,
Of the Spark of Genius.
So maybe trying to figure out what exactly... Can you respond to the Null Time Zone when in, like, you know... Because often what I can imagine is like you play the Spark, Null Time Zone hits, you're like, okay, can I respond now? But once you've let the Spark of Genius resolve fully, I'm not sure if you can because the Null Time Zone is hitting as part of Spark of Genius's resolution. So once you passed on passed on resolution, I do believe that is the end of that. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, we'll have the judges resolve that. Shout out again to our wonderful judges to ensure that these events run as smoothly as they do. How do you feel right now about the game state, Sam, in this Slippy versus Dash.io match?
I feel like Yuki should be able to outlast the Dash.io, but this turn, finding the Boom Grenade off the top again, this will be the moment, it feels like. Can this Boom Grenade connect? But even from there, let's say that, because is it yellow?
It's a yellow Boom Grenade.
Yeah, so that's 3 damage, which, you know, true damage in a matchup where you're at the potential of getting fatigued is, of course, literally as consequential as any points of damage in the game. But you look at the banishing from the Justinik, right? What was it, 16 cards? We didn't consider the Justinik, so that was actually 15 after another banish. It feels like Yuki should be able to get there, but this might be the moment where we see some things change.
It's also scary because a lot of these power turns from Dash.io are more than just the cards you're boosting up the top. We saw Xincheng play an item off the top, play a Spark of Genius, which gets another item from the deck. These are very card-intensive power plays from the Dash.io side. So it was 15 cards after Justinik, but it's even more just being spent to put more items on the field. And the question is, will they actually convert to damage? Because we saw Null Time Zone. That's not going to do damage unless you exactly call the blocking card from Yuki Bender's hand.
Mental damage.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Yeah, you didn't consider the mental damage angle. And this
16 points of mental damage. Xincheng needs to get there to beat Yuki Bender.
This is why everyone agrees that I am the superior player of the duo. You know, if you talk to anyone out there in the hall, if you talk to our friends at LSS, if you talk to the people in chat, I'm sure everybody knows of the two of us. I have the better results. You know, I have the better respect from the pro player community. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to let you know like this.
Don't apologize. I mean, you said it yourself. You are at Yuki Bender's draft caliber. You did say it yesterday.
Oh,
so,
no, I did. And I stand by it with every fiber I have and every bone in my body.
Absolutely. You love Gold Hunter Light Sail. Yuki Bender loves Gold Hunter Light Sail. You're practically the same player. Actually, what are you doing in the booth?
I know. Get me out there. Get me out there, Punkage.
Exactly.
I think we've got the judge call all sorted out so we can stop listening to this drivel and get back to the game. Let's head to it.
Looks like any board state questions have been resolved. Thank you to the judges for that.
Yeah, so use one action point. Yeah.
Use the final action point drawn off the Cerebellum.
I'm not sure what happened to the Null Time Zone. Looks like perhaps the Spark of Genius maybe ended up choosing something else rather than the Null Time Zone. That must have been it, and now T-Bone coming in. Oh, the Null Time Zone's right there.
There it is.
Yeah, okay, cool. So we don't know what was named. Maybe Xincheng named exactly a blocking card from Yuki Bender's hand. So far, these T-Bones are not helping in landing the Boom Grenade. Declo Foundry Heart being activated over here. That's more cards off the top of Xincheng's deck.
Because I believe we're going to see a maximum velocity come down, which is going to be 10 more damage. Yuki can block for 3 of it, but 3 damage is coming over. That means 10 damage is taken, so Yuki Bender's down to 6 after this turn. The Blood Rod will trigger, but that's not the story of this game. Again, I said the true damage is important, but will it actually even be enough? Can Xincheng actually find 6 more damage over the top from here?
And as you get to these low deck counts from Dash.io side, you might have 4 cards in hand, but you have no cards in deck. You are still not allowed to boost at all. So these 6 points of life from Yuki Bender's side might just be the last few life points, and she might just survive these onslaught from Xincheng.
I crank it from top, I believe, and it started with 1 counter.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and talk through. Maybe it is that cerebellum. It's something that we were curious about, but we'll have to kind of wait and see as the judges are going to go ahead and figure this one out. It's a complicated game. It's a high-stakes moment during this Pro Tour. But we got to wait and see just who's going to come out on top. But listen, if things shake out as they have shaken out, maximum velocity at the end of this game. Will it be enough? We actually, because of, coming back to us, I don't know what that null time zone called. We've seen what? How many shelters have we seen played?
We've seen 2, I want to say. It was 1 from Hand and 1 from Arsenal early on in the game.
And then the one that was responded to the Pulse Wave. So is that the 3rd, though?
That might have been the 3rd.
I think that was the 3rd. So are there more D-reacts to call with? Because that's going to be the real difference maker, right? Null time zone calls a D-react. A D-react is then stuck in hand on basically this next turn, and that's how you get the damage
Could even be 2 D-reacts. If we call something like a Sink Below, which a lot of the Arachne Slip to the Cracks decks are running, potentially up to 3 copies of Sink Below for the mirror in particular, but Yuki would have brought it in this matchup.
And
if
we haven't
she has
seen
it in the
any
list.
yet.
We haven't seen any, which means she could be caught with more than 1 Sink Below on the following hand, and if that was what was called from the null time zone, that could be just the amount of damage Xincheng needs to close out the game.
Yeah, that would be really tough. I mean, I feel like, we've definitely seen, I think only 1 Codex, but we've seen 1, right? Which makes me think we've seen pretty much every card that Yuki has brought into this matchup. So I feel like if there were Sink Belows, we would have seen it. I also feel like potentially this game for Yuki, I don't think she came into it like, I'm going to fatigue this Dash.io. Often the Dash.io deck determines if the other player is going to try to fatigue him, right? It's about how explosive the start is. It's about how potent the offense is. Aiden, my cousin, plays a lot of mech. I know. So you have to wait for the mechanologist deck to tell you, oh, I have to just block out or I lose if I trade damage. So Yuki maybe didn't bring in those D-reacts, was ready to try to trade disruption, but the start of this game was just so explosive, and she was seeing how many cards were just being ripped off the top into the banish zone.
And that is the flexibility of Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. It's one of the reasons so many of the players at World Tour Singapore have gravitated towards this deck, because especially against one of the other menaces of the format, Gravy Bones, you really want the flexibility on the Slip to the Crack side to be able to pressure both the life total but also the fatigue angle, and it gives the agency on the assassin player's side to decide which game plan they want to enact based on what the opponent is doing.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation, honestly, for both players. We're going to have to wait and see just which one is going to come out on top as we wait for the players to resolve it. The games are ongoing, folks. The Pro Tour is ratcheting towards a conclusion, but both of these players, for different reasons, it's very exciting. You see them win. You see Yuki win. You see, a titan of this game, a champion multiple times over, multiple different formats, multiple different flesh and blood eras, one step closer to that coveted Pro Tour top 8. You see Xincheng win, and all of a sudden, Dash.io still has a chance to sneak her way into the top 8. We saw Dash.IE leave us just a couple weeks ago in the Nationals meta, and Dash.io could be the next one of the mechanologist class. Now that Puffin hasn't quite made it up in this Pro Tour as of yet, could Dash.io continue the mechanologist mantle?
I'm glad you brought up Puffin, because one curious thing about Xincheng's list is that we haven't really seen many of the high seas cards. Cogwork's Tinker Rings is something that we've seen a few Dash.ios bring in the arm slot for an added amount of fridge alongside adaptive plating, but we also haven't seen any Cog in the machines to perhaps insulate this Dash.io player from the fatigue. So the question is, was that the correct choice? If Xincheng does end up getting fatigued, would he have wished that he actually had those Cog in the machines in there? We'll just have to wait and see. I want to bring us back and talk about where we are in this tournament right now, Sam. This is just the second round of Classic Constructed as we've come back into the CC rounds of this tournament, and it's already such a nail-biter. We've spoken time and time again about how day 2 of Pro Tours is where the tensions increase, the level of gameplay just gets even higher, and that's what we're seeing. Second round of CC today, and it's already such a nail-biter.
Yeah, I'm trying to do something. I'm going to try to bring some narratives from around the hall to our booth right now as we wait for this judge call to wrap up. We have some results in from earlier, or excuse me, from around the hall. Tao Tao Chu still alive at X and 3 on Arachne Marionette, taking down Naib Mobassir. So I do believe that is the end of the interesting Ira deck that we've been seeing and hearing about, as Tao Tao Chu stays alive and has a potential in this tournament if he can continue to take out Slippy's. Maybe find himself in the Pro Tour top 8.
I mean, Arachne Marionette is perhaps the counter to Slip to the Cracks. We speak about unique angles into this meta. The question is, what beats Slippy and beats Gravy and Cindra? Tao Tao Chu believes it's Arachne Marionette. I've asked him about the Gravy matchup. I was like, how do you actually deal with this? You don't have the intrinsic go again that Slip to the Cracks has. And his answer to me was, I just killed him. So I guess that's perhaps what he's doing.
I mean, that sounds nice.
Yeah, while he's killing the Slippies as well, because you basically have 2 hero abilities in that matchup. And Cindra, you're fine. You're an assassin player.
Yeah.
You're good to Cindra.
Battle of the Florian matchups. We did, of course, have Jude Kernet versus Tatsuya Okinishi, and it is the Japanese player, the Calling Kobe winner, taking that one down in the Florian mirror. Looking down as well, we did have a Verdance mirror as well, of course, because even though it's all a lot of Gravies and a lot of Slippies, somehow the Earth heroes are just bearing into each other. But it actually, you're going to see La Wen from Blue Pitch taken down by Edison UA. That is going to be Canada taking it down over Blue Pitch there. And I do have some unfortunate news.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I was going to ask. I
do have some unfortunate news for you, my friend. Marlynn was nowhere close.
Oh.
No, and Majin lost.
Oh, my God. You had to do it that way. I was like, I dodged the actual bad news after you dropped that bomb at the end of that.
Friend of the show, friend of the coverage team, host of World Tour Weekly, and the current U.S. national champion, Majin Bey, has had a great run, but at XN4, the run is likely over. Let's see if we can see anything else. There is a Cindra still alive, 10-3, Guillem Las Heras, and then the name is cut off, so I can't see, but Cindra is still alive at XN3, and I believe we have another Cindra doing battle nearby as well. So there are a lot of heroes still ripping and roaring, and still some dark horses potentially ready to roll. Our game, however, back at it for you. Let's dive back down to the feature match area and see just how this one concludes.
So it looks like they made Xincheng destroy the cell burn processor that was there, because I believe it had an extra steam counter when it shouldn't have had, and he has an IP2 as well, I believe was the conclusion from the judges. Not sure how much that's going to matter though, with just 2 cards remaining in deck and just 2 cards in hand as he sends this red throttle. Null Time Zone, however, is still there. If he called the correct card, it all comes down to what the Null Time Zone called and what Yuki Bennett still has in her hand. Looks like she's still putting 2 cards to block this throttle, only leaking 2 from this throttle.
Well, there is a Sink Below in Yuki Lee Bender's hand. So she did have them in the deck, and we just didn't see it. 2 damage looks like it's going to come over the top. So down to 4 goes Yuki Lee Bender, as the IP2, like you mentioned, going to go ahead and be the follow-up.
But did he call Sink Below, or did he call something like Codex of Frailty? That's typically the other thing you might call in a matchup like this. Codex of Frailty, one of the strongest power cards in Yuki Bender's deck.
Now this is crazy. Let's say you block 3 here, you take 1 down to 3.
Given that she's blocking with Take Up the Mantle instead of the Sink Below, you have to wonder whether Null Time Zone called Sink Below.
But look at this. Even down to 3, the Symbiosis Shot can come out for 2. Yuki Lee Bender can go down to 1. The Null Time Zone's going to go away on this turn. There's literally like 2 cards left. I think Yuki Lee Bender has done it. As the Sink Below hits the arsenal, I don't even think the IP2 was going to matter. Yuki Lee Bender, by the skin of her teeth, holding on nails on chalkboard. She has got 1 life. The Symbiosis Shot comes down. But there is no cards left that can boost for this Dash.io deck, and I think Yuki Lee Bender is going to have stayed alive and take down this game.
And with Sink Below and Arsenal, you can still play it even if Null Time Zone's on the field, which it isn't even. Infiltrate coming in, no viable targets in Xincheng's deck, however. Yuki Lee Bender just sending some damage through.
As this is just going to be 6 damage, then the Leave No Witnesses. I don't think any of this is going to be blocked by the no blocks in Dash.io's hand. IP2s don't matter when there are no cards left in deck. Take 1 down from the Sprocket Rocket. GG's is the call. You can see the hand go up, but Yuki Lee Bender, 10-3. Her tournament is still alive. Arachne slipped through the cracks, slips through that one, literally through the cracks at 1 life, and Dash.io falls, desperately trying to get the final points over, but couldn't quite get there.
Surviving at exactly 1 life. That is what we want from Flesh and Blood. That is what we want as we get into the Day 2 Classic Constructed rounds of Flesh and Blood here at World Tour Singapore. What a nail-biter of a match, Sam.
Absolute nail-biter. That was, I did not expect it to go down like that, but go down like that it did. It was very exciting to see. I mean, you don't always expect to see just blocking throughout a game be so like this, but truly, you just never know in Flesh and Blood, and the boom grenades off the top there for Xincheng really came at some critical times. I believe, my friends at home, I feel like I can hear you. You're asking yourselves, how do I get involved in this great game? How do I go and play at my LGS and try to qualify for the Pro Tour in Yokohama? I got great news, you guys. There's a ProQuest season coming up. Let's talk about it right now, if you'd be so kind. Punkage, when was your first ProQuest?
It was for ProQuest. It was for ProQuest New Jersey, actually. That's one that I actually played at, the first ProQuest, the first Pro Tour ever in New Jersey. I did actually get the chance to play. But for those of you who want to play at the next Pro Tour coming up, definitely head over to your local game stores and sign up for ProQuest Yokohama. ProQuest season, Sam, is one of my favorite seasons in the game. It is so fun to go to your LGS, all these people that you play armories with, but then you play at a little bit more of a higher stakes tournament with them, and you get to play for some fantastic prizes over here. At top 8, you get the swing bigs over here, and top 4 gets the cold foil overcrowded card, a new card released in the next set, Super Slam.
Yeah, these cards are honestly looking pretty hot. Swing big. I am such a big alt art dude because I like how classy it is in Flesh and Blood. You know what I mean? Like there's not that many alternate arts on cards, so when they hit so hard. Look at this swing big, just tearing through the deathmatch arena. Look in the extended art rainbow foil there, and you heard James White say it in the keynote. This overcrowded. We didn't see Codex of Frailty resolved in that game, but if it did, Overcrowded would have had some pretty nice defensive value. That comes right back into the arsenal. It's got Ambush, and then it immediately just blocks 4.
And Ambush, a keyword we haven't seen since Dynasty, I believe. Tiger Eye Reflex is the only other card in the game that has that keyword. Means it can be blocked with from Arsenal. And yeah, against Codex of Frailty, which also makes a bunch of tokens, could be very, very effective.
And ProQuest, of course, just such a great opportunity to get to your LGS, play, what it essentially feels like an exciting armory. You play a slightly longer armory. Hey, maybe you end up in top 8. My first event of Flesh and Blood ever that I played that wasn't on my kitchen table was at a ProQuest, and it was truly the thing that started my whole journey in this game. So I hope you will join us at your local ProQuest, and I also hope you will stick around because we have got such a great match for you coming up as our next round here of this round. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be Cindra. It's going to be Gravy Bones because Cindra's still alive and kicking. The conversion rate wasn't great, but some of these players are still here. Let's see who takes it down as we head down to the feature match area.
We spoke about strategies being tested over here. Cindra's believe that they have the upper hand in this Gravy matchup, but there's a reason most of Team Armory is here on Gravy Bones. They have been in the lab, they have been working on this matchup, and they believe that they actually are favored into the Draconic Ninja with the Mask of Momentum. Let's see whether Arthur Trehet is going to be able to navigate this matchup where he is ostensibly the underdog, but if the Armory team is to be believed, I think he thinks he's favored.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. We've seen some Gravy Bones rewrite the script and take down some Cindras. So we'll have to wait and see just who is going to take down this.
Both players presenting decks to each other. Azika, this is likely going to be a quick one, Sam. Both players want this game to end very, very early. Cindra doesn't want the game to go long to let Gravy get more value from the allies. And Gravy doesn't want the game to go long because Cindra will get more Mask of Momentum triggers. And eventually Gravy Bones will get worn down by Flick Knives.
As we see Arthur Trehet, Pro Tour champion, still very much alive. Needs to win 2 of these next 3 games to make his way into another top 8.
And right off the bat, we see a unique leg piece in the Gravy Bones leg slot over here in the form of the quick dodge flexes. In most matchups, Gravy Bones enjoys the Mage Master boots to resolve those multiple ally turns. However, against Cindra, it seems Arthur Trehet has chosen for the more defensive leg piece with the quick dodge flexes, also the more defensive head piece with the Balance of Justice as well, instead of the Crown of Dominion.
First action. Bram with Cinderclaw. I think you heard Nathaniel at the start of this game ask, how many allies in your hand? Facetiously on this turn 0. This is going to buy a block from the Avasti on the Bram with Cinderclaw.
And unfortunately for Nathaniel, I believe Arthur Trehet actually has 0 allies in his opening hand over here. Fire Tenant strike first, hits a combat chain. It is Draconic thanks to Brand with Cinderclaw.
It's going to be the block here. Looks like it's the port side exchange coming out. Taking care of this Fire Tenant strike first. Flick knocks over. Keeps the chain alive. Down to 39 goes Gravy Bones.
And the next attack, if it is Draconic, will get +1 thanks to Fire Tenant strike first. Which could make it an awkward breakpoint for Arthur Trehet to block.
You also have to wonder if Nathaniel's expecting to get these daggers back. Currently at the 2 chain links thanks to the Brand with Cinderclaw, so that will make things a whole lot easier.
Please, no more. 2 allies. 2 allies.
Asking for 2 allies from Arthur Trehet. Display loyalty as a field, and that will generate the first fealty token, which shouldn't go unnoticed over here. Typically, a fealty token can unlock quite a few Cindra playlines. It can totally unbrick a hand that has no Draconic starters, or it can turn on some additional effects like Art of Dragon Fire.
Nathaniel just absolutely despondent that there are no allies in the hand. Does he keep a card from Arsenal or does he keep testing it? No, he's sending 5 here, and this threatens not only damage, but this is a Mask of Momentum live draw.
So Arthur Trehet is going to use the Balance of Justice defensive here on turn 0 to deny a card draw from Mask of Momentum, and Nathaniel quite upset that there were no allies in Arthur Trehet's hand there.
4 allies.
Once again, Nathaniel just asking for 4 allies off the top. Nathaniel's got to be careful what he asks for. This Gravy Bones deck quite enjoys it when enough allies are coming out of the graveyard. Perhaps Arthur would not like them to be in the hand here.
Also, you just love to hear the camaraderie between these players. Here at round 13 in World Tour Singapore, both players at X and 2 fighting for their top 8 lives, still able to laugh it out, still able to enjoy this great game of Flesh and Blood. Starting off with the activation of the gold-baited hook over here, which signals perhaps a golden tipple, and that's exactly it from Arthur Trehet. Golden tipple hits a combat chain, discarding Rigor Mortis. That is the ally that Nathaniel was hoping Arthur Trehet had in his opening hand.
But of all the allies that Nathaniel might have to stare down, Rigor Mortis is about the easiest one to deal with thanks to these kunais.
So on hit, create a gold on this golden tipple thanks to the activation of the gold-baited hook. Currently, no blue has been played from Arthur Trehet's side, so Rigor Mortis not going to be available for now. Is holding a Call to the Grave, however, so might go ahead and deploy that and find yet another ally to join the Rigor Mortis in the graveyard. Compass activation. He is holding a Saltwater Swell, so if that's a blue, we might see that card hit the combat chain.
Saltwater Swell played here. 3. Grabs the Call to the Grave. 4 floating and 3 go again.
Belittle that blocks 3 is what Saltwater Swell is. 4 floating for Arthur Trehet, and thanks to the 2 gold that he has right now, does even have an outlet for those resources should he want them. Still no blue has been played yet, but he's holding on to yet another Call to the Grave. So that could be the blue he plays, or he could just go ahead and pop the gold. Looks like he will play the Call to the Grave, will find an ally, has 4 resources floating, perhaps could find a chum, friendly first mate, to go ahead and join the Rigor Mortis, and with the 4 floating, could play the chum out immediately. Swabi going to be the pick for Arthur Trehet over here. It costs 5 resources total to play out the Swabi and attack with it, but thanks to Dead Threads, which is being activated right now, he has the 5 floating, can put out this massive ally and attack for a whopping 7. Nathaniel already down to 27 on Arthur Trehet's first 4-card hand, and there's a Swabi on the field as well.
You made us shuffle again. Yeah.
Players here having some fun at the top tables of the Pro Tour in Singapore, which is what you love to see. Flesh and Blood community stays on top.
This always happens to me.
So in terms of turn cycle math over there, Arthur Trehet dealt 13 damage and put a 3 health ally on the field. So that kind of effectively makes his turn cycle a 16-point play off of the random 4 cards off the top of the deck. And that are the sort of lines, those are the sort of lines that allow this Gravy Bones deck to match Cindra's aggression.
Fire Tenant, strike first. Going to strike into Swabi and take care of it. In reactions, while attacking, the throw dagger is going to come forth. There's no shelter from the storm, so a card going to be drawn here. Dagger flies across.
Interesting choice to start by attacking the Swabi as well, especially if you're also going to throw dagger, because throw dagger allows you to, in a sense, maintain the chain links hitting, which you want to do for Mask of Momentum. So that tells us perhaps Nathaniel plans to send more breakpoints Arthur Trehet's way.
And the vest able to resolve after the card is drawn because it's on the hit. Both of the triggers are on the hit. You stack the triggers, let the card be drawn, then let the blood spattered vest trigger, resolve, choose if you want to get that resource. Resource is going to be actually just filtered into the kunai here. 2 from the fire tenant.
Which means, since this dagger is the one that's attacking, Arthur Trehet might be able to just block this a little bit freely, since there won't be a Flick Knives activation to maintain the Mask of Momentum chain links. However, from Arthur Trehet's position, Nathaniel is holding on to 3 cards, so he could be worried that if he blocks this kunai, he will need to block again once the chain restarts on the next attack. However, if he doesn't block this, then Flick Knives will be available for the next chain link. So Arthur Trehet already in a little bit of a bind over here. Are we perhaps going to see the activation of the quick dodge flexes? One thing to point out is that Swabi has hit the graveyard this turn from the combat chain, so Death Threads is live currently on Nathaniel's side, on Nathaniel's turn, and could be used to fuel further activations of quick dodge flexes.
Getting the full 2 value on this kunai of retribution because of the +1 from the fire tenant. Display loyalty now coming in. 3 makes another fealty. Flick Knives now available as well on this chain link. This is an awkward one for the quick dodge flexers.
However, the chain has already been stopped. Since the kunai was blocked fully, this display loyalty is the first attack that's going to hit.
Doesn't even need to use the Flick Knives here. This attack hits through the quick dodge.
I don't think he has enough go again to actually touch the Mask of Momentum this turn, unless he wants to use the Dragon Scale of Flight Path to give the Lava Burst go again. But I believe his last card is a breaking point, so he would need to Flick Knife, get a resource off the Blood Spattered Vest, and use Dragon Scale of Flight Path to send the breaking point, which will only threaten Mask because Arthur Trehet does not have an arsenal.
So nice 6 points of defense from the blue and the quick dodge flexers there. Down to 33 goes Arthur Trehet. You go ahead and actually just make sure to flick that, looks like, and then activate Cindra.
Sorry, nerves. Yeah. I want to say I'm tilted.
Breaking point goes to the arsenal for Nathaniel. And this is the sort of value exchanges that allows Gravy to come on top in this matchup. That was a 1-card block 6 effectively from Arthur Trehet's side. It does involve the quick dodge flexes, obviously, but this game doesn't go very long. We saw him do a 4-card 16 effectively on his first turn, getting 6 points of defense on blocks over there, and now starting his turn on the Golden Tipple as well. This is how Gravy Bones gets to match the numbers of Cindra to Cry of Aether.
Golden Tipple, Golden Tipple, Golden Tipple. 1 in the pitch, 1 discarded, 1 on the combat chain. This one's coming in for 3. So much gold has been made. It looks like the Dragon Scalar Flight Path just going to get in front of this for that 1 point of block value.
2 points leaking over, and once you see Dragon Scalar Flight Path blocked with on the Cindra side, you have to start thinking about a Wrath of Retribution perhaps coming your way on the following turn. Dragon Scalar Flight Path, most effective use of it is on a Wrath of Retribution turn to be able to attack with a Kunai of Retribution once again.
See how Arthur wants to continue this one. He's got the life lead, doesn't have a lot of allies.
Yeah, and the discard to the Golden Tipple was another Golden Tipple, so Dead Threads as of this point is not live right now on Arthur Trehet's turn.
A lot of gold. Going to start to use it as his Gravy Bones draws a card off the top.
And I just want to note one aspect of Arthur Trehet's experience on this deck. Compass hasn't been activated yet. He has drawn off of Golden Tipple. He has just drawn off of Gravy Bones as well. Compass, however, completely untapped. This is a player who knows when is the optimal time to use Compass. He's not just going to muscle memory it on the first priority window he gets on Nathaniel's turn. Now is the time he decides, now I need to activate the Compass of Sunken Depths.
Chain, yeah.
An ally has hit the bin as well, thanks to Gravy Bones' activation. So Dead Threads is live at this point, I believe.
No blue to the yard yet, eh?
No blue to the yard.
No blue to the yard, so cannot play that Swabby or the Rigor Mortis.
You could dead threads to crack a gold. Go up to 2 floating, use that to crack a gold, maybe find the blue. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
He knows what's on top.
This isn't a blind draw.
And there's the port side exchange. Getting rid of a chum, making a gold, drawing a card. There's the starter.
However, dead threads has already been used. So if he draws a resource card, it looks like he might be able to resolve the Rigor Mortis and attack with it. The other 2 allies, he does not have the resources to go ahead and play them out and swing with them.
You heard Nathaniel ask, red. Show me a red card on top. We'll have to wait and see. If he reaches for that Rigor Mortis, it's going to be the blue.
I love the emoting from Nathaniel's side. It's such a pleasure to watch. Rigor Mortis coming in for 6, has a gold on hit as well, thanks to gold-baited hook. And Arthur Trehet has made plenty of gold on this turn, so no risk of the hook going away. It's just pure upside if this Rigor Mortis lands.
We've seen the throw dagger, so Nathaniel might be on a slightly higher blue count than, say, like a Pudding Tam style, truly, you know, maybe a concealed blade, maybe not. Rigor Mortis going to untap. Nathaniel down to 19. Arthur Trehet still sitting pretty at 32. 1 ally on the field, but the arena remains bereft of bigger bodies, and a single kunai can take care of this Rigor Mortis with ease.
Nathaniel also wants to try and get a Mask of Momentum trigger if he can. One of the benefits of Cindra, one of the reasons to bring Cindra against Gravy Bones is the potential for free Mask of Momentum draws. However, Rigor Mortis with just the 1 health on it, not very enticing to send a full action card against it. So you, as you said, you might want to just send a kunai at it, but then you're sending action cards at the face, which the opponent can block and deny you your Mask of Momentum draw.
No blocks here on the brand. Rising Resentment just going to go ahead and take care. Trigger the Rising Resentment.
Gets to play a 1
Oh, and
for
banishes
free.
the Hunt the Hunter. That means this thing can come in for free. And we've already seen the Dragon Scalar Flight Path be blocked with. I think we might be seeing this thing get go again.
So not going to be used for a potential Wrath of Retribution turn. Instead, looks like it's going to be used on this Hunt the Hunter turn. Mark as well going over to Arthur Trehet's side. However, Nathaniel already has 2 fealty, so unlikely to need more than that.
5. No go again yet, but a pretty conspicuous block with the Dragon Scalar Flight Path a turn ago.
Flick Knives also hasn't been activated yet, and this is threatening the Mask of Momentum draw.
Flick Knives here. 1 over to 28. The other thing about Dragon Scalar's Flight Path, it is an instant. You don't have to commit anything until you've gone through and you're in damage resolution. Make the resource. Take 5. Down to 23 now. In a flash goes Arthur Trehet and Gravy Bones.
You can even see the card you draw from Mask of Momentum
Yeah,
before you
that's what I'm
activate
saying.
Dragon
Yeah.
Scalar Flight Path. 3 cards to work with on Nathaniel's side. We do know his arsenal is the breaking point. Question is, can he convert at least one of the other cards in his hand? Looks like he does have Display Devotion in his hand.
Yeah, Demonstrate Devotion.
Demonstrate Devotion.
Yeah, and that you can play that with the 1 floating. There was a grimace on Arthur Trehet's side of the table when that Dragon Scalar Flight Path was activated. I wonder if our Pro Tour champion had that in his head when he called no blocks on the Hunt the Hunter. Yeah, now he's kind of shaking the head. Clench of the jaw, Compass activated here. Let's see what he was trying to protect. A bunch of blues and to conquer the high seas is a pretty strong hand. But all of a sudden, Nathaniel is looking to play out a full 6-card offensive hand, and Arthur Trehet has no allies to work with.
The breaking point in Nathaniel's arsenal, though, not looking very enticing right now with Arthur Trehet having been off an arsenal the past 2 turn cycles. Can Nathaniel just use his last card? Looks like he's just going to be pitching it for the breaking point, just wants to get the full 5 value from it.
You're gonna get budge value.
Oh, interesting, saying I'm not going to play the Ancestral Empowerment. Don't want to give you value on the Balance of Justice. That would have been the 2nd card drawn, and Balance of Justice would have allowed Arthur to draw a whole extra card. This breaking point is hit, though down to 14 goes Arthur Trehet. He was over 30 to start this turn. And now no arsenal for Nathaniel means that Conqueror of the High Seas is so much less impressive. Have things gone very awry very quickly for our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion?
It's still 8 damage, though, which is so much when the opponent's at 19. And you still have a Swabby follow-up potential to the Conqueror of the High Seas, which would make Arthur Trehet's offensive salvo, at least currently, if it's just Conqueror of the High Seas and Swabby, it's still 15 damage with the Swabby left behind as well. Arthur Trehet now needs to try and figure out how he wants to navigate his turn. He has activated Compass on Nathaniel's turn, so he knows the top card of the deck, has access to it via Gravy Bones' ability, via the gold tokens on the field. I believe he's also holding onto a portside exchange. So even more ways to get the top card of the deck. Gravy Bones in many ways almost like a pseudo Intellect 5 heroes often because of how well you can manipulate the top card of the deck, exchanging it with cards in your hand.
Pretty big turn from Nathaniel there, eh? My goodness. Laying down the burning hot fire is our Cindra player at 10-2. 3 rounds to go, this being one of them. He's doing 2 of 3.
Let's take a look at what Arthur Trehet is thinking about. We don't know the top card of his deck. He does, though. Portside Exchange, Blue Saltwater Swell, and a Murderous Rabble. Can go ahead and draw the top card with the gold. If that's an ally, you can portside exchange it away as well, refund the gold, draw another fresh card, and that would also be your blue starter for the turn.
So being told from production that the way the breakers are looking, Ponkage, you're not going to believe it. There's actually a fairly good chance that a couple X and 4s might make it. So we are potentially actually watching a win and in at this moment. Because of the way the breakers might break down, there's a very good chance that the player who wins this slot, these are, the top of the standings at 10-2, the player that wins this game can lose out from here and still make the Pro Tour. So we, all of a sudden, the intensity has gone from 10 to 25. Portside Exchange.
I was already so excited. I'm even more excited. So Portside Exchange, Arthur did empty his hand completely after the Conqueror. So Portside Exchange, with no card to discard, just gives you a card draw. And that is the blue starter for Arthur as well. Hasn't had an ally hit the yard, though, so Death Thread's not going to be available to him. But if the top card of the deck was a blue, he could still resolve the Swabby here and attack with it for another 7 damage. However, I think he's trying to see if he can do something a little bit more offensive than that. Has access to 4 gold, has access to Gravy Bones' hero ability as well.
This game is sick. just absolutely smacking each other around. As we see Arthur try to close the door on Cindra. It's amazing when you see these Gravy Bones decks race and race well. Swabby coming out here. Another blue in the hand. 7 more damage. Nathaniel just got to take it. He's going down to 4. But has Swabby just put himself in the position to be a big, life-size just pile of food for Cindra to put some attack actions into, feed that Mask of Momenta, and draw a juicy, juicy card.
And we spoke about that. Even if Arthur Trehet just did Conqueror into Swabby, that was still a 15 damage swing.
Jeez.
Off of 4 cards with a 3 health ally left behind as well. Time and time again, we speak about how these Gravy Bones decks are able to put on just these raw math numbers that matches the Cindra. Question is, can Nathaniel maybe punish the Swabby, the resolution of the Swabby by perhaps getting a Mask of Momentum trigger?
3 has hit now. First chain link into the Swabby. Blaze Headlong now comes in for 4. Gold Baited Hook still an option for Arthur Trehet to block with. Handful of 3 blocks.
And another Conqueror again. If you can just do another turn like what he just did, could potentially put Nathaniel in the position where he has to block allies like Rigor Mortis and then will no longer be able to profitably clear them. Flick Knives, though, gonna come in here on this Blaze Headlong chain link to keep the chain alive for the Mask of Momentum. Fealty going to be used for this Art of Dragon Blood as well. So 4 go again, yet another breakpoint. And any Draconic cards that Nathaniel plays, the next 3 Draconic cards that he plays on this turn will cost 1 less. He just has 1 card remaining unless Mask of Momentum draw happens.
If you give a card here, you're not playing that Conqueror. You only got the Dead Threads to work with.
Well, you could with gold.
Oh, with gold.
You pitch a blue into gold, draw another blue, send the Conqueror, which would be lethal.
Let me have this. No, I'm kidding. No, gold. Gold, of course, such an important piece of the puzzle for all of the pirate heroes.
And again, hasn't activated Compass yet. Arthur Trehet has shown the discipline with this equipment piece, not even a weapon, just an offhand piece. That's all Gravy Bones needs to be here in contention for top 8 at World Tour Singapore.
I mean, the saltwater swell, I feel like if you know what's on the top, if you know it's a blue or not, you can continue the turn with a little more information. The eyebrows go up for Arthur Trehet. He knows this game might end relatively soon.
Be careful about that compass. Just shows the level of expertise these top players have had on this Gravy Bones deck, which, remember, only came out just a few months ago and is a very complicated deck. Might be forced to use the dead threads here to cover up the breakpoint to not potentially lose to a Mask of Momentum draw. At some point, I do wonder whether he just thinks, whether you just let him have the Mask of Momentum draw as well. Will he actually be able to threaten 13 damage off 2 more cards after this Out of Dragon Blood? Flick Knives already has been used. This could very well be the last turn cycle of this game, folks. Looks like Conqueror going to come down.
Look at that. Look at that.
To block out the Out of Dragon Blood, stop the Mask of Momentum chain.
Ancestral Empowerment for +1 over the top. Card drawn and a damage.
Which will trigger Mask of Momentum, will draw him another card. That was the worst punish for Arthur Trehet over there. Can Nathaniel convert the remaining 2 cards?
But Balance of Justice can be used. I don't think Nathaniel cares at this point. It's a fair amount more offense that can continue from here. And with Cinderclaw, 3 more go again.
Which will mean that thanks to Out of Dragon Blood, if the last card in Nathaniel's hand is 1 cost, even if it isn't Draconic, we'll get the discount from Out of Dragon Blood.
I have to wonder if Arthur Trehet had been worried about the +1. You block with a different card, try to rip a blue off the top with your balance if you expect the Ancestral. Take 3, down to 9.
He drew a Rigor Mortis off the top. Could gravy that away if he wants to on his turn.
But Nathaniel's just going to pass here, so that Ancestral Empowerment got a card out of the deck onto the combat chain and into the arsenal, and Nathaniel saw the Conqueror blocked with, so felt pretty comfortable putting a card in the arsenal, thinking he wouldn't be under threat of arsenal disruption on this turn. Now it's time to activate the Compass of Sunken Treasure.
Okay, at the top.
See what's in the hand. There's the Rigor Mortis, the Give No Quarter, and the Saltwater Swell Blue.
Is he going to get the top card of the deck with the gold activation or by activating Gravy Bones? Probably wants some way to get rid of the Rigor Mortis. Looks like it's going to be a gold activation here for Arthur Trehet. Get the top card of the deck that he knows is there, but at this point, he's now flying blind. 2 allies in the hand for him. Wants to try and get rid of at least one of them. Gravy Bones going to be activated over here, drawing a random card off the top. It's going to be the Sunken Treasure, so that is a blue. Very likely going to discard one of these allies. Has yet to play a blue this turn, so Gravy, the allies in the yard currently not available to him.
There's Rigor Mortis, and now with Nathaniel down to 4, Rigor Mortis is looking a lot more threatening. Draw another card off the gold.
And that's yet another ally. That's not what he wants to see at this point.
These are coming together in awkward sequencing for our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, desperately fighting to stay alive in this tournament.
And you have to wonder, remember that turn 0 when Nathaniel was trying to fish for allies in Arthur Treh's hand, but there were none to be seen. Here is where they are. At turn 4 is where Arthur Trehet is starting to find a multiple ally hand. Can he get himself out of this? He does have the life lead here, is also able to present lethal to at least force at least 1 card from Nathaniel's side. Is that going to be enough, though?
For life for Nathaniel, facing down a Pro Tour champion. Another gold drawn, Arthur Trehet at 9. Both players at 10 and 2.
And that's an Eye of Ophidia drawn. That's quite a few
no
blocks.
More gold.
No more gold. Give No Quarter is the only blue in this hand that he can play to start playing an ally from his graveyard. Does he have anything other than the Rigor Mortis? Does he have another Swabby? I'm not entirely sure. I think he has a Chum.
Yeah, I think there's a Chum at least. Yeah, it's the Chum.
Yeah, it's a Chum and the Rigor Mortis. We can play out the Chum.
Playing the Chum here just for the body and the block.
With this Eye of Ophidia, though, can at least maybe bottom some no blocks if he finds them. He's definitely going to need some blocking cards, but
Sunken Treasure and a Chum.
Probably wants to get rid of the Chum, but because he doesn't have any more gold, Sam, when he has no more gold, he won't have a way to loot away the no blocks that he potentially draws. This is going to be a tough decision for him. Does he want to get rid of the Chum right now so that he doesn't brick on too many no blocks on the following turn. He's also in a little bit of a bind here with this chum being deployed over here. It means that he can't deploy Rigor Mortis and attack with it as well. So it seems the only attack coming from him is going to be just 4. If Nathaniel wants to, he could just block with Blood Spattered Vest and go down to 1 and come back at Arthur Trehet with a full 5-card grip, with Mask of Momentum still online.
Let's see how Nathaniel is going to try to face down this chum. Arthur has to really give this hand a think.
I almost wonder, do you just play the Sawbones from hand as well? Because at this point, if you don't, you're going to be stuck with at least 1 non-block on the following turn with no goal to get rid of it.
Play the Sawbones from hand. That's also a little bit of prevention unless 3 damage goes right into it. Arsenal the Oyston, which might be Oyston's final watery grave, because I don't think that card's coming out of the Arsenal anytime this game. Does look like that's going to be the play, though. Getting that Sawbones out there.
Which, if the attack of Chum isn't going to take any cards from an opponent, this could definitely just be the correct call. Attacking with Chum, if Nathaniel wants to, can just give you the chess piece, come back at you with 5 cards, and you're holding on to a Sawbones, you're holding on to a no block. You definitely don't want that. So Arthur Trehet perhaps saying, this might be my best line. And Gravy Bones, we've seen him do some really disgusting things before, but sometimes you run into these multiple ally hands. A block card as well with Sunken Treasure, a no block in the form of Ivor Fidya. Sawbones resolved, and I think he's thinking whether he just wants to activate Chum to get rid of the Oyston in his hand so he isn't forced to Arsenal it. No more action point remaining for Arthur Trehet, so the Chum activation, that's what he's currently thinking about. Pass. Oyston going to Arsenal. 2 allies resolved for Arthur Trehet. But no offense mounted on this turn at all. Can Nathaniel do something with the space that he's been given? Looks like Arthur Trehet chose to keep the Oyston.
And you heard Nathaniel say ally for the Chum. As the 3 damage is going to come out here and take care of the Sawbones. We're going to see some most likely activations here.
So this is interesting. It almost feels like Nathaniel might want to send attacks at the Chum anyway to get the Mask of Momentum. So on Nathaniel's side, do you try and force the activation to make Arthur at least discard an extra card?
Throw Dagger as well. Looks pretty interesting. Looks like that might be the play, Punkage. As the kunai's just coming out. For 1, no. Pointing it right at Chum.
Taking 1. 2.
4 damage on Chum. Excuse me, 4 life remaining on Chum.
And he's passing on the Blood Spattered Vest triggers. So doesn't need any further resources.
4.
Cut through. Gonna clear the Chum. Gonna draw a card.
And now Arthur just kept a no block in his hand for nothing. Now it's just sitting there, getting ready to waste away. Oyston might have the Heart of Gold, but here, not sure he's going to have enough of the rest of him to keep Arthur alive.
My heart stopped for a moment when the Ravenous Rebel hit the combat chain before the reveal happened. We've seen some blues in Nathaniel's deck. We also see a yellow with the Salt of Wound. That sometimes a flip of a blue or a yellow at the wrong time can be the difference between a loss and a victory with the life totals this tight.
Was there a defensive piece that Arthur was trying to find in the arsenal? Block with the Sunken Treasure before any resolution of a Flick Knives to try to get rid of a kunai.
Which will at least, he just bottoms, turns face down a yellow golden tipple to bring him back to 1 gold. So now he can actually loot away the Oyston that's in his hand, since he can activate Gravy Bones to get rid of that card.
Another card being drawn here, though, as the Throw Dagger is thrown across the table. Down to 8 goes Arthur Trehet. This time he's going to go ahead and resolve the Blood Spattered Vest, getting full 3 points of resources out of it. Oh, and we've got a big follow-up on this turn. Here comes the Display Loyalty. The Mask Momentum has triggered so many times this game. This is why players are bringing Cindra, folks. It's to farm the allies and do so much damage to Gravy Bones through the allies. Farm the Mask Momentum triggers, get so many cards. I've seen Nathaniel draw, I want to say, like 9 cards this game in these action phases as the Display Loyalty comes in. And there's a follow-up that might be raring to go that will turn the heat in this arena up to unheard of levels.
Arthur Trehet now knows the top card of the deck. Is he going to access it via the Gravy Bones hero ability thanks to the gold generated off the Sunken Treasure? There was a little bit of a break for Arthur Trehet while he's here on the back foot in round 13 of World Tour Singapore. I can't believe this is just turn 4 set. It feels like the game's been going on for quite a while, but that's how quickly these matches can go. Both players want to end this game very, very fast.
Did we take the one from here?
I think so. Yes. Or no.
9 to 8. No, I threw the dagger.
That's true.
Yep, double checking the life totals are correct.
Sorry.
Looks like Arthur Trehet should be at 7, which means that the Art of Dragon Fire that Nathaniel is holding is already going to represent lethal, but there's still 3 more damage on the combat chain that Arthur Trehet needs to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a defensive piece that's interesting. And there is 1 gold in the on the arena for Arthur in that red Fiddler's Green.
Fiddler's Green can help with the uninteractable damage that the Art of Dragon Fire can present. But if you use Gravy Bones' ability to discard a Fiddler's Green, then you aren't using it to discard the Oyston. Like nice coming in. Arthur Trehet taking full 4 damage, going all the way down to 3. Fealty going to be used for the Art of Dragon Fire.
As the Art of the Dragon Fire comes down and begins to rain brimstone across the arena. Fang might have the card with brimstone in the name, but I am feeling as though Cindra is the true master of Draconic Flame. 5 damage, 2 damage over the top as the dragon roars and heeds Cindra's call. Down to 1 goes Arthur Trehet, and now this 5 damage must be dealt with, and it is going to be a really tricky question for Arthur to answer if he can even stay alive.
And this 2 damage is effectively uninteractable. You cannot block this damage. You can prevent it with something like a Sawbones. And that's a Fiddler's Green discard to the Gravy Bones hero ability. Arthur Trehet goes back up to 4 life, but that means he's still holding on to this Oyston, this no block. He did draw a Conqueror, however, so does have some blocking ability. Question is, will he be able to do anything impressive on his turn to get out of this hole?
And he just held on to this Oyston for what feels like no reason. He's just having to work with it and deal with it, and maybe he resolves it on this next turn, but this thing could have been in the arsenal. He could have had a different blocking card on this turn. As the Conqueror of the High Seas is blocked for 3, looks like Arthur thinking, does he want to try to resolve this call to the grave? It looks like the answer is yes. Maybe the Oyston's going to have to be pitch.
You could call to the grave, find any ally, resolve the Rigor Mortis, attack with it for 6, get at least 1 card from Nathaniel's hand. But with Arthur Trehet at 2 life and Nathaniel at 3 fealty, you have to wonder if he finds another Art of Dragon Fire, that could actually just spell the end of the game for Arthur Trehet. What is going to be the pick from this call to the grave? No more dead threads available for Arthur Trehet, so the 2 resources in his hand with the Oyston is all he has to work with. No gold as well to speak of.
Yep.
Rigor Mortis is an option to attack for 6. We look at him perhaps considering the Sawbones as well. Maybe he wants that damage prevention there.
And this is feeling more and more as we look through the data and look at the results coming in like a true win-in for the Pro Tour Singapore top 8. Call to the grave, going to grab the Sawbones. Going to be able to come out as Arthur at 2 life desperately tries to close the distance against Cindra and Nathaniel.
So if you play the Sawbones, though, you can't attack with it because he doesn't have death threads anymore and he's just holding on to a yellow. So you have to imagine maybe you just take the Rigor Mortis and at least attack for 6. That will take at least 1 card from Nathaniel's hand.
I close my eyes. I'm closing my eyes.
Bit of a fumble on the deck. Nathaniel closes his eyes to not get undue information.
As we see the players here, Rigor Mortis going to be played, going to be able to be attacked with the hook.
And that gold could be very, very important. You saw how useful it was on the following turn thanks to Sunken Treasure. On the previous turn thanks to Sunken Treasure, excuse me.
Nathaniel here, lining up a single card block.
Single card block, probably Mask of Momentum going to be blocked with as well. You don't need that at this point when your opponent's at 2. They can't let anything hit thanks to Flick Knives. Arthur Trehet is at 2 on the live total board, but because of Flick Knives, he's effectively at 1, which means nothing can hit him if he wants to survive. So Mask of Momentum is basically useless.
Nathaniel, did he draw a clunker? He's lining up a 2-card block here, wanting to keep maybe Gravy Bones off of gold, but look at that hand ignite into Blood Runs Deep without prevention effects. That might be the end of this game on this turn without anything Arthur can say about it.
Unless he has another Fiddler's Green.
That'd be the only way.
But he has no gold because of that block out, so he won't have a way to discard it unless he has another Sunken Treasure.
And so you're seeing why Nathaniel made that block. He had to keep Arthur Trehet off gold for the exact one out that he could find. Ignite's going to come and it's going to discount a kunai, and then the Blood Runs Deep, potentially going to send the 2 daggers across the table, whirling through the air to cut through the allies, cut through the facade, and cut through this game.
We've been in this position before, Sam. Is Arthur Trehet going to sink into a Sigil of Solace? I don't think he runs that into Gravy Bones deck, though.
You can't be serious! 2 damage with go again. This is lethal. Arthur Trehet reaching down and putting a block. He simply has to block.
You cannot let a single point of damage through with the Flick Knife still on the field. Arthur Trehet is effectively at 1 life, is holding onto a no block in the form of the Chum as well. No gold to speak of on the field and no way to generate it, no Sunken Treasures to create another gold on demand. So that Chum is just a dead card in his hand right now.
No blocks, blood in the water. Get the top card, get the Eye of Avidity out of there. A little like shake of the head from Arthur. Didn't really matter what it was as the kunai comes down.
And this is a must block. Otherwise, Flick Knives on board just kills you as well. So Arthur Trehet needs to put something in front of this. And then Blood Runs Deep will come down and finish off the game.
And then now the Sea Legs has to come in. Lock out this measly little kunai, but Arthur is simply priced into it. The Blood Runs Deep is going to hit the combat chain. Arthur's going to see it 2 damage. Is going to flick across the table, and the fist bump is extended. You see the fist race to the table for Nathaniel, and in a win and in for the Pro Tour Singapore top 8 after the much maligned Cindra took a lot of a beating in the discourse arena and the conversion rates. Cindra is going to be in your Pro Tour Singapore top 8.
For the first time this weekend, Sam, we have seen one of the decks that people have brought to combat Gravy Bones actually get there against Gravy Bones. We've seen Slippy's fall to Gravy, we've seen Cindra's fall to Gravy, but Nathaniel has managed to pilot it to be one of our first top 8 players at World Tour Singapore.
Yeah, and Arthur Trehet played it about as well as he could. Had a tough situation, though, with the Oyston at the end. Keeping it, we have to imagine, right, for that Chum activation. But as we saw on that turn, Nathaniel was more than happy to attack into Chum, get that Mask of Momentum trigger, and that was potentially the thing that closed out this game. Arthur Trehet still alive, still needs to win some games, but very well likely could be in his second Pro Tour top 8. But we're going to have to wait and see as all the action continues. We've only got 2 more rounds until our next Pro Tour top 8, folks. The games are only going to get better from here. Thank you all for joining us so far, and we do hope you'll stick around as the Pro Tour Singapore finds its top 8 next.
Here we are, folks, getting very close to having our top 8 at Pro Tour Singapore locked in. A couple of rounds of Classic Constructed still stand in our way before we get there, Brian Gottlieb. We are starting to see our front runners here. Obviously, a couple of players already sort of locked for top 8, but a lot of players still in the hunt for tomorrow's play.
Yeah, there's a bit of a scrum going on, but I do think we're starting to get some clarity. You just saw some real clarity with the Philippines going ahead and locking up a top 8 berth, we believe. Love to see it. And I do want to put a little bit of a grain of salt out there. Nothing is final until it's final, but based on our best mathematical calculations, this is how we see things playing out. Why don't we look at the standings, and I will walk you through the entire scenario here, Mitch. What I believe, these top 4 players, Tom Escoffier, Nathaniel Jerald B, and Jimmy Nguyen and Michael Hamilton. I believe these 4 players have now punched their ticket to a Pro Tour top 8. Regardless of what happens from here, they can go ahead and lose their next 2 matches, and I still think they will be safe and have punched their ticket. So for Jimmy Nguyen, that's 2 top 8 appearances at Pro Tours very, very quietly. For Michael Hamilton, it's anything but quiet, trying to add to that all-time great resume. Beyond that, it's a scrum, Mitch. All of these 10 threes basically can't punch their ticket in this round, but what they can do is set themselves up to play a win and in the next round. So that is every single 10-3 you see here, including GP Kobe winner Okanishi Tatsuya on Florian Tao Tao Chu, on Arachne Marionette, and Yuki Lee Bender, who we're seeing battle back from adversity right now. All those players still potentially live, but it doesn't stop there. It goes all the way down to 17th place. And again, these players need to win this round to keep their chances alive. They are probably going to require another win. There is some small possibility that the folks at the very top of the standings, maybe the Arthur Trehets of the world, could get in with a win and then a loss, but there's no way you're relying on it on this stage. You want to find 2 wins in a row if you're anywhere in this 10-3 scrum.
Yeah, it's an odd situation where we have a number of players essentially lock up their top 8s, and then those still in the hunt still have to stack those 2 rounds together to make it through. Folks, we are not too far away from jumping into our round 14 matchup. We're going to head down to the feature match area again. 2 players that are in the hunt for that top 8 berth. It's going to be Edison on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. Lorenzo Pisoni will be on Arachne, Slip Through the Cracks.
Such interesting stories developing here, Mitch. Obviously, you look at these standings, and there's some dominant decks standing out. You see the Slippies, you see the Gravy Bones, you see even Cindra punching tickets to the top 8. But it gets real interesting when you dive into win rates in this tournament. And among the absolute best performing heroes in this event is Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. Now, there's only the singular Verdance in contention in the hands of Edison Yu at this moment, but Verdance has been putting up a win rate right up there with Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. And by the way, Mitch, it's really interesting. None of these heroes are really looking out of bounds in terms of win rates. It's basically the top of the field, the Arachnes, the Verdants, they're converting at about 55% right now. That's what we usually look for when you made a correct determination for a Pro Tour. You chose the best deck. You're going to get rewarded with about a 55% win rate. If things get out of line, say a Zen situation, then you start looking at the 60% win rates. That's when a deck is really, really pushing the limits of what's acceptable. But everything in this event really coming in around that 55% mark for the best decks. And then things like Gravy Bones converting a little bit lower, right around the 50% mark. But I think what is happening here is Draft is actually telling the story of this tournament. And our most experienced, most informed players, they gravitated towards two heroes in particular. Gravy Bones, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, and then they converted when it came to those draft rounds and started building some distance from the rest of the field.
Our competitors here in this round 14 match getting themselves ready to rumble. Of course, it will be the dual Hunters Claves here for Lorenzo Pisoni. We have a chance to spot over towards some of this gear. Of course, we're thinking Arcane Barrier. So AB2 being presented here by our Arachne player with a Web Crawler.
Not only AB, but a little bit of Spell Void as well in the form of those Widow Veil pieces. So a lot of coverage from any big combo turns that Verdance may want to go for. They're going to have to work a little bit harder here.
AB2 can certainly help. Likely in this matchup, I feel like we might see a bit more of that standard Verdance line of trying to walk those life totals down, play a pretty solid mid-range game, leverage powerful disruptive attacks like Felling of the Crown, Plow Under, and also try and get the most bang for your buck out of those defense reactions while, of course, decomposing as quickly as you can. 60 cards presented. So
on
yeah.
the Verdance side, definitely fear of that disruption. That's what you're really hoping to not face. And in particular, things like Bonds. There's certain cards that Bonds can hit that just will end your chances of winning as Verdance. Edison will be working really hard to dodge those outcomes. It does have access to a lot of defense reactions. Of course, those root-bound carapaces can go ahead and keep you safe. We'll have to time those very effectively if we want to find success for Edison.
Crown of Providence, Stonewall, Gauntlet, Barkskin, and Millennium Tree, and of course the iconic Storm Striders, the equipment suite for Edison. So, Burn Bear in the hand. Cadaverous Tilling also pitched here along with that Rampant Growth Life, and we are sending off the Burn Bear to get some arcane damage done early in the game. That AB2 will inoculate Lorenzo to some of it. Still a hefty hit to open things up.
Both these players not yet having really found their breakthrough on the biggest stage yet, but starting to get in range now. Lorenzo, a couple battle-hardened wins under his belt.
Yep. One in Florence in 2023 and recently in Milan.
Edison
31st place in London at the Pro Tour.
Yep, correct. Edison, just some solid performances along the way, but really going ahead and making himself known in a big way here on this hero Verdance, which, as we mentioned, strong win rate throughout this tournament.
Okay, so likely, yes, a shelter from the storm to protect against his leave no witness. Oh, the Shred. Okay, we don't honestly see this card quite so much anymore. Shred being able to reduce the blocking value of a sort of defending card.
There's just a bit of filtration here for Lorenzo.
Yeah.
No actual hit on the back of that Shred, but wanted to go ahead and clear that. Fruits of the Forest, Yum Yum does its thing, picks up a couple life.
I think he might be also that Tarantula Toxin presents a bit more of an attractive option than Shred does, given its sort of modality, you could say. Felling of the Crown of the baby variety. We are not fully decomposed yet, so this is just 4 damage. Edison is quickly filling that banish up.
It is the first decompose, exactly right, Mitch, and that's something we've seen throughout these Verdance games. The earlier you get online, the more that incidental damage starts to push you down into Storm Strider's range, into combo range. thus far. The build from Edison, though, looking very mid-rangey. You see the Enlightened Strike there, and we're seeing a lot more offense in the attack action form rather than the burn form so far.
Obviously, this is a pretty powerful, take on Verdance. We've seen, I think like Margin Bay demonstrate this kind of style to us. Walk those life totals down, present, some decent threats in terms of damage, force your opponent into blocks, and then get them low enough for a combo. 9 damage is what you're normally looking for, your opponent to be at 9 health. With the Waning Moon on your opponent's turn, plus a Storm Strider's Burn Bear. There's a few different ways you can try and find that lethal damage. That's generally the idea. Very reminiscent of Icelander's play pattern and overall win condition. There is that Tarantula Toxin aforementioned. A bit of a blowout for Edison, who commits a Lightning Strike to block, has the block value stripped, and has to deal with the extra damage on Kiss of Death too.
It is a blowout, but it's just damage. And if you're in Edison's seat, I think you're okay with this outcome. You had some life total cushion to work with, and you're able to keep cards in hand. Effective cards as well for Edison here. Strong cards. Looks like a Fruits of the Forest.
I think it was a Cadaverous Tilling in the hand. A Plow Under. Yep.
Yeah, you are correct, Mitch.
So obviously something to send off on this turn, something to pocket. And Edison, looking to chain together multiple turns here with these pretty compelling attack actions. Cadaverous Tilling, of course, helps with the decomposition win condition.
Not in this instance, though, Mitch. Not enough earth and action cards set up in the graveyard here. So this is just an empty Cadaverous Tilling for 6. Hate to see that if you're Edison.
It's just with felling only 1 earth card, I think, in graveyard.
Yeah, that is correct. Still just offering damage here. And as we mentioned, every point of damage, it adds up. It gets you closer and closer to getting your opponent into a position where you can go off with either Storm Striders or any kind of rampant growth play.
Okay, judge call here being made. I think maybe even just like a life total discrepancy there. Some discussion about the Felling of the Crown, whether it was blocked and how that was sort of prevented. We saw a Shelter from the Storm, of course, in the top of the graveyard for our Slip Through the Cracks player. So pretty quickly, should be sorted out. Back, of course, to the match itself. Remember, it is Edison Yu presenting this Cadaverous Tilling.
Defensive options over on Lorenzo's side. Sink Below making the cut here. So maybe effectively spotting Edison as on a more attack action oriented plan. We saw Ben Dodd doing knick-knack bric-a-brac shenanigans. Against something like that, you really don't want to have those Sink Belows floating around too often. But finding a good home for it thus far against this more attack action oriented deck. And the trend continues for Edison as we see him pick up a Scar for a Scar.
Yeah, again, very much interested in that sort of life manipulation. That's a trend we saw, of course, in our draft rounds. That Scar for a Scar is making its way back into a limited set, but still ubiquitous here in these decks that want something to extend their turn, get them value, and especially just work that life total in their favor. It's going to be Mark of the Black Widow now. Edison is not marked yet.
Yeah, but can be at a moment's notice with that Flick Knives Hunter's Clave combination. See what Edison wants to do here. Does look like he has a Rootbound Carapace in hand, so maybe can bait out something here. Passes reactions does Lorenzo, so no Hunter's Clave as of 9, but just a Rootbound Carapace coming down, defending. No Decompose once again here for Edison.
All right. Rootbound Carapace, though, into the graveyard to be later banished. Here comes that Scar for a Scar. Edison happy to just to walk life totals down. That's kind of emblematic of what this card does for you.
6.
Burn Bear. That is the second copy used in this game. 6 arcane damage being represented.
Lorenzo has wrestled that life lead back, but now facing a bunch of arcane damage.
Command and Conquer of the Italian variety there. Orb-Weaver Spinneret being thumbed through. Mark of the Black Widow. There's a Bonds of Agony in the hand as well.
Just trying to piece together which cards in hand might be disposable here is Lorenzo, as well as that Tunic counter. Certainly good time to get some value out of that. We mentioned AB2 available for Lorenzo, so going to be able to go ahead and pitch the red as well to prevent 2, take 4.
And this is where it gets pretty tricky to have the ideal equipment suite going up against Verdance. You have an idea of what plan they're going to be on based on the deck you've brought, right? I don't think any Slip Through the Cracks player is expecting to, focus to face down a combo-based Verdance deck. But again, you see that attack action come in, have to block it, that scar for a scar, and then you're thinking about that arcane damage, still needing to find ways to sort of trim that down a bit. Command and Conquer, the play from Lorenzo here. Bonds of Agony to fuel it. It should be an Orb Weaver Spinneret, the last card in hand, unless it was blocked with.
Both decks so far kind of not feeling like their namesakes to me, Mitch. Just playing a bunch of generics.
What do you
sort
mean?
of doing a little
This is
early work.
Verdance. This is what she does.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I guess that is somewhat true, but still in the shaping phase, I would say, of this game. And 2 Sink Below's pitch to go ahead and fire off this particular plow under. A little awkward there. Would have loved to keep one of those parked in Arsenal, perhaps, but plow under does its thing here. And get some more decompose. We're getting ever closer to Edison being online with the Verdance and picking up some more incidental damage. And an aggressive slanted deck like his will pay big dividends once that Verdance ability is online.
Absolutely. The next few fellings as well. Something worth looking out for. So maybe a mental block there alongside a Cadaverous Tilling drawn up. Infect, the play from Lorenzo now. This, of course, is a stealth attack action. So it will receive go again from Arachne's hero ability. And again, pretty nice rate if you're thinking about the blood rot pox that can be inflicted. There it is, little Razor's Edge. Very, very clean little 1-2 play. Going to pump this attack action up to 6. Threatening that affliction.
Sure, I'll discard mental block. So we need a thing for that.
Okay.
Just take 1, yeah.
Mental block here, obviously preventing 2 of that damage and also creating a Ponder token there for Edison.
Just take the defensive value where you can. Seems completely fine for Edison. And I think it also, in conjunction with that Autumn's Touch block, is going to allow Edison to go ahead and get online in this next turn because that last card in hand is a Cadaverous Tilling to combine with that blue pitch.
It's really doing everything Edison could ask for here, representing like non-insignificant amount of damage while getting these decomposed triggers off. Looks like he had that plow under the felling. Going to go into the bin. Another Earth card joining them. Some discussion about how the fact that Verdance is online should be represented, but we are aware of that.
A pretty early transition to the powered up mode here for Verdance. We'll keep a close eye on how much value that's going to go ahead and generate throughout this game. Blood Rot Pox does its thing. Life total drops again for Edison. And I think that might have been actually a timely Blood Rot Pox. If I saw the Arsenal card right, pretty sure it was another Scar for a Scar, so it might have just been unlocked by the 2 damage done by the Blood Rot Pox.
Just like he drew it up. Of course, now that Verdance is online, whenever Edison gains life during his turn, he will be dealing arcane damage. 1 ping to his opponent. Scar for a Scar, you're dead right. That's what Edison was looking for there. However, it meets its counterpart in Shelter from the Storm. We'll be covering all of the damage here.
Clean cover there. Also showing up pretty early in the game. A Ring of Roses for Edison. Let's see when that wants to join an already active Verdance out there in the arena. A bit of an IP penalty on this particular turn. Edison going to go ahead and stash that Ring of Roses away. See if he can get that online in the next turn cycle. Going to need to protect the Arsenal here.
I think he was just, a little action point constraint. I think there was like an Arcane Twining in the hand alongside that. So no way to deploy that alongside that Command and Conquer.
This is kind of that old school style of Verdance, I would say, even right down to the Arcane Twining. I'm trying to think of exactly who brought this deck to prominence back before the era of the Majin Bay victory at U.S. Nationals. But if you go back to the win before that, maybe it was even Arthur Trehet and that battle-hardened win that we mentioned earlier on. Or actually, it was a second-place finish for Arthur Trehet, I believe, at that battle-hardened. Fell to a Jarl in the finals, if I recall correctly. But yeah, looking a little bit more like that old-school list that Arthur Trehet was playing, right down to the Waning Moon.
Yeah, definitely reminiscent of some of those, I wouldn't say the earliest lists, of course, were we were seeing Surgent Aethertide. Yeah, Nourishing Emptiness was a card to look out for. That one really emblematic of that earlier list we saw from Arthur. Fruits of the Forest.
Yum, yum.
So you go to 31.
Giving a bit of life back here to Edison. And then we're sending one. So the modality of this card on full display. gain 2 life, do a ping of damage. Now send another one in for 7.
Edison very happy to just wait on that Ring of Roses. Looks to find a better window to go ahead and not punish himself and be action point efficient. No rush for Edison. And I'll say this, every turn that he doesn't deploy it, it is vulnerable out there in the arsenal. But I don't think Edison needs that card to go ahead and actually take advantage of his hero ability being turned on.
No blocks.
Yeah, it figures, folks. Yeah, no blocks called here on the Kiss of Death, thrown in Edison's direction.
It just damage, no disruption to fear as of yet from this turn.
Whereas Edison is hoping to send some of his own. So pick up the point, going to be thrown out here. Obviously no dagger to be retrieving presently.
Turn still continuing, though. Getting a few chain links wide here is Lorenzo. No blocks again.
Okay. Flick the Kiss of Death, more damage.
2 and then 255.
Edison says, okay, well, I'll take 1 from the flick, 1 from the on-hit of the Kiss of Death.
Life total starting to disappear a little rapidly here for Edison Yu.
Yeah, he still needs to walk these life totals down a little bit more. And Lorenzo's been pretty happy to offer, 2 cards each cycle here to block, really just playing that mid-range game, following up that pick up the point here with this leave no witnesses. What has Edison been sitting on in this arsenal? It's being threatened now.
Ring of Roses.
Ah, of course.
Yeah, that's the Ring of Roses from the earlier turns.
Again, a card that obviously, plays very well into your strategy, but you can not guarantee drawing it, right? It's a legendary. Only have 1 of in the deck. There's no ways to sort of, give yourself any more frequent access to it. So if you can get it up early in the game, feels like it does a heck of a lot for you. Edison, geez, if he has to ship it away with the Crown of Providence block potentially, that would be a little rough.
Yeah, there's some options here facing down this leave no witnesses. Could look to the equipment suite for sure. Stonewall Gauntlet plus a card does you just fine. Yeah, I like that string of blocks, and now we can go something like Heartbeat of Candlehold into that Felling of the Crown. Sounds like a very good turn.
Yeah, I mean, Heartbeat of Candlehold presents 3 instances of individual life gain. So, gain 1, gain 1, gain 1. Lorenzo getting pinged on each of those occasions. Ring of Roses is the use of the action point. And Waning Moon, of course, gets unlocked because there's a non-attack played here.
I misspoke. A resource short of actually going into Felling this go-around. But this completely fine Ring of Roses into Waning Moon, offering damage and setting up that Felling in Arsenal for a future turn. Edison Yu is completely online at this point. Every time he deals arcane damage each turn for the rest of the game, he'll gain a life. And guess what? Verdance ability then deals another damage. Also, very important that he continues to build that life total up.
And this is why we're saying Edison is quite happy playing into these small hands, these 2-card blocking turn cycles, then sending pretty high value attack actions back himself. Now with all the trimmings, that Ring of Roses being online with Verdance. This hand, obviously, that is a carapace that can't be deployed against this kind of attack action. That is
it's a shelter too in hand. So an awkward time for this Command and Conquer to show up. Again,
Shove the crown, surely.
Edison with so many options here. It's in no way fatal. Plenty of ways to play around this. He'll be able to sculpt his hand how he wants. Probably stash one of those reactions in Arsenal for a future turn. Has access to the Plow under even. No Arsenal, though, on this turn for Lorenzo. That's already a guarantee.
Yeah. And obviously, Plow Under is not going to make for a great blocking proposition. Edison doesn't want to ship the Felling away. He wants to obviously get value out of it here and now, but that's the kind of, position you get put in when a Command and Conquer gets weighed in your face.
Could think about maybe getting that bark skin of the Millennium Tree in the mix if he really wanted to. I think he wants to play the non-attack actions in hand, though, not defend with them.
Yeah.
Is Pulsing Ether Life in hand for Edison.
Yeah, just the perfect turn to have a CNC here for Lorenzo Pisoni. Kind of damned if you do and if you don't. It's the basket of Millennium Tree being put in front, so an embodiment of Earth being created. To cover that on up.
Is going to take the value of the embodiment there. Just go ahead, dodge that particular card, and now thinking about firing off here. And you see some hesitation because Edison is going to have to give up the card here from hand. But Felling will do its thing and comes in as a huge Earth attack, coming in for 8 here. And threatening a card from Lorenzo as well.
Yeah, it's that decompose. Each hero will have to take a card from their hand and put it on the bottom of their deck, which is maybe why Edison was thinking about maybe sequencing or trying to come out of that exchange with an asymmetric result. So that might be the last copy of Burn Bear in the deck.
Edison claims the full grip there from Lorenzo.
Just gonna check something real quick. Just hang on.
All right, it's like a judge intervening here briefly. We'll be getting back to the match in just a moment. Clearly, maybe some discussion about like how blocking was handled there. I just didn't quite hear the table chatter. So
yeah, not quite sure, but judges, paying close attention now with stakes at their highest, ready to hop in, make sure the game is being administered completely fairly. So happy to see them doing their work and happy to see Verdance looking solid in kind of an old school configuration right now. I love that Edison's gone a little bit deep and found something from the past that he was happy to bring to this Pro Tour.
Yeah, going back to the well for some of these options. Again, I think it's a lot of the things that just makes Verdance so very good. You really are trying to work on both of those axes, right? There's a split damage that Verdance is sort of always presenting and just very good rate attacks, right? When those felons get turned on, the cadaverous tilling can represent 8 damage. Disruption in the form of plow under, when it lines up for you. You got a ton of stuff working for you. Ring of Roses is in play. I think by turn 6, I think you're happy enough with that, especially in a game where you're taking, 2-card blocks in each turn cycle. Both players really just playing off those smaller hands and trying to chip damage where they can. I mean, for Lorenzo, it's been, Kiss of Death into, some sort of 3-power go-again attack, just trying to find some ways on in. So both these players happy for a longer game, but I feel like Verdance has got to be favored there. He's just drawn up the last Burn Bear. 2 of them already been played this game. Now, Emeritus Golding from Arsenal also can be part of that sort of game-winning combo, but your opponent needs to be a little bit lower for you to obviously get that off. You're not going to be able to deal 6 damage. It's 4 off the Blues Golding. So that's something to bear in mind here, those important thresholds. And the match changes because our Arachne Slip Through the Cracks players presented 2 pieces of Spell Void equipment, as well as Arcane Barrier, something that Edison has to be super cognizant of.
Yeah, well, it sounds like our players are ready back down in our feature match area. We'll head on down. And we find a Storm Strider pulled out here. Okay, that took a pretty dramatic turn.
Burn Bear. This is coming in for 7.
Okay. Right. So this obviously is on Lorenzo's turn.
Just finding a window to get some guaranteed damage
He's
here.
He's responding to the Tunic counter take.
Yeah, and Edison just sees a spot where he can go ahead, get the Waning Moon activation, get the Burn Bear, and uses up those Storm Striders in a flash.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how you feel as sort of Lorenzo in this position. Now you kind of know that your opponent doesn't really have a way to kill you on your turn. So you're not constantly, sweating about, how many cards you have left in hand. Do you have enough for that Arcane Barrier? That being said, Edison has sort of used that Burn Bear, that last copy, just to accelerate this clock a little bit, continue to push those life totals down.
Yeah, an interesting decision from Edison to be sure.
Bonds of Attraction here. Obviously, this will banish a card from deck and a card from graveyard. Relevant in that it can gain Lorenzo some life.
We understand.
All right, sounds like the judges are going to intervene yet one more time in this match, just making sure, again, we're playing for a Pro Tour top 8, Mitch. You have to have your T's crossed, your I's dotted. Everything has to be done absolutely perfectly, and the judge staff is on hand to make sure it is being administered fairly, so kudos to them. And I just want to see more of this match. I'm so interested to see Edison take such an aggressive stance with those Storm Striders in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it might be because of that Spell Void, right? Like, he doesn't really think his path to victory is through just sort of trying to, have that moment with Storm Striders at the end of the game, getting his opponent towards lethal life.
I tried this is on his turn.
So, a Ring of Roses in play. Okay, so I think there might be, some discussion about, when that Storm Striders was activated, how that sort of interacts with Ring of Roses as well. There was arcane damage dealt. I think the players are in agreement, though. Everything is hunky-dory. So now the question of this Bonds of Attraction hitting the combat chain.
No blocks.
Shipping the damage.
Edison been very happy to just go ahead and say no blocks time and time again.
We got
against
reactions
Lorenzo.
still.
Thinking on reacts. Can you just react?
He asked Lorenzo, why can't you just react? Make this a little simpler for me.
This is the question that Arachne Slip Through the Cracks is asking you, right? When you have these stealth cards with very powerful on hits, the fact that Edison knows there's kind of more where that came from. That is a go again as well. That's what's kind of got him thinking, what is the follow-up supposed to look like? We're going to... I see. And you can see the hand here, right? Maybe a command and conquer follow-up. So in that case, Edison deploying the defense reaction here would be obviously pretty wise. Off Arsenal, though, so that might be less of an attractive option for Lorenzo.
Yeah, it does go ahead and deploy that root-bound Carapace. Searching if we want to do any more decomposing here. We are well and truly online now in Edison's spot.
So we are decomposing.
Yeah, it does buff up to 4.
Yep. CNC follow-up off Arsenal, so this is just damage. And Edison's already divested himself of that defense reaction, so definitely feeling vindicated in choosing to throw that root-bound Carapace at the first attack action of the turn.
Yeah, a snappy no blocks here, and you can see why 2 strong cards available for Edison can just go ahead and fire off this Enlightened Strike for the big numbers, offering the pure 7 here, and is going to be able to set up that Pulsing Ether Life in the arsenal. Doing a little bit of extra work on the back of that Ring of Roses. Certainly some guaranteed damage coming out of that card.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's the life gain component, which triggers Verdance. There's the arcane damage component, which triggers Ring of Roses. So all of a sudden, so much more value off that card than just what is printed on it. The formula remains the same. Send a big attack. Force these cards out of Lorenzo Pisoni. There was a sink below from Arsenal.
29-19. We are playing Blitz. Half the deck, 3 cards.
Both players excited to play a game of Blitz.
You guys want to play Blitz? Okay.
I mean, we could just change the format if you guys want. That's fine. I'm happy to go ahead and switch up.
Bonds of Agony. Held onto, I think, previously by Lorenzo, or redrawn into now, of course, because of our choice of head and legs here for our Italian Arachne player, it's not so clear how you can generate 3 attack reactions to trigger this Bonds of Agony. Flick Knives, of course, is an attack reaction, but you need more.
And only 2 cards left in hand for Lorenzo. And given what we've seen so far, a very, I would say, defense reaction heavy take thus far. Unclear what the last 2 are in hand, though. Does Lorenzo actually have?
Speculative, but I think that could have been a Tarantula Toxin.
Do I even care?
I do enjoy, Michael Hamilton does this as well. Like, there's a real stream of consciousness as he, sort of...
No blocks.
Vocalizes his thought process. Here's a Flick Knives. Clave comes in. That's going to mark Edison. What else? Holding priority here. That means there's more where that came from, reactions-wise.
Take up the mantle. Okay.
So what will it be? It's a stealth card from the graveyard now can... Okay. Makes sense.
A little guaranteed disruption here from Lorenzo. Take up the mantle. A tricky, tricky card.
Mark of the Black Widow now as Edison is marked. This is threatening a banish of a card from his hand. Now, Heartbeat of Candlehold, Mental Block, Scar for a Scar. So again, on the topic of life manipulation, Edison might be happy to take this.
Yeah, I agree with this. It's not so bad to go ahead and give up a card here.
I'll exile a E-Strike.
Into the banish goes that Enlightened Strike. Edison not too bothered about losing a card. Probably, yeah.
Has a strong turn here. We're going to go something like Scar into Heartbeat, into Pulsing Ether Life, using all of the tools available here. Buffed a little bit by both Verdance ability and Ring of Roses. Edison checking cards in deck very, very carefully and methodically throughout the course of this game.
Ooh, interesting.
23 to 25 is the deck count.
Not if you flick them.
our Italian, of course, with less cards, but he sort of mentions, I have a weapon here, so obviously I can make use of just that single card deck. Should it come to it. Scar for a Scar, though, as Edison did take that 6 damage. That mark of the Black Widow, it was empowered. Take up the mantle. So this is 4-go again. Like Brian had mentioned, Heartbeat of Candlehold could be the follow-up, then into that Pulsing Aether Life. Here we go. 3 instances of 1 life gain for Edison. Will allow him to ping Lorenzo with each of those.
And then 3 pings on here.
Ping, ping, ping. So Ring of Roses being in play. Here it is, Pulsing Aether Life.
Gain 1. Go to 17.
First things first, gain 1. Go to 17. Ping you.
Hit you for 4.
And then 4 from the Pulsing Aether half of that meld card. Stately walk down of life totals here, Brian.
Yeah, this is just good, solid flesh and blood, turn after turn, trying to win the value trades back and forth. Stormstrider's already used. This is going to be the pacing for the rest of this game, Mitch. Who can go ahead and derive more from their hands? We're playing pretty fair at this point.
31 cards in deck, right? Is that what you said?
And we continue to count the cards in deck.
Yep. Check to see the cards that were pitched. Edison thinking much more now about that, win condition. Halfway through the deck, more than halfway through life totals, though. Again, I feel like in that game that goes longer and longer with all the life gain available to Edison, his ability to elongate the match and also have this damage that is difficult for Lorenzo to interact with, not impossible, stands him in good stead. Sometimes, Slippy out of nowhere can just kill you. Straight up.
That is the fear. And that's why you want to keep that life total a little high. Verdance, thankfully, very good at doing exactly that. Particularly with the Ring of Roses established early.
Fruits of the Forest here, going to be powering a Felling of the Crown. Once more, yeah, Lorenzo, rueful look in his face, knows he's subject to the disruption of having to take a card from his hand and put it on the bottom of his deck. Edison obviously has to meet said condition as well.
And then I bottomed a card already.
And he's already done so, bottoming that card with 1 in the hand. Hefty attack. 8 power coming across the table. Eats a 3-card block. Looks like one of those is a Codex of Frailty in there. Last card pocketed by Edison. Happy enough with how that turn cycle's gone. Lorenzo heavily blocking after having to bottom that card from his hand, so he just passes and draws up.
And I think this is why we see this constant count of cards in deck from Edison, because he knows if he just maintains this pace, he's kind of got Lorenzo a little bit locked. If he keeps this defensive posture, thinks he's got the edge in this scenario, and just going to go ahead and fire off a Command and Conquer here. Looking to take a potential IP here is Edison, just wins the 2 cards. And this tells me the players have really shifted modes as in terms of how they are approaching the end of this game.
The truth is that, Verdance can't always convert that hand, right? A little action point constraint. Sometimes you draw up multiple defense reactions. And that's why sometimes, if you're Lorenzo, like folding a hand into a threatening attack or being forced to give cards away and then just passing, arsling and passing isn't always something that Verdance can punish so easily. Pick up the point here, though. Sees a shred that sink below, knocked down to 1 defense value.
Shelter comes out of Arsenal and closes off that pick up the point. And Lorenzo just says, sure. Arsenal's up a card, and the dance continues. Emeritus Scolding has been drawn by Edison. Going to look for the big numbers here on Cadaverous Tilling and get that Scolding stashed away in Arsenal to continue to offer the arcane damage. Only so much of that Lorenzo can actually go ahead and stop.
Yep. Arcane Barrier and Spell Void, though, on both those newer assassin pieces, gives him some agency in that kind of exchange. But he's very mindful that his life total is getting dangerously, dangerously low. In fact, and a Shelter from the Storm account for 7 power of block. Means that Lorenzo just leaks a life. And again, still in that same format, playing these smaller hands. Looks like that's a double defense reaction hand drawn up here by Edison. He sees the Kiss of Death.
Me attacking you is fun. Yeah, that's really fun.
I think Edison is back to pitch deck now. I remember the double sink below hand earlier in the game.
Edison's having fun. I mean, if you're a Verdance player, you are pretty used to being the one that has to answer the question.
Okay, I'm just going to check your grade first.
Let's have a look, see what is in the graveyard. Thinking about what potential reactions could be appended to this. A not insignificant amount of damage on Kiss of Death. A stealth card, of course, so go again. Plenty of applicability with cards like Razor's Edge. Take Up the Mantle is active on this kind of card, and Edison has to consider all of those possibilities now, looking to start to count up the density of reactions in Lorenzo's graveyard and maybe even try and guess what the odds are. And he might see one here. That's how he's going to try and construct these blocks.
No, block 3.
Autumn's Touch, blue, block 3. Still a premium in the current year. Leave no witnesses. Sends 4.
Perfect cover in the form of this sink below. Definitely want to keep that Emeritus Scolding around. That represents a lot of important unpreventable damage for Edison. More guaranteed damage as well for Lorenzo on the back of that Kiss of Death.
What does that do? It shoots a dagger at me.
No. It gives +1, and if it hits you, I equip my dagger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll sink.
See some of Lorenzo's cards are printed in Italian, so Edison is just getting a refresher course.
Yeah, covering up that concealed blade is Edison. Doesn't want Lorenzo to go ahead and refresh the daggers here. Bit of a disposable card was that sink. And Everbloom Life now going to go ahead and fuel this Emeritus Scolding. And I got to call out those Everbloom Lives, Mitch. If in this game where we're using resource after resource, you can't discount the fact that Edison has access to Everbloom Life. In fact, something like Everbloom Life can actually really function as your win condition when you're playing a Ring of Roses game.
Blue Widow, right?
Absolutely. Being able to choose an action card in a graveyard with cost less than the total of life gained that turn and put it on the bottom of its owner's deck. So obviously has multiple ways of use. Relevant, I guess, if you're trying to affect your opponent's graveyard, but crucially keeps those important cards coming back into your deck to be accessed again. In the late game, it matters. Arcane Twining gets in front of the Infect. Bloodrot Pox averted. Mark of the Black Widow, of course. Still threatening a banish as that Flick Knives could send a Clave in for a mark.
Pretty easy to let this one go. You didn't see a react on the last chain link. I wonder if Edison wants to go ahead and maybe just take some empty damage here.
Seeing.
You assume Lorenzo doesn't want to give up the last Clave. Has already passed reactions here, so some options available to Edison here.
Probably pretty uncomfortable at 11 life here. So knows he needs to put some degree of pressure back on Edison.
But just 3 empty damage here.
Autumn's Touch. Very reasonable here.
I want to just call something out, Mitch. We've moved through Edison's deck at this point. I'm confident we are at the pitch deck stage. No Evergreen in the deck. And that can be a real kill condition when you get to these fatigue type states that Edison has been playing towards. But I think he's got the tools perhaps anyway, given what I've seen left in the deck. And again, calling out things like the Everbloom Life. Feels like there are still some good options here.
Yep. I definitely still some access to recursion. Take out the Mantle Double Trouble. Get in front of the Autumn Touch. Deck count coming in.
13, and you?
Attention, Flesh and Blood players in the full box single event. Your round.
8.
Yeah, and Edison has played to this point basically from the beginning of the game. We saw deck counts starting so early, and I think he entirely intends to either pure fatigue or virtually fatigue Lorenzo by damage.
Again, we saw a lot of those like hefty 3-card blocks that Lorenzo was throwing in front of these attack actions from Edison. Just sort of folding his hand and saying, well, I don't think you can use all 4 cards, but the other side of that is he's been burning through his deck as a result.
Right, because you're Slippy. Yeah, because you're Slippy.
Yes. Orb Weaver Spinneret
Not marked, but yeah.
gets a Graphene Chelicera. Remember that first stealth attack. Let's go again. That's what Edison's just realized, that Chelicera regaining his action point.
Lorenzo starting to try and look to do a bit more work on the back of those daggers as opposed to cards in deck with only 8 cards left. Nice cover here from Edison in the form of Mental Block.
Is it too late to sort of pivot in such a way here with, there's probably 7 cards left in deck now?
It certainly could be, because it's not like Edison is just sitting back. He has damage to offer with things like the Plow Under that he now has in hand. 4 cards are going to be drawn here, 5 cards left back for Lorenzo. We count one more time on Edison's part. Certainly has the lead in terms of cards in deck. Snag still left in the deck as well. And if Lorenzo is saving up for one last volley, he's going to have to play around the timing of that Snag showing up.
The card that really blows out, like a, Bonds of Agony style play. Really, really nasty to have to deal with. The card itself doesn't block, but yeah, it represents a lot of value defensively still.
Plow's going to clear the arsenal one more time. Maybe even more important, going to look to claim 2 more cards here from Lorenzo.
Right. Okay, Bonds, Tarantula Toxin thrown in front. More cards. Down the gurgler for Lorenzo Pisoni. Running out of juice. 13 life for Edison Yu, and potentially more. Fruits of the Forest in hand, for example. You've got Pulsing Aether life in hand. Everbloom life.
Plenty of life gain still available for Edison.
Can our Italian get there? Graphene Chelicera comes in.
No blocks.
Again, doesn't need to attack a marked hero to get go again in this slip through the cracks deck. Lorenzo says, okay, how can I pressure your life total as cost effectively as possible?
Yeah, cannot afford to give up cards right now. Wants to keep everything in reserve. Just dagger into dagger here. It is going to go ahead and mark Edison, but that is the end of the turn. And we Arsenal once again, and Lorenzo's hoping that Edison can't just go ahead and convert a big grip here, but we know plenty of options available for Edison this particular go-around.
Start with a 2 life gain from Fruits of the Forest. That, of course, means ping of arcane damage from Verdance.
That arcane damage could also mean even more life gain, so Lorenzo's going to have to act to go ahead and prevent that. But the life gain is still there, and that means Everbloom Life does have options opened up to it here. And Edison's taking a read, turns the card sideways, a bit of a tell there, but is going to go ahead and fire off this Everbloom Life. And this card grabbing anything that Edison wants here.
Pulsing Aether Life might be the choice.
Up to 2 cost. A lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I'll grab Pulsing Aether.
And it is going to be Pulsing Aether Life. And now even more arcane damage enters the deck. And it's arcane damage in the form of 4 arcane damage. And I think that matters so much because it's going to be damage that goes ahead and triggers that Ring of Roses.
Yes.
And that means even more damage. It's all snowballing.
Verdance. Yeah. Kind of gives you everything you need. Lorenzo does not have enough arcane barrier to prevent this getting through.
Yeah, I think we've used up shelters at this point on Lorenzo's side, so don't even have more prevention in that way. But here is life gain once more.
And the light at the end of the tunnel for Lorenzo just starts to get further and further away. Feels like things are going backwards at this late stage of the game for our Arachne player.
Ring of Roses.
Trying to, craft these small turns. Just send the Chelicera with go again, send the Clave. It's all well and good, but he's running out of time to send that level of damage. We are spending our hand here on Arcane Barrier, pitching it away to keep those cards in the deck and keep at a high enough life total, head above water.
But the life total's going the wrong way. If you're a Lorenzo Pisoni fan, Edison ticks up to 16 now, feeling very comfortable, very safe, still tons of fruits. And it is, in fact, Lorenzo who I think now needs to shift into a fatigue-type role. It really doesn't feel like there's enough damage available. You just have to keep sending dagger, 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 and hoping you get to chip away.
That deck is looking thin. Lorenzo, realizing now his possibility of actually killing Edison here, probably out the window. Gain 2 from Fruits of the Forest as we head back to Edison, who used turn.
Yum Yum once again, and that means again there's an Everbloom Life that has even more options. We're going to gain 2 again. We're completely, it feels, out of killable range now with the cards in deck. You just have to go ahead and run Edison out of threats, but there is one more big threat available here for Edison. It's Rampant Growth Life.
That sheer amount of life gain is ridiculous. That represents a huge amount of amp here.
I am at 20.
2 fruits to gain 4 life. That's just the beginning. Obviously, there's a life on that Rampant Growth Life, so that also counts towards that amp tally. Means you can make this waning moon tall, or if you have a non-attack in Arsenal. I don't know if Edison's still sitting on that Emeritus Scalding, the second one.
And not sure of the Arsenal card here. But the first damage has gone through here.
Yep. Down to 5.
And it's going to be enough to bring Lorenzo down to just 5. Emeritus Scolding still in the deck. There's that snag one more time. Here's another Everbloom Life, so still more options available for Edison.
Okay, was marked. Warmonger's Diplomacy, Emeritus Scalding. Quickly, Edison just refreshed his memory of his Arsenal card. I mean, Lorenzo's getting to the point now where that Spell Void might not be enough to keep him in this game. Mark of the Black Widow, likely the last one we're going to see here, is online at least to banish a card from Edison's hand if it gets through. But Snag is something that can thwart a combat trick, a pump.
It's worth noting Edison is now down to 7 cards total in deck, and the deck total has been equalized pretty effective here by Lorenzo. The life totals, however, are not.
Take the Mantle is deciding if he wants to change the card. Looks like he was looking at reaching for a Bonds of Agony there.
Yeah, just thinking about taking cards away from Edison here, maybe seeing if he can go ahead and actually stop his access to enough arcane damage to go ahead and get the job done here. Lorenzo's still sitting at 5, still 2 instances of Spell Void AB2, so there is some protection, and Lorenzo has a weapon, an unconditional weapon. Let's not forget about this. If Lorenzo is able to just go ahead and run Edison out of cards, he has all the time in the world to let those Hunters, Clave, and Chaliceray do their thing. It does not matter what the life totals are.
Is he going after? Oh, there it is. That's the Snag, of course. That's just going to turn that just a nick off.
And finally finds a use for the Snag in a big moment.
That's so brutal, man.
Yeah, and it protects a key card here, Mitch, in the form of Everbloom Life. And I feel now, with given where this game is at, Edison is going to need to use that Everbloom Life. Every single piece of damage left in the deck is so important to utilize here for Edison, and a big save there with that Snag. We saw it cycle time and time again, Mitch, and finally comes up in the right moment.
I mean, it's 8 power, virtually, of damage prevention that Snag offers. Devastating is that Bonds of Agony could not get pumped up by its own effect or those attack reaction effects. Brutal stuff. And Lorenzo could have gone after, yeah, like you said, the Everbloom in hand. Even maybe there's a thought of like trying to get rid of Emeritus. Maybe you don't have to worry about that. But without Stormstriders, Edison doesn't really need to lean too heavily on those, those singular large hits of Arcane. Lorenzo is getting very thin. It might be 1 card in deck there. Still has his grip.
I think both of these players are really facing the threat of fatigue. I don't think this game is actually 100% shored up at this stage for Edison. This is why you see him in the tank right now. As I mentioned, Mitch, if he does not find this last 5 damage among this combination of cards he has left, Lorenzo just has the daggers to get the job done. And for Lorenzo, your job is just survival. That's all you care about at this point.
Lorenzo can pitch to his daggers, pitch to prevent that arcane damage, keep those cards cycling through.
And this is one of the problems with arcane damage in general. It doesn't take cards away from your opponent the way raw damage output does. You're able to go ahead and get those cards back by pitching them instead. And you're going to see that immediately here on this first Verdance trigger from Lorenzo. Card is pitched. Life total is protected.
Did he take an Everbloom Life back?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yeah. He wants to loop these now.
Oh, that is ridiculous. Okay.
And
so again,
get
that's
the Waning Moon activation.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the win condition. If you loop the Everbloom Lives, you will be able to go ahead and get the Waning Moon to come down.
Okay. Sent that Arcane. Lorenzo preventing it. The problem is that these daggers eventually will threaten to take cards out of Edison's deck. But again, he has such a healthy buffer. He's gained so much life over the last couple of turns. Obviously now with the ability just to loop and treat that waning moon as if it were a weapon that was non-conditional.
Yeah, the problem is, though, Lorenzo can still AB in that scenario. He does still have AB2, came with that setup. So it's not actually advancing the game state. I think what Edison is doing is using it to get to a specific configuration of hands.
What does he need?
And maybe there's a setup where, like, Lorenzo's hand actually doesn't have the resources available, but I don't see it. There's still yellows, blues. Like, there's really no shortage of options for Lorenzo. What's the window here for Edison?
What is the win condition?
Look, there's an Emeritus Scolding. There's a Pulsing Aether available.
There's Spell Void too on Lorenzo's side of the board. And of course the ability to continue pitching into that Arcane Barrier. Maybe, and Edison doesn't have Storm Striders, so he can't punish Lorenzo at a point where he's gone through most of his hand, so that Arcane Barrier isn't there.
Yeah, no timing strangeness. There is an empty arsenal here, so that will go ahead and let a discard happen on the back of this Codex of Frailty. Lorenzo's going to go ahead and pick up that Command and Conquer. And all of a sudden, it feels like Lorenzo has actually shifted the momentum a little bit and has Edison under some pressure.
And he looks confident. This body language here setting this Codex of Frailty.
Felling of the Crown. Yeah, most damage possible he can pull out of that slot. So is he going to go ahead and defend here and try and flip the script with some offensive output? Crown of Providence puts that on the bottom. I actually think that may have opened a window for Edison.
That's it. Edison now with the access to an attack action that can really force Lorenzo to get cards in front of it.
He says he just messed up. I think it's exactly right. Getting that, and you saw how quickly Edison snatched that particular attack action, and now the numbers in his deck have just gotten much, much better.
Lorenzo was really hoping just to be dealing with arcane damage from this point on, and now he's given his opponent access to that physical potential. Everbloom Life.
Do the cycle one more time. And all this is doing is taking cards away from Lorenzo. And did Edison actually have a way to move this game forward before Lorenzo went ahead and played that code? I'm not sure either, Mitch. Here's Pulsing Ether Life. This is some guaranteed damage to some extent, but it's not very much.
Yeah, it'll get him closer, though. It puts more pressure on Lorenzo when that Felling of the Crown eventually comes to call. One card in pitch, three in hand. Those are the only cards in the deck for Lorenzo. Taking two here.
Falls to 3. And when that Felling now comes in for 8, it's going to ask.
It's going to ask for 2 cards.
For 2 cards.
And then Lorenzo has what? 2 cards left in his deck. Yeah, better hope that's enough to stave off the arcane damage that would be getting looped. Here's the Delisera. No blocks, says Edison. Being a very healthy life total of 17. It's just a drop in the well, that 1 damage.
I don't know why I've won more.
Lorenzo knows he can't really use any of these cards offensively outside of the weapons. Can't afford to lose them.
No blocks.
Such a bizarre game here. We're going to Codex yet again here from Lorenzo. Is there something that changes this line, or is there more that's going to be put in for Edison here?
Yeah, what was it? What does Lorenzo think he's giving himself access to that could actually put him in a more dominant position? Warmonger's getting discarded.
Yeah, you don't really want that card in your deck. CNC going to do its thing and clear out the CNC on the part of Edison.
I mean, I guess the Codex of Frailty forces Edison to discard, right? That's
takes
now
a card
he's
away.
Down to 3 cards.
It doesn't actually change the fundamental position here, and it still allows Edison to go ahead and move forward with the game. And the first step here is to once more Everbloom Life. And it's going to ask Lorenzo to go ahead and use more cards on Prevention, looping the Everbloom Life, and then we go ahead and we fire off the Felling of the Crown. Card taken from hand, 2 cards left in hand for Lorenzo.
He has to get some equips in front of this one. We're not going to be flicking any more knives in this game, I don't think.
Yeah, Everbloom and that.
2 cards left for Edison.
Likely a card and... Oh, okay. Blockade, he says.
All the damage is prevented. Just passes here. Does Lorenzo. Only 1 card left in deck. Now we Everbloom Life, and we go ahead and we force yet another bit of prevention. Keep the loop going.
Now, of course, Lorenzo has to put that card in pitch. Waning Moon comes out. Oh, it's wild.
Yeah, it's
Game 2. We draw. We draw.
I don't think there's a draw here.
No.
Oh wait, actually, let me see.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not true.
Take a
That
moment,
might not be true.
Edison.
That might not be true.
Think about this.
Before I declare a draw, let me find out if it's possible for me to win.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It is possible. For
Yes,
me.
it is. Thank you, Edison. Good choice.
So it's your turn again.
Yes.
Using my
Game
hand.
1.
Okay. Everblue Life comes down. He realizes, wait a minute, there's another way. We don't just have to commit to this loop,
Get
but
the
there it
Enlightened
is.
Strike.
E-strike.
Yes. Push that up to 7.
Lorenzo, writing is on the wall. He knows 7 power E-strike coming in is more than that singular card can block.
Are you kidding me, Mitch? It took a while for all of our players to piece together the game state there. And I think it took a misstep on the part of Edison's opponent. And then it took Edison not just saying, okay, we'll draw the game. He was inches away from going ahead and declaring it, but actually grabs the Enlightened Strike from the bin and closes out the game mercifully. He would have had to live with that for a very long time if he just went ahead and declared a draw there.
Yeah, again, like that Everblue Life loop, if we'd had it, really only presents, that 3 arcane damage a turn. That's that 1 blue that Lorenzo had could account for it. But the fact that Lorenzo, with that Codex of Frailty, gives Edison access to a felling of the crown that basically strips his hand, takes 2 cards, takes the equipment, and all of a sudden takes it from a game state where maybe you can find a way to deterministically win to a guaranteed defeat.
Had just exactly the numbers needed to go ahead and win in the end. And with that, our picture gets a little bit clearer. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at where we stand after this round? As we mentioned, we believe we have 4 locks. There were losses for Jimmy Nguyen and Michael Hamilton, but we think given how this is going to play out, those players should be safe, should be. I always want to urge a little caution. Nothing is guaranteed. But beyond that, we need to go ahead and fill out exactly who's going to comprise the rest of this top 8. And what it's going to require is a lot of these 11 and 3s playing against each other to find out who's going to go ahead and punch their ticket. I believe our 11 and 3s are confined just to this page. Why don't we take a look at second page of standings so you know exactly who is competing. There's one more 11-3 there. So that scrum of 11 and 3 players are going to battle in round 15 to decide exactly who is going to go ahead and punch their ticket to a Pro Tour top 8 with 4 of our competitors already locked.
We've just had a game go to the absolute wire, all the way to the death of it. Run out of cards, completely bereft of resources. That's flesh and blood at its best. And of course, in the race for top 8, it's also going to go down to the wire. Round 15, just around the corner. Number of players vying for that top 8 position. It is do or die for our competitors here in Singapore.
My friends, we have reached the end of Swiss, and that means one thing. We've only got one round left before we determine a top 8. And Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Rajwani, going to be taking you the rest of the way through these Swiss rounds. We got a couple good games for you folks. I'm looking forward to it, Pankaj.
One round, but we have 2 CC games for you folks at home to try and determine at least 2 of our top 8 competitors.
Yeah, we're in an interesting position where we've had some players locked for maybe a couple rounds now, so we're looking at the pairings, we're looking at who we're going to be able to feature and trying to figure out who is actually legitimately playing for a win and in. But let's see what they're playing for. As we know, the players we're about to be watching are ready to do battle, see if they can claim the lion's share of all of that big old 175,000 USD.
Most of that, of course, going to a first place, a Pro Tour champion at World Tour Singapore, going to be walking home with 50,000 US dollars, life-changing money,
so
alongside a gold foil legendary, a Pro Tour Yokohama invite, which will be happening in April next year, 2026, and the Champions Prize card.
Champions Prize card has some value of its own, shall we say. When you just look down the list here, though, I mean, 50K to the winner, it's legitimately, like you said, that is life-changing money. Just ask some of our previous Pro Tour champions. But then you look at the difference between 5th through 8th and 9th through 16th, nearly double the prize payout as you make your way up into the top 8. So for our players competing in the feature match area, there is going to be so much on the line. This is, of course, where we will end up with this Champions Prize card and that Pro Tour invite, and of course the World Tour points. We'll be talking about that a little bit tomorrow, as our top 8 players are all of a sudden going to be potentially in contention in a way that perhaps they were not expecting to be. I want to go ahead and set the stage before we actually dive down to the feature match area. Pankaj, walk the viewers at home through it.
So the narrative coming into this weekend was there's going to be lots of gravy, there's going to be a lot of Slippy, and there might be some Cindras in the mix as well, and that's exactly what we see here with our first screen. We have 11 players battling out for the top 8. 2 of them, of course, already locked, but the remaining 3 to 11th standings right now that you see on the screen are fighting to maintain their place in the top 8 of World Tour Singapore. Lots of gravies here, lots of Slippies. We have one Verdance, so we saw Edison get there against the Assassin player in a grueling match, and there's also one Cindra who is already locked for top 8.
Yeah, taking a look here, there are basically 4 slots, from what we understand, already taken up, and 7 players doing battle for those final 4 slots. So 3 players are going to miss out. If we could take a look at this one more 11-3 that we do have to mention, because there's another Cindra. There's one we think is locked, but there's one that might sneak her way in alongside the Verdance player that we just saw on that first screen. There's potentially some heroes that might be looking to take down the Slippy and Gravy Bones decks that are so present in that top 11.
Definitely going to be interesting to see which other heroes can come in to combat the what seems to be potentially a bit of a 2-deck meta, but then there is this Cindras and the Verdance that are here to say something about that.
Well, you know, it's really, we've talked about the top 5 decks, and out of those top 5, it seems as though we found our true top 2. Gravy Bones and Arachne slipped through the cracks, but when we look at actually who is in contention, we've got some really exciting matchups. We've got 2 players fighting for their first top 8 ever at a Pro Tour, and we've got, I mean, we gotta see if the Verdance can make it in and win the game to make it into the top 8. I believe we're going to start with a game that defines this format, because Gravy Bones, the Shipwrecked Looter, has come in and taken Classic Constructed by storm and by sea after the release of High Seas. But between these 2 players, only one Gravy Bones can make it into the top 8. Let's head down to the feature match area and find out which of these players makes it into our top 8 before our next game, where we're going to check out the Verdance, but we're going to make you wait.
We have seen Gravies here adapt to the other forces of the metagame. We've seen Gravies beat Cindras, we've seen Gravies beat Slippies, because those are the other forces that are attacking Gravies, but now we're going to have to see how Gravy is contending in the mirror. Are there any interesting tech pieces that they're bringing in for this matchup? Because as widely represented as Slippies and Cindras are, of course, Gravy is also going to be very represented. You need to be practiced in the mirror, and this mirror, Sam, is extremely intricate and extremely tricky, as with any weird hero mirror, like an illusionist mirror or a wizard mirror. The idea of tempo, the idea of life totals, everything just goes out the window. It's about all these other resource management.
Wow, look at this. Andre Ryan C here coming in actually X and 3 after day 1, so barely squeaking through. But if we take a look at his next day, has 1 out from here, taken down Majin Bay earlier in this tournament, taken down Matt Rogers, taken down Sean Dollywall, and now if he can remain sterling, remain undefeated when the lights are on and the pressure is highest, he will have a top 8 to his name.
Completely perfect day 2 record here for Andre here. And let's go ahead and take a look at oh, nope. We're heading straight into the game here. Shirui starting off with a Chum. Friendly first mate. Shirui, of course, the only Singaporean left in contention for top 8 at World Tour Singapore, fighting for the glory of the home country.
Yeah, this is really exciting. 2 players desperately trying to punch their ticket to their first top 8 at a Pro Tour, change their lives, change their fortunes forever. But only one can make it through. The game has begun. The first of our final 2 games of Swiss here live from Pro Tour Singapore is underway. Chum has been played by Shirui and is immediately going to be taken care of by that beautiful extended art Conqueror of the High Seas. And Pankaj, I believe we're going to have to be tracking these pitch decks pretty carefully.
We also need to be tracking the allies that have been lost so far, because we won't be able to see them because they'll be face down in the graveyard. So 1 Chum already lost for sure, and that is another critical resource in this matchup. The allies that have lost, the allies that have been resolved and gone to the graveyard cannot come back after they go there from the arena. So that's another thing we need to track. The other resource that needs to be carefully managed by both players in this matchup is the gold. Now, both players have elected to present Balance of Justice instead of Crown of Dominion. So neither player is starting with any gold, but Gravy needs to start that gold resource generation going, and that means the more gold you generate, the more times you get to activate Hook to continuously put your opponent off of gold, because remember, gold-baited Hook lets you steal any gold that they have, and the more gold the Gravy has, they'll be able to snowball that into further advantages and come out on top.
Let's see what the play is going to be here from Shirui. Almost tipping the barkeep, taking back the piece of gold. Not sure that the barmaid there in the art quite deserves the piece of gold and gets the gold kiss run. We'll have to see if Gravy Bones is a good tipper or not. First, it's going to be the chart, the High Seas, looking and seeing a red and a yellow. At least we're making the gold, but we're not making the resources, and we lose a pretty important attack at to boot.
And that's why he was hesitating so much to resolve that card. He knew the top card was Conqueror of the High Seas thanks to the Compass of Sunken Depths, so didn't really want to just gamble and chart the High Seas, but decided there was no other realistic line that he had because he was having this Saltwater Swell. But that is going to hit Eye of Ophidia, which does let him opt another 2. Finds a Golden Tipple and a red Swiftwater Sloop.
3 go again without any allies, though. Andre might be happy to take this one.
There is a Rigor Mortis in the yard that can be played because Chart the High Seas was a blue that hit the graveyard this turn. As 5 floating did generate a gold thanks to Chart the High Seas as well, so could go ahead and grab either that Tipple or the Swiftwater Sloop that he put right back on top.
Andre here, trying to remain undefeated on day 2 of a Pro Tour. Now it become the least of his accomplishments if he can actually make it into the top 8.
Goes ahead and cracks the gold, draws a Swiftwater Sloop, goes back down to 0 gold. Gold-baited Hook, though, has a free activation this turn because a gold was created thanks to Chart the High Seas.
You might want to keep this there.
Yeah. I'll play the Rigor Mortis. Sure.
Down to 2 floating.
6 go again at you.
6 go again at you as if he has any other choice.
Compass before blocks.
Compass before blocks. Andre has to make a call.
I'll say no blocks.
No blocks is the call. So down to 32 goes Andre Ryan C. 31. Facing down 40. Dead Threads makes a resource. There's the tip the barkeep. Closes the chain. Makes the rum.
It's going to activate the hook as well for the Rigor Mortis swing. Exactly. Gold was generated because of Chart the High Seas.
This is a pretty good turn from Shirui. A lot of damage on the combat chain, ally developed, and 6 more that has to be dealt with in one way or the other.
And represents on-hit gold as well. Andre, of course, doesn't have a gold right now, so the gold-baited Hook won't steal any gold, but will generate Shirui 1 more while he's sitting on 0.
It's so fascinating to watch these pirate matchups. We've seen it in Limited, and now we're lucky enough to get to see it in CC as the players dance and dally around the gold pieces, desperately trying to keep their opponents from acquiring the riches that they themselves need to actuate their game plans. This chart, the High Seas, looking, both of them, not exactly what each of these players wanted. Yes, this time we get the blue in the pitch, but no gold created, no ally in the yard for Andre Ryan C.
Tipple heading towards Rigor Mortis over there, clearing that ally off the board. And this is exactly how you want to navigate this matchup. You want to send your small attacks at these allies and then send the ally attacks at the opponent's face. You need to keep pressuring the Gravy Bones' life total because Gravy Bones on a big hand is actually extremely terrifying.
Gravy Bones. Oh, sorry, there should be 2 floating. Yeah. Activate Gravy Bones.
Activate Gravy Bones. Utilize that final piece of gold.
Discarding yet another ally, an Oyston and a Chum in the yard for Andre Ryan C. And a blue has hit his graveyard this turn from the Chart the High Seas. So both allies available for him to deploy should he choose to. Also have to point out both players have elected to bring in the same equipment suite as each other. Balance of Justice, Gold-Baited Hook, Death Threads, and Mage Master Boots.
3 go again. Finds the Sawbones.
So
2
no
allies in the yard, yeah. This deck, though, I will say for Andre Ryan C, is gorgeous. You love to see when the Gravy Bones players lock in early. They just know what they want to play. They know what they want to invest in. And this deck is full of marvels and gold treasure pack cards.
And the hero itself is also, of course, the Marvel variety. Death Threads as well, the extended art version.
This Chum coming out, even though it's Marvel, still does the same effect. Gold-baited Hook now going to be able to be activated. Coming in for 4. Let's see if Shirui wants to deny the gold. Andre Ryan C did. Here comes the trigger on the blood, on the water. Swabby hits the yard. Chum sticks around. Shirui just got some major defensive value and in some ways drew a card by getting that Swabby in the graveyard.
1 card blocks 6, draw a card. I like those numbers, Sam. That's why this deck is the menace that it is in the current metagame. Now, Chum does offer a little bit of awkwardness for Shirui. Wants to activate the hook over here, but that does give Andre the priority window to go ahead and activate Chum before that. So it looks like Shirui will decline the activation of the hook and just sends a golden tipple at Andre Ryan C himself.
Which you have to imagine that Shirui has other plans for the Chum in that case. Wants to utilize a different attack, doesn't want to have this golden tipple make its way in there. Wants to get some damage across and does. Andre Ryan C all the way down to 29 to start this game. Call to the grave. Let's see if there's a response from the chum.
One card hand? Yes. Sure.
Call to the grave now being deployed, finding a rigor mortis from the deck. Of course, gold was generated off the golden tipple. Thanks to discard the chum. And shirui already, we've seen 3 chums from him already. One was deployed and killed. One's in the yard right now, and one's in a pit zone going to the bottom of the deck.
Dead threads, and there's the rigor mortis, and now we're seeing why shirui made this turn function the way it did, sequenced in such a way, wanted to just send the 1 attack into the chum, didn't want that tipple to have to be forced into it. Got that damage through. Let's see how the turn wants to continue for Andre.
Compass first.
Compass first. Looking at the top. Putting it back. 29 life. Plays 37.
Holding 2 allies here, Whaler, Humperdinck, and a Sawbones.
You. Yep.
Golden tipple going towards shirui here. Instead of at the rigor mortis. Seems to have plans to get rid of that card, that ally, via some other means.
How? I guess we're drawing a card off the tipple, and he did see what it was. No blocks and no reaction, so down to 34. Goes shirui. Gravy Bones activation here.
Actually, give me a sec. Yeah.
Now, Gravy Bones, of course, this deck runs a lot of 1 power go against. Blue tipples, blue swells are plenty in this deck, so perhaps Andre's found one of those on top to try and clear this rigor mortis in a way that's more efficient than sending a red golden tipple at it.
Oh, there's a murderous rabble that he found on top. Rabble rigor mortis. Pearl amulet shown on the top. That clears forth the ally. These Gravy Bones gains in the mirror can go so many different ways. Sometimes they become 3rd, 4th cycle games. Allies created, allies defeated, and sometimes they're just a lot of trading this damage back and forth on the combat chain. You develop 1 ally at a time. It gets cleared. You try to get some damage through the other way. This one's almost looking like we're finding ourselves in that latter category rather than the former.
It's in many ways a little bit like the Dromai mirror back in the day, where you want to clear the opponent's board while developing your board, and sometimes you developing your board just helps you clear the opponent's board and then do the same thing right back at you. But throughout that entire process, there is an additional aspect of resource management. In the Dromai mirror, it was about ash, but in the Gravy mirror, it's about the gold over here. And this gold-baited hook activation represents exactly that. This time, shirui is sitting on 1 piece of gold, being threatened by that gold-baited hook.
Sea legs on the combat chain. It's not where you want it. You want it discarded. You want to make it in the rum.
It's helping him threaten the gold on shirui's side with a 6 power attack, though. Can't be too sad about it.
Sure.
Block for 4 and block for 6 is threatening enough, Punkage.
You have to stick to. You have to keep your own gold, and since that also represents Andre generating a gold, shirui determines that that's a menacing enough on hit to use the equipment block. Balance of Justice erroneously put into the graveyard there should remain in the headpiece. Hopefully they catch that at some point. Unless, did he use that? Oh, he activated it.
He activated it and drew
Okay,
the
so not
card,
erroneously. Yes, he did use it. Plenty of cards were drawn in that turn by Andre.
Can't be fun for Andre to see the sea legs used in the way it's intended. Making the rum.
Making a gold as well.
Gold.
And going to be drawing a card.
Sea legs. Such an impressive card in high seas. Something that I did not necessarily consider too highly when I first saw it. But now I feel like I see the implications in plenty of different decks, even just beyond these pirates. As the Gold Kiss Rum, so important. We'll see how shirui uses it here.
Looks like Andre responds with his own balance over here. Both players, in a sense, mirroring each other, using their equipment to block 6 power attacks with hooks behind them, and then just using balance almost at the first available moment.
You have to imagine both these players have played a fair amount of Gravy Bones mirror matches on their way to this feature match table. We have to wonder which of these 2 competitors will be punching their ticket to their very first Pro Tour Top 8.
So shirui is in an interesting position over here where you do want to clear the Oyston because it is an ally on the other side of the board, which can represent a whole bunch of free value. However, if you kill it, it will give Andre his first piece of gold. Currently, Andre is sitting on 0 gold, so killing the Oyston might give Andre the gold that he needs to unlock some of the scarier gravy turns.
Yeah, good point there. Another sloop hits the chain. 6 go again.
It's backed up by a hook as well. It's a second gold for shirui over here, currently winning the gold economy race.
Andre down to 20. Has the Humperdinck set up in the yard, and you have to imagine that maybe that's part of what he's playing towards. All the value that the Humperdinck can get from you, but the tipple here just going to take care of the Oyston. That makes the gold for Andre.
Oh, so that was interesting sequencing by shirui over there. If the tipple was going to be attacking the Oyston anyway, he could have sent at the Oyston first to give Andre the gold and then send the sloop at his face with the hook activation, which would threaten to steal the gold that was created by the Oyston dying.
Yeah, that's sick. That's slick. I like that. Yeah, that's slick as hell. Golden tipple coming in now for 1. Off the back of the gold-baited hook. And the rigor mortis hits the yard. Card drawn. Gold created. Love to honestly see how flavorful these matchups in these mirrors can be, or between any of the pirate heroes, as the gold-baited hook does what it's supposed to and steals gold from the other side of the table, instead of just the creation.
And especially when it's attached to this one power on it. It is so annoying to want to block this. But it will represent Andre going up 1 gold and shirui down 1 gold. Shirui says, okay, fine, have your gold. Goes down to 1. Says he can still do the thing he wants to do on just 1 gold.
Golden tipple 2. Go again. Discards the sea legs. Andre Ryan C. Got to be happy to see this card used as it wants to be. And finally seeing some sloops of his own, as we can kind of see in the hand there. Compass, he's going to look at the top card of the deck. Currently working with the saltwater swell. That's going to come out. We're going to see what the top of the deck was here. As it gets revealed to the top, I have to imagine it's a blue.
And shirui currently just eating everything, saying, make me care, resolve an ally, put an on-hit on the field or something. I'm just taking all of this damage. And this is just vanilla damage from Andre's side. No allies have been developed. Now, of course, he does have a blue golden tipple on the combat chain, is going to close the chain, so blue has hit the graveyard for him, is going to be allowed to play some of the allies in the yard right now. Instead, going to pop a gold with extra resources off of Saltwater Swell. And he drew into a call to the grave, so could find any ally of his choice from his deck. And with shirui currently just taking all the damage to the face, you have to wonder, perhaps Chum is something Andre might want to go ahead and look for. Looks like it's going to be pitched. Going to be pitched to play out a Sawbones.
Now just blue saltwater sloop. Swiftwater sloop, excuse me.
And Death Threads is active over here, so can use that to fund the Sawbones attack for 6. And just like that, Andre Ryan C has sent so much damage on this turn with the Sawbones left behind as well.
Shirui here, just going to activate Gravy Bones.
Oh, and he drew into Sunken Treasure.
Oh, and discard the Sawbones of his own. He's been waiting to see just how Andre wants to finish out this turn and this chain.
Sunken Treasure can just turn down the Humperdinck or the Rigor Mortis over here, effectively killing an ally in defense.
But instead, it's just going to be the Blood on the Water activation to get Anchor Drag underneath the graveyard, getting ready to come back up and bubble back to the surface. Interesting, keeping the blue around, must be wanting it to fuel the turn.
And Anka can be a very scary ally in this matchup as well. Both players are known to draw a lot of cards back to back. And Anka can just go ahead and say, you don't get to actually draw the card, you still have to lose a card when you draw it. Golden Tipple going to clear out the Sawbones over here, discarding yet another Anka, creating a gold, drawing a card. And 5 allies available to shirui right now. Hasn't played a blue yet. Does need to get a blue into the grave. And that's the blue that could hit the grave, the blue Golden Tipple. Just like how Andre played a blue Golden Tipple. Is there going to be a discard, though? Looks like no discard for this Tipple, so it's just going to be one go again.
Tipple, you discarded a Anka. Yep.
And I believe Hook was activated on this as well. So gonna steal a gold from Andre. Now both players at 2 gold apiece. Blue has hit the graveyard for shirui. Death Threads activation, playing out the Swabby and attacking with it, pitching the Sunken Treasure. They did not use on defense, needed to fuel the Swabby hit. Coming in for 7. Life totals looking a little bit precarious. You know, at the beginning, we wondered whether this matchup's going to go to the distance, Sam, but we're at turn 4 and both players are at 20-ish life. Andre's at 19 with 7 attack coming at him. This might not actually be a second cycle matchup, at least the way this game is going. Andre eats Swabby to the face completely. Over to him now. I believe I see a prismatic ley line.
Golden Tipple at Swabby.
And with that, is Golden Tipple going to be coming in for 4 thanks to prismatic ley line. Gets to clear out the Swabby completely. And blue Golden Tipple means a blue has hit the yard after a combat chain closes for Gravy Bones' ability.
Prismatic ley line.
Discarded a chum as well to the Golden Tipple to create the gold.
It's a fascinating addition. This is, I would say, not standard in the list that we've seen succeed as of yet so far, but Andre has been using it well enough to get to this 11-3 record. Those 3 losses came on day 1. He ain't done a lot of losing since.
An activation of a gold to draw a card. Activation of Gravy Bones right now to draw another one. Is holding 2 allies, though. Discards the Sawbones. Does he have a plan to get rid of the chum that's currently in his hand? Cracks a gold, pitching a blue, holding on to the chum in his hand. Draws a Golden Tipple, so you can discard this. So I can use this to discard the chum.
4 go again. Trigger.
A Prismatic Leyline has given the buff to a blue attack. That was the first Golden Tipple, and a yellow attack, which is the next Golden Tipple. Hasn't quite given his buff to a red attack, but that's the weakest one. That's the one where it only gives +1. So Andre probably happy with a 0 for 5.
Yeah. 5 value on the 1 card on the Golden Tipple.
4 cards in hand. No arsenal.
And now, which ally is he going to deploy on this turn? Dead Threads still available to be used. Plenty of allies have hit the graveyard this turn. If he has a blue, could go ahead and deploy the chum and attack with it as well.
Goes to chain. Sure. Activate dead threads. Yep.
That's exactly going to be it. Sure. Ditches the port side exchange to the pit zone to resolve chum friendly first mate. Although if you ask many a Flesh and Blood player, I'm not sure how friendly this card actually is.
No. There's a big toothy grin on that sucker, but it is not because of any amount of friendship. Portside exchange going to be the play here from Shirui. Both players 4 allies in the yard. But the question is, will Andre be activating chum in response?
Compass. No.
Going to be the Compass first. Oh, maybe not. Thinking about it.
Yeah.
Does have a Rigor Mortis in hand to discard the chum's ability. Or he could also just discard it to Gravy Bones' ability. Looks like no response to Farsight Exchange. Shirui discards the Rigor Mortis, gets a gold, draws a card. And that is a blue that has hit the graveyard.
Dead Threads can be activated now that the Rigor Mortis is hit. No response from the chum. Golden Tipple means this gets to come out and attack Andre. Limpet hits the yard.
To go again at Andre's. Life total goes down to 10. There is still a chum on the field, though. Shirui does need to deal with the chum, so Andre effectively at a 16.
We are in a win and in of this Pro Tour. 15 rounds have gone by, and both of these Gravy Bones players are trying to call forth their shambling allies and lead them forth into a top 8. The answer is going to be Sawbones here as the first ally on the turn for Shirui. He's got 6 life lead on Andre. 16 currently playing 10. Sawbones going to come in, use that 6 power, take care of the chum. Looks like there's a card destined for Shirui's arsenal. As this game hasn't been necessarily what I expected. It's our first Gravy Bones mirror we've seen on stream. We might see one again in this top 8 tomorrow. However, this one's been a little more of just big attacks being taken. It's 10-16 with 33 minutes elapsed. I thought we might have been here the full hour.
Both players have just been hitting each other hard, and neither player wants to block. He's been setting up the graveyard, and the gold exchange has been going back and forth. They've been letting hooks hit left and right. The gold's been going up and down, 1 to 3 on both sides.
Golden Tipple at Sawbones, trigger.
I think we might see a little bit of a difference at this point because Andre is holding on to a Conqueror of the High Seas. Will he be able to resolve it? The first Conqueror we saw this game went into a chum from Andre's side. Shirui unfortunately had to discard his own Conqueror. Saltwater Swell does not hit a blue, so the Conqueror in Andre's hand will not be deployed, at least on this turn, unless he draws with the gold and tries to find enough resources. It's going to be tough, though. So that might just be destined for the Arsenal on this turn.
Close the chain. Yep. Track on gold.
Gold cracked, yeah.
Draws the Sawbones. His hand right now is just Sawbones and Conqueror. Draws again with another gold. Gambling further is Andre. Draws a
He's
Rigor
not going to
Mortis.
find it. Needed to find the blue for this Conqueror of the High Seas, and it you hear Shirui saying no blue.
It's not even a blue for Pitchy. I don't think he's even played a blue this turn for Gravy Bones' ability, so I don't think he can even play any of those allies that are in his graveyard.
This is just a devastating turn for Andre Ryan. See, he's going to play the Rigor Mortis from hand. He's going to pass, and you see Shirui kind of lean forward, a little smile on the face, and he wonders if this turn cycle is going to be the beginning of the story that ends with him in a Pro Tour top 8.
And here's a perfect answer to his Rigor Mortis in his graveyard already in the form of Limpet Hopalong, which can go ahead and kill the Rigor Mortis and allow Shirui to continue his turn. Or he can just send a blue Saltwater Swell at the Rigor Mortis. That's even better.
Blue Saltwater Swell clears the Rigor Mortis.
And Shirui does manage to hit on the Saltwater Swell. Goes up to 5 floating. And that's a blue that has hit his graveyard as well. So Gravy Bones is active for the rest of this turn. Can play any of those 5 allies that are currently in his graveyard.
So many cards to work with, so many resources, and so many allies in the bin for Shirui. He is the one that's kind of, I feel like, had the foot on the gas for the majority of this game. He's been the one putting the pressure on Andre. The life totals have evened up. I feel like it's been at his almost like elective and direction. He's been in the driver's seat. The question is, who will cross the finish line?
And currently he also has the gold advantage as he sends his own Conqueror of the High Seas for 8 go again, backed up by the gold-baited hook as well, into Andre's 10 life total.
You have played the blue, correct? Yes. 8 to the solar.
Now the hook not going to steal any gold from Andre since he doesn't have any gold to begin with, but will give Shirui even like one more piece of gold.
Both players content with sitting on their piles of riches, not utilizing their Gold Kiss Rum to great effect, but haven't needed it. Found the go again with these attack actions. You can see all of the allies intimidatingly sitting at the top and bottom of your screen, waiting, desperate to heed the call of their undead master. But first, Gravy Bones' great dreadnought must come forth, crash through the seas, crash through the waves, and attempt to crash through Andre's defenses.
Speaking of go again, Mage Master's boots still available for Shirui over here. You have to imagine, is this going to be the turn where he deploys those boots to perhaps do a double ally turn and really just shut the door on Andre? At this point, no more life total to work with. We've seen both players happy to just take all the damage. Andre going all the way down to 2 from this Conqueror of the High Seas. But the turn's not over for Shirui.
Gold made from the gold-baited hook. Looks like it's going to be Limpet here. Coming out, can attack with go again, immediately threaten the 2 life that Andre has tried to keep. Dead Threads is yet to be activated.
Is it going to force a card? Is this going to just force the Dead Threads from Andre over there? Blocks with the Call to the Grave. And Mage Master Boots comes out. This is the turn Shirui has decided. He wants to slam the door in Andre's faces. The Limpet was what was given go again from the Compass of Sunken Depths, and now Mage Master's Boots is going to give another ally go again so he can swing with it as well. It's going to be the Sawbones coming in for 6 at Andre's 2 life total.
That's going to take care of 2 more blocks from hand. Andre can only stare down the absolute veritable army of undead that are waiting for him at the other side of the table. You can see all of the allies ready and waiting. You can see the Conqueror of the High Seas hit the combat chain, and you can see a grimace from Andre as he lines up a whole bunch of blocks. 2 cards in the hand that block, 2 cards that don't. No gold to speak of to filter the hand. Is Gravy going to ride upon his Conqueror of the High Seas and take down his rival? Is Shirui going to take down the as yet undefeated player here in Andre Ryan C on day 2 to punch his ticket into a top 8?
So Sunken Treasure does create him 1 gold, could use that to filter away one of the no blocks in his hand, but I don't think he'll be able to survive the 2 damage go again from Limpet, as well as a 6 damage follow-up from Sawbones, and that's just what's on board. We don't even know if Shirui has even further follow-ups in the form of Swiftwater Sloops, potentially Tipples or Swells.
Look at the top with the Compass of Sunken Treasure. Call to the Grave is going to go grab whatever. Shirui here, grabbing the back alley break line.
Going up on action points. Already has go again from Limpet. He has lethal already on board, but just making sure he's sending as much damage as possible. Don't get blown up by anything random that might suddenly happen. And Gravy Bones draws him another no block, and that's no block from Andre Ryan C, and that is the win for Shirui. He is one of our top 8 competitors at World Tour Singapore.
You hear the shouts and applause from the crowd as Shirui and Gravy Bones, no rivals, no imposters. There can only be one Gravy Bones from this feature match in the top 8, and it's Shirui Wu in the top 8 Pro Tour Singapore.
And what a fantastic Gravy mirror over there. Just both players showing the expertise on this hero that only came out a few months ago, but is already such a masterpiece. I can't wait to see what Shirui does in the top 8 of World Tour Singapore.
That was such a fantastic game. It was not what I expected. I was ready for a slog. I was ready to wade through the surf, trying to pierce through the whitecaps to find a winner, but instead we had waves crashing down on both sides of the table, and at the end, only one undead necromancer stood alone as the moonlight bathed him in the blood of his enemies. Actually, I don't even know if Gravy Bones has any blood. There's no blood left. You know who I do want to hear from? I'd love to hear from Gravy Bones, but we have a player that just locked himself up for the top 8 of the Pro Tour, and our good friend Brian Gottlieb had a chance to sit down with him. Let's hear from the man himself.
I'm joined here by top 8 Pro Tour competitor Shirui Wu. Congratulations, just beautiful, tight play all day long. Tell me about what this moment means to you in your Flesh and Blood career.
Thank you so much. I mean, it just means the world to me. I never thought I would get this far. And my friends have all been telling me that I'm one of the top players in Singapore. I was just permanently doubting myself. I remember at the beginning of the Pro Tour, I lost my first round to Slippy, and I was dooming to my friends. I was like, oh no, I'm going to have to go home. I have to play the calling. But I really like to thank my friends who are cheering me on, especially my entire play group, the Gas Guzzlers. They cheered me on. They never let me down, and I hope I didn't let them down as well. I brought it all the way up to the Pro Tour top 8. I'm really happy, and I think I've proven to myself that I actually can be a good player.
Oh, 100%. That is becoming very, very clear. I think the entire world is about to learn that. Obviously, any Pro Tour top 8 is special. Doing it in Singapore, like, could you ever have imagined this in your wildest dreams? You'd get to do it in front of all of your friends like that.
Wow, the moment was so special when everyone just cheered my name. Wow, I felt something very, very, very unique, and something I hope I can feel again.
I think the whole crowd felt that way, and I'll put it out there, you will feel that again if you were able to go ahead and capture Pro Tour glory, become a Pro Tour champion. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. Still a lot of games to play. You played Gravy Bones in CC this weekend. Tell me about when you arrived on that deck as your choice and why you chose to play Gravy Bones.
So before Gravy Bones, I actually like to play Dash IE. I started with Dash IE. I actually made top 8'd Singapore Nationals once with Dash IE, and I really enjoyed how the deck ran with the math and everything. And I mean, she's now basically living legend. After Osaka, when I played with Dash IE, and Hurricane got banned, I was looking for this new deck that would spark my interest. I was trying out stuff like Aurora, I tried Cindra, I tried Prism, but something about Gravy Bones being this, I really love his theme, firstly. This guy that summons his friends from the graveyard.
Absolutely.
And in my head canon, he revives them 3 times before their bones, because you run 3 copies.
Works for me. I love it. Yeah, that's official from now on.
I've always loved his concept. Ever since they released just a few cards, I've already been playtesting on with printed out cards. And the first ever hero, I guess, to not have an actual weapon. So cool. I really enjoyed his playstyle. All the way, the second the set released, I even played Gravy Bones in the Calling Taipei, the World Premier Taipei, and I loved his playstyle. I loved how much you can pitch deck with him. I love just how much skill expression he has. Just how many cards you can run through with gold, how many decision points there are every single turn. It really jogs my mind every single time I play him, and every single game is unique. I really love the hero. There's so many play lines you can do every single game, and that's more or less why I love the deck.
Yeah, and your love for the hero definitely shines through in speaking to you, and it's so cool when you can go ahead and do something like this with the hero you gel with. Of course, were you to win this Pro Tour, you would take home the Gravy Bones Pro Tour Champion card. So there's so much at stake, but of course, we got to play the matches before we get there. What are you looking for tomorrow? This Pro Tour top 8 seems to be defined by the decks in the field. It's going to be Slippy, it's going to be Gravy Bones, it's going to be Cindra. What are you happy to play against? What are you looking to dodge tomorrow? And how do you feel about taking on folks like two-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor Jimmy Nguyen? How about perhaps the greatest flesh and blood player of all time, Michael Hamilton? Are you ready to take him on in a Gravy Bones mirror?
I'm definitely ready. I'm definitely ready to do it. I hope I meet more Slippies tomorrow. I think I have a lot of experience playing against Slippy. The Singapore Nets champion, Brendan Pei, is actually one of my good friends, also from my team. We've tested this matchup like an endless amount of times.
Okay.
And I feel like I'm really good at that matchup. I almost made him, I think I'm the only great player that make him despair about his deck.
That's a pretty good endorsement and certainly could set you up very well for success when we head to this top 8 tomorrow. It's been a pleasure to watch you play thus far, but job's not done, and we're going to see more action, and we're going to see if Gravy Bones can maybe take down this top 8 here at Pro Tour Singapore.
Hey, dog. Shirui says he's ready. He says, bring me the champ. Bring me the Slippies. I'm ready for them all. That was an incredible game from our newest top 8 competitor, doing it for the home country.
He's got a hometown advantage. He's he's currently the only Singaporean in the top 8. I don't think there's other Singaporeans close to being in contention. Yeah. So hometown advantage. He's confident.
Yeah, so we've had one winning in. How about another? And we've got a really exciting one here, folks. We have got a deck that I don't think many people expected would necessarily be here in the face of the 2 top decks that we've seen today. And we have a Cindra player that we think might be locked. So the question is, will the Verdance player that we are about to see overcome the odds, take down the Draconic Ninja, and can we get a Verdance in the top 8 of Pro Tour Singapore? That's the question. Let's find out the answer, and let's get down to the feature match table because we have a winning in here for one of our players on the left side of your screen, Edison Yue on Verdance Thorn of the Rose. This is a winning in. We're pretty sure Nathaniel is locked. And Nathaniel's going to make the top 8 of the Pro Tour, but sometimes that's the way that the cookie crumbles. You always want to play these games out. You need to know how you'll do for your seeding. Let's see how Edison did as he's starting off this game. Looks like he was able to make through the Verdance Mirror. He lost to a Dash.io, lost to an Ira, but otherwise was taken down a Ninja in that first round. As we look ahead at day 2, what are the CC matchups that he's taken down? 2 Slippies and the Mirror again. He's happy to see Assassins so far in this tournament.
We also have to point out he lost his first round today, which means he was excellent 3 after the first round, which means he's been playing for his top 8 life since round 10. One more loss, round 10 onwards, and he would have been out of top 8 contention. He's just been fighting tooth and nail, and he is here at the final round for his winning in.
Seeing Nathaniel here taking down a couple different victors, including I think that might be fan favorite aggro Blaze there. Zach Phillips in round 3. Looking away, took down Puffin as well. And then look at the 2 players that Nathaniel B took down on his road here. Arthur Trehet and Michael Hamilton have fallen to Nathaniel's kunais. The question is, will Verdance be able to outlive, outgrow, and outlast in this final winning in for the Pro Tour of Singapore?
Looks like Edison went first in this game, center pulsing Aether life for both modes, looking like so went up 1 life, also managed to leak 5 damage total into Nathaniel, who is presenting 0 AB, might I add, but I believe is running the new Claw of Vincerakai, the Spell Void Dagger, so was able to prevent 1 arcane damage on Edison's first turn, but did end up leaking 5. Can he overcome that turn 0 deficit? He is going second, and that's kind of where Cindra wants to be.
Heard many different things about this matchup. Cindra often can just run over the Verdance players. Verdance can have a pretty tough time facing down the Trehet of Retribution. We'll have to see if Edison can flip the script. That's a block on the Spreading Flames. In response to the Flick Knives here, it's going to be a mental block that comes out, makes the Ponder, and prevents the Flick Knife. This is one of the main pieces that Verdance can use on all of the flick effects that these Cindra decks present.
Mental block and shelter itself. I was going to point that out, as the discard effect can be used to prevent this flick as well. But since mental block is already there to prevent 1 damage, he just uses the shelter as the defense reaction side of it, blocking 4, which is the most efficient use of it, and only leaks 3 in the end there for the last 0 for 4. Going with Edison's turn, he's got a Ponder ready. Can he use his remaining cards? Looks like he can. E-Strike coming in for what we have to imagine is going to be 7. Ponder going to refresh the arsenal. And I want to point out Edison's headpiece over your Crown of Providence, something that lets you insulate yourself from potential bad Ponders, say another mental block, for example, or a mopey blue earth
Really
card,
good point,
like
yeah.
a blue Autumn Touch or blue Fruits of the Forest. Crown of Providence lets you just get rid of that.
And I'll draw for Ponder.
Draws from the Ponder, goes ahead and puts it in Arsenal.
I draw a mental block.
Nathaniel's asking, did you draw a mental block? Again, I love how chatty Nathaniel is. We saw this already in his game against Arthur Trehet. Loves to banter with his opponents, even though he's here. I guess for him, it's less of a high-stakes matchup, but we've already seen that, seen him exhibit that sort of character, and it's just lovely to see.
3, go again.
Rising Resentment, going to the follow-up to the brand with Sin and Claw, does actually represent on hit.
Yeah, we saw Nathaniel use it to devastating effect against Arthur Trehet in his match earlier today. This is going to be a flick, looks like, of the Claw of Vincerakai. Comes across, down to 32 goes Edison.
No prevention effect this time, so the chain link will be kept alive. Next attack is going to threaten a Mask of Momentum on hit. Wait, Blood runs deep, which, thanks to the kunai being flicked, means that even if Edison blocks this out, the next attack is still going to continue to threaten Mask of Momentum.
There goes the Barkskin. Won't make the embodiment. Cut through now comes through for 4. This also threatens the Mask of Momentum, but if this one's blocked out, this is where the turn will end.
Quite an annoying breakpoint, though, for Edison.
Edison just going to take this one. Down to 27. Rip off the top.
And he goes to lower than Nathaniel, and here we see why. In his hand, he's holding a Scar for a Scar, so he actually wants to go lower than Nathaniel so he can actually get full value from the Scar for a Scar. Looks like his plan in this matchup is to try and match Cindra's numbers to some extent.
Yeah, we're seeing the game plan figured out in real time.
Nathaniel took a moment to decide whether he wanted to just Arsenal the brand with Cinderclaw, and looks like sending it was the correct call because Edison is holding a Command and Conquer.
Wow, come on.
You hear the players there talking about why I'm not going to Arsenal. Against these disruptive decks, you don't want to keep the Arsenal sometimes because you often find yourself putting something into the Arsenal just to watch it get threatened. So Nathaniel said, you gave me the extra value off my Mask of Momentum. I'll get it in right now. You didn't want to block before. Do you want to block now? The answer was no. Down to 24 went Edison. Scar for Scar comes out with the go again. Threatens to bring these players to life parity, and all of a sudden, the race is on.
But one side has Stridus, and whereas the other side has a much more higher offensive output. So definitely race heating up over here. Nathaniel correctly reading the Edison had the Command and Conquer, which can often be a tell. If the defensive deck lets you have a Mask of Momentum draw, you can fully expect that they want to attack your arsenal over there, not let you get full value from the Mask of Momentum. So Nathaniel just converted the extra card draw to 3 damage and starts his turn off right now with an Ignite.
Can't be 2. Big number. Jeez. No blocks. Yeah.
Ignite starting off the turn over here, followed by a kunai. Bit of a bread and butter play for Cindra.
It's kind of interesting. Yeah, take it. 21.
Taking the kunai here, so down to 21 goes Edison. Remember, if Verdance wins here, we're going to see a Verdance Thorn of the Rose in the top 8 of Pro Tour in Singapore. Rootbound Carapace, it's the first decomposition. There's exactly 2 Earth cards. Edison's had a hard time getting Earth cards in the yard.
Does have plenty of action cards to choose from, though. Looks like it's going to be Scar for Scar and 2 Earth cards. Top of the deck for Nathaniel was the Demonstrate Devotion, revealed from the Ravenous Rabble.
Sure. 20.
Flicking the kunai to keep the action, to keep the combat chain alive.
Take one.
Activating the blood-splattered vest upon the Flick Knives resolution. for that breaking point. This will be the 4th chain link. This now threatens that plow under.
It also threatens the Mask of Momentum draw. Since the Ravenous Rabble, chain link did effectively hit because of Flick Knives.
Do 5 like this, I won't sink.
5, but no sync is the call. Breaking point going to get blocked out by the Crown of Providence and the Pulsing Aether Life.
You already CNC me earlier.
Nathaniel here, describing. You already CNC'd me earlier.
He's thinking on Dragon Scaler Flight Path, could have used that to send the last attack. Decides he's not going to play around Arsenal Disruption, but unfortunately for him, Edison did have the plow under, and thanks to the blocks he was allowed to do on the previous turn cycle, got another 2 Earth cards in there for a perfect decomposition of 2 into 2. Currently 0 Earth cards in the graveyard until this plow under goes there, of course, which would be his 1 Earth card remaining in the graveyard. Needs to get at least 1 more in there if he wants to send another Decompose on his turn. Something like Felling of the Crown, for example. Looks like he did not quite find it. He did find a Cadaverous Tilling, though, alongside an Everbloom Life. So if he gets to put the Everbloom Life in the graveyard, Cadaverous Tilling will be available to him to come in for the full 8 points of value, which is exactly what he wants to do at this point in the game, because he has arsenaled a Burn Bear into the opponent's current 13 life total. Here we are seeing the exact game plan that Verdance wants to enact into her aggro opponents. Walk their life totals down, match them on their aggression, Scar for Scar, Cadaverous Tillings, Plow Unders that actually sink arsenals. All this lets you sort of keep number parity with the Cindra until they are in Strider's range and you get to wrest control of the game. And Edison, once again here with the aggressive Barkskin block. This does more than just generate the embodiment of Earth. Because this is the 2nd time Barkskin is being used to block with, this will go to the graveyard and will be an additional Earth card in the yard for Edison yet to potentially decompose.
4, go again, I have ability. I'll go ahead and block 4 here.
Of course, Embodiment of Earth still has additional value in letting his Warmong's Diplomacy block for 4, and both players knew the Demonstrate Devotion was in Nathaniel's hand because it was revealed to the by the Ravenous Rabble on the previous turn.
Block 3 on the Lava Burst now that we've got the Earth cards. But, excuse me, 4, yes, because of the Embodiment of Earth. I was starting to say the Embodiment of Earth. Here it goes up. Yep, goes up by 1. So only 1 damage over the top. Looks like Nathaniel might be thinking about the Dragon Scaler Flight Path here.
And once again, Edison just letting him have the Mask of Momentum draw. Could had the Stonewall Gauntlet to potentially stop this on-hit, but perhaps just wants the full value from the Gauntlet. Flight Path going to be activated. Just for an extra 1 damage from Claw of Vincerikai. This dagger does not have go again. And since that was attacked with... Oh yeah, Claw of Vincerikai doesn't destroy itself anyway once you attack with it. So Dragon Scaler Flight Path just used for 1 extra damage over there. Nathaniel saying, I'm probably not going to get more value out of it. This game is looking to be really, really quick, especially as Edison sends 8 damage in the form of this Cadaverous Tilling.
Yeah, you're seeing why Edison was like, yeah, you know what, you can draw off your Mask of Momentum. I'm going to hit you with Cadaverous Tilling.
And this is coming in for 8, while Edison does have a Burn Bear in his arsenal right now. And Nathaniel has 0 AB, can only prevent 1 point of Arcane with Claw of Vincerikai.
Embodiment's gone. This is coming in for 8.
Coming in for 8.
Are you online? No, I'm not online. Oh, shoot. I'm not online yet. Yeah, 6 banished. Take 8, I die.
No, it's Burn Bear. Come on, man.
No, it's not Burn Bear. Promise. You only lose to Burn Bear. That's...
Dude, I told you I also play Verdance.
You hear these players chatting. Nathaniel saying, it's not Burn Bear. Edison saying, no, it's never Burn Bear. Of course not. Why would it be Burn Bear? Talking about the card in the arsenal. I actually don't know if it's Burn Bear in the arsenal for Edison. Oh, okay.
It is Burn Bear in the arsenal.
Ah, well, there you go. I just love to see players. I mean, Nathaniel, he ain't got a lot to be nervous about, but for Edison, he's got to win this game to get into the Pro Tour, but still able to have a good time, still able to find some banter. It's part of what makes the Flesh and Blood player base, even those playing at the highest level, so unique.
Just going to reiterate the life threshold for Nathaniel's side. If he's worried about a Burn Bear and Waning Moon, which we know Edison has, at 8 life total, he can technically live if he can Spell Void with a Claw of Vincerikai and then buy it back with Cindra and Spell Void again. At 7 or lower, though, he is deterministically dead to it, unless he has some other sort of damage prevention effect in his deck, which I don't believe he has. So far, Edison going to 9, just one above the arcane damage threshold. Thanks to Claw of Vinsarakai. But that was already one card demanded from Nathaniel's hand, which means his offensive output now is just that much weaker. And on the distance side, we finally see a felling. So he's going to want to try and keep that.
Before blocks, here comes the Ancestral Empowerment out.
Go down to 9.
The 5-10 Strike First does actually enable the Stonewall Gauntlet on Edison US side, which might force Nathaniel to close the chain, which would reset Mask of Momentum. So to some extent, this 5-10 Strike First potentially making things a bit awkward for Nathaniel, especially with the Spreading Flames, which also wants you to keep the combat chain open. This would be a very prime moment for Stonewall Gauntlet, and that's exactly what we see Edison here. Just snaps it onto the combat chain, saying this is activating a Stonewall Gauntlet. You want to keep the chain open for both Mask of Momentum and Spreading Flames.
Yeah, you can hear a little bit of a laugh here on both sides of the table. Edison slapped that card down as the kunai comes forth. This is not where you want to be against a wizard. 9 playing 9. You know it's a burn bear in the arsenal for Edison. Are we about to see Verdance take down a Cindra and get into the top 8 of Pro Tour Singapore?
And thanks to a Stonewall Gauntlet block, which effectively forced the chain to be closed, there was no more Mask Momentum threat for the rest of the chain. The Snatch, however, does threaten a card draw. However, Edison, with this felling in his hand, is potentially perfectly content to just give 2 cards to the Snatch and then send a felling at his opponent.
This hits you draw a card. I go down to 2, maybe 1.
That is all true, Edison. It is exactly how it would go down.
Thinking.
Giving this one a think. Snatch, just a perfect Flesh and Blood card. I love everything Snatch represents. A little overrate on offense, an on hit, something you have to consider. Always so much to consider at the end of a combat chain. Snatch just like encapsulates Flesh and Blood for me. And here it is, top tables of a Pro Tour. Nathaniel, even though he is locked for top 8, it is so important to win as many games as you can. Give yourself the best seeding, as often play or draw in certain matchups can have a huge impact on the first couple turns of a game.
Especially when you're on a deck like Cindra. I don't remember the statistic, but I believe the Cindra versus Arachne Slip to the Cracks matchup actually is quite die roll dependent. The player who goes second gets quite a bit of an advantage. So Nathaniel still wants to make sure that his seeding is as good as possible as he goes into the top 8 of World Tour Singapore.
Felling of the Crown comes through for 8. It's going to take a card out of Cindra's hand.
And Verdance is online now.
And crash across the table for a huge 8 points of offense.
So Nathaniel wants to stay out of Strider's range. Might want to just block this out fully. Look at Mask Momentum going to hit the combat chain as well. So still stays at 9 is Nathaniel.
This 3 is just going to come forth. Looks like to preserve the fealty token that sits on Cindra's side of the board. Let's see. Got a Shelter from the Storm. Got a blue.
It's got a blue fruits and a red fruit, so he can discard 1 fruits on his turn to have a Verdance ping as well, and then send the red fruits at Nathaniel's face for another 7 physical damage.
I'm life. Gain 2. Can you for 1? Okay, I'm down to 8.
Gain 2, down to 8. Goes Cindra. Attack for 7.
And 8, that's a threshold now, where with Burn Bear, Waning Moon, you're dead unless you're able to Spell Void the Claw of Vinsarakai on the Burn Bear, and then buy it back and Spell Void again on the Waning Moon. But remember, if he doesn't have Draconic Chain Links, buying back the Claw of Vinsarakai is quite expensive.
This deck don't run a lot of blues.
Oh, and he's down to 4. So just scratch everything I've said. He's just dead to Burn Bear.
Well, there's a Burn Bear in the hand, but it's a handful of reds. Felling of the Crown, Scar for a Scar, and Enlightened Strike.
So he still has the resources to pitch a red to Striders. But the thing is, the Burn Bear he has in his hand is a pitchless card. He actually doesn't have the resources to pitch the Striders and use the Burn Bear in his arsenal.
So 3 damage from the Bram with Cinderclaw, 4 damage from the Ravenous Rabble, which is now Draconic. Is this the moment that Nathaniel needed?
There's no more Mask Momentum, though. So there's no threat of an on-hit draw. There's no Blood Spattered Vest either. So there's going to be 3 more damage at the end of this. Edison can still just block this, send the Scar for a Scar, and hopefully draw some resources on the following turn.
3 go again, display loyalty. I think this is just going to be a block for 3 with the Enlightened Strike.
1, 2. Flick 9. Then I'll just Cindra.
You hear both the players describing what could happen. It seems like both players are aware of the potential burn bear in the arsenal. As you hear Nathaniel, both players giving this a laugh. Scar for Scar comes forth.
In such a blue-heavy deck to draw a hand that had only 3 resources because of the burn bear being a pitchless card. Bit of a funny game state to find themselves in.
Take one. Take one. If you drew a blue, then
Those on the 3s, Nathaniel. I think both players at this point know that the burn bear is practically face up in the arsenal, and Edison just needs to draw some resources to close out the game, and this time he did find them.
So as the Ignite comes forth, the blue hits the pitch, the Strider's on the chain, and the burn bear from the arsenal comes forward, which means the fist bump is extended, and we got a Verdance in the top 8 of Pro Tour Singapore. Package, could you be more happy?
Not at all, Sam. We have an Earth Wizard in the top 8 of World Tour Singapore, and for Nathaniel fans, he will also be in the top 8 of World Tour Singapore. That was a win and in for just one of our players. The other player was already locked. So we're going to see both these players in the top 8. I couldn't be happy about both of those things happening because Nathaniel, just watching one camera, he's so entertaining. He's bantering with his opponents constantly. I'm already a Nathaniel fan.
Yeah, fan of Nathaniel and a fan of Nathaniel's play. You saw in that recap, he took down 2 champions in those back-to-back rounds. So you know he is looking to add another heavy hitter to his hit list. But we did see Verdance get the better and get the advantage and make her way into the top 8. Would you like to see who has joined these 2 players in our Pro Tour Singapore top 8?
Oh, would I?
Oh, let's see it. Show me the top 8, baby, because we have got holy moly. I'm in a hall of mirrors. I'm in the carnival. Give me the hot dog and the icy. I don't know. It's a carnival. It's a hall of mirrors. It's 2 Slippy. It's 2 Gravy Bones. It's 2 more Gravy Bones. And then the random Cindra and Verdance somehow are playing each other?
So it's a repeat of the matchup that we just saw.
What
It's
the
Cindra,
heck?
piloted by Nathaniel, against Verdance, piloted by Edison, and the rest of the field. There's a whole bunch of mirrors. Slippy mirror in the 1st and 8th seeds, Gravy mirror in the 4th and 5th seed, as well as the 3rd and 6th seed.
Yo, what the hell is going on? What is this top 8? This is not what I expected at all. You see here the beautiful lush blue seas of the high seas metagame, and I feel as though we are seeing a couple different stowaways both together holding on for dear life. You take a look at the flags though, we got 3 franchement in the top 8. You can see 3 French players, Arthur and Tom, work together and play together at that same LGS, so you know they must be happy to share a top 8 and not have to play each other, but unfortunately they're on the same side of that bracket.
So normally at this point, we might, go ahead and try and do some predictions and try and do some matchup analysis to see like which hero is favored in which matchup. But I think that job is kind of already being done for us here, Sam. I believe in 3 of these matchups, the winning hero is obvious.
Yeah, and we just got to take a moment. There are a couple huge names in this top 8. Some legend continues to be written. Arthur Trehet, Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, hits his 2nd Pro Tour top 8, and he has been looking quite nice in recent play, playing at a very high level, coming off in recent weeks a French National Championship trophy. Are we going to see the 2nd back-to-back Pro Tour champion in as many events, or will the OG, will the first ever world champion in Flesh and Blood's history, Michael Hamilton, will he come out to the feature match area and say to all of us, I heard y'all been talking about Pablo. I heard y'all been talking about the 2-time. Need I remind you who the hell I am? And will we see Michael Hamilton, an absolute GOAT of our game, take down this Pro Tour? This, even though we got a bunch of mirrors to start the day, you look at what could transpire throughout our event, this is looking like a banger of a top 8.
And he's absolutely itching for a Pro Tour win. Michael Hamilton has accolades all over the place, but he does not have a Pro Tour win. He has a World Championship win. He has a Nationals win. Multiple calling wins. Battle-hardened wins. Doesn't quite have the last piece of the Infinity Gauntlet, and he wants that.
All right, folks. Well, stick around. We are going to go ahead and recap our days, give you some instructions, give you some info for tomorrow. But for now, take a look at scenes from the final round of Swiss. It's all smiles for these players as they have made their way into life-changing money, glory, Pro Tour Singapore top 8 next.
Pro Tour comes to Japan for the first time. Join the Flesh and Blood community in beautiful Yokohama, April 9th through 12th, 2026, for an incredible event in the middle of cherry blossom season. Secure your tickets today and check back for more information this fall. Brian Gottlieb here, joined by my friend Pankaj Bhojwani. We have our Pro Tour top 8, and what a 2 days of competition it has been, my friend.
I really want to stress how amazing day 2 was. We've been saying time and time again, day 2 is when the competition really heats up and you start to see just the pinnacle of competitive play in Flesh and Blood, and boy, do we see that today.
Absolutely did. Let's check our bracket one more time, because Pankaj, we got to set the stage for you as we will bring you every single game that we play on Pro Tour Sunday. We're kicking things off on the top of the bracket. It is Tom Escoffier versus Jimmy Nguyen. That is an Arachne slip through the cracks mirror, the most represented hero in our field. Frankly, the most winningest hero on data right now, but only 2 copies making it through the top 8, and they've got to battle round 1.
And they're both against each other, which is wild to think about because they are here to prey on Cindras and prey on Gravies as well. But to try and face off against each other, how much tech have they actually prepared for the mirror? Because coming into this weekend, it was unclear whether Slippy was actually going to be the most represented. There were some rumblings about it. Some people were thinking this might be the new big bad of the format, and it's not actually Gravy Bones. So how much tech did you actually prepare for each other? We'll have to see once we actually get to see the deck list of both these heroes.
Let's talk more mirror matches, because that's going to be the tail of the tape when we kick things off in our top 8. It's going to be Shuri Wu taking on Arthur Trehet, Pro Tour LA champion. Arthur, I'm waiting for my cut, man. Me and Mitch get together, and you do some magical things, but you're going to have to do it in a mirror match against a fellow Gravy Bones enthusiast.
And a fellow Singaporean, Brian. We cannot discount the hometown advantage that Shirui has right now. It's World Tour Singapore, and he is the only lone Singaporean in his entire top 8. Does need to take down Arthur Trehet to come out of this championship being the winner, but, you know, hometown advantage is a thing for a reason.
Well, I didn't realize this Pro Tour was in France, Pankaj, because it not only is Arthur Trehet here, not only is Tom Escoffier here, but also Anki Dupaquier is down there in the bottom of the bracket, going to be playing a Gravy Bones mirror as well against none other than Michael Hamilton. And I have to give it up to this French crew. Tom and Arthur play in the same local game store. Anki, good friend of Arthur Trehet. These guys are close. They know each other, and they are putting the French scene on the map. And since Arthur Trehet's Pro Tour victory, this French Flesh and Blood scene has been booming. Incredible growth in that region, rallying behind their champion. And Anki Dupaquier wants to make part of his French history here in our top 8, has to do it against perhaps the greatest Flesh and Blood player of all time.
France is definitely shaping up to be a terrifying region for Flesh and Blood. Have to shout out Leo Vezinet as well in the previous Pro Tour, making top 8 on that prism. But as you said, Brian, Anki needs to take down Michael Hamilton, who is thirsting for a Pro Tour win to go alongside all his various other accolades that he's picked up over the years.
You know, we almost forget, Michael Hamilton has done basically everything in our game. A world champion, won plenty of callings, battle hardens all over the place. Nationals, no Pro Tour victories. You have to go ahead and think maybe this is the moment where he goes ahead and completes the absolute all-time sweep of everything Flesh and Blood has to offer. And then there is our wild card matchup. It is 2 virtual unknowns headed into this tournament. Nathaniel Jerald B taking on Edison U, Cindra versus Verdance. And not only Verdance, but an old school look at Verdance, Pankaj.
Maybe unknown to the wider world of Flesh and Blood, but Edison actually comes down to ProQuest in Seattle. Brian actually lost the finals of a ProQuest to Edison. ProQuest for Singapore, actually. So that was the one that actually got Edison to World Tour Singapore, and now
like
in the
he's
top
using it
8.
better than you would have, Pankaj.
100%.
Okay, good to see.
But yeah, this is going to be not only a wildcard match, but also a repeat of the match that we just saw. The final match of day 2 that we got to view on stream was exactly Nathaniel and Cindra against Edison on Verdance, where Edison did come out on top. Question is, will he be able to repeat that tomorrow?
That is our bracket when we head to the top 8. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings. We know our top 8 players, but that is not where the story stops. You see Tommaso Vecito coming off a big performance. Actually, LLE new just around the corner. Picked up a new assassin and just missed. Going to be Mr. 9th place this go around with the same record as Jimmy Nguyen in 11-4 performance. Really, really strong stuff from Tommaso. Feels like on the verge of just becoming a big-time name in the game. Falls just short here at Pro Tour Singapore.
Andre Ryan C also falling just short. We saw his mirror match against Shirui Wu. Unfortunately for Andre, the win did go to the Singaporean, who is now going to be in top 8.
Yeah, there you see the rest of our top 20. A little bit more diversity in the field starts to show up, including Okanashi Tatsuya on Florian at 11-4, just missing. I think Florian was a little bit of a dark horse into this meta, had the potential to go ahead and prey on those Slippies, but ultimately maybe a little bit too much gravy bones rising to the top in the end. Other big names here across this top 16, Yuki Lee Bender falling just short, adds a Pro Tour top 12 to her already impressive resume. No doubt one of the best players in the world. And gotta call out two-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, two-time Pro Tour finalist, Bartosz Ziemba, sitting down there in 16th place, a top 16 finish for Bartosz, as well as a top 17 finish for Brody Spurlock, picking up a few more Player of the Year points.
Right outside the top 16 is Brody Spurlock, as you pointed out, and also a few other dark horse heroes, Dash.io, piloted by War Sevens, Michael Collins on the Prism, and the lone Arachne Marionette in this top 20, piloted by Wee Rune, also here to try and prey on the Slippies and the Cindras.
Yeah, a little further bit down the bracket here, we see more names. Tao Tao Chu also repping Arachne Marionette, coming up just short. Again, was in a really strong position. Couldn't convert down the stretch. Got to call out a Dorinthia sitting in 30th place in the hands of Madeline Southwood, actually taken down in that last round by Arthur Trehet. A tough matchup for Gravy Bones, but Arthur was determined to punch his ticket into the top 8. How about Team Blue Pitch representative Nova Chan coming in at 10-5? And got to give a shout out to former calling champion Matthew Dilks, returning to the hero that got him his calling victory, Kasai. I believe the best placing Kasai in the tournament here, coming in 28th.
Also have to shout out Jude Carnett, another very young player prodigy in his own right, bringing Florian to this event, a dark horse that I know you were a little bit of a fan of for this meta, ending up 10-5, actually lost the mirror to Tatsuya, who we saw in the X4 bracket. And speaking of warriors, Brian, Madeline bringing out the OG Dorinthia to try and feast on the Gravies and the Cindras, ending the tournament X5, still in the top 32.
Coming down a little bit further, we get a run of Arachne slip through the cracks here. As we said, most represented hero in the field, and one that performed very, very well. See folks like Dylan Thompson, 3-time Irish national champion there, falling into 34th place. Of course, U.S. national champion Majin Bay in 33rd place on Verdance, was in contention very, very late. Ultimately couldn't punch his ticket.
Unfortunately, just outside the top 32 for our host of World Tour Weekly. And further down the line, we see Sean Dollywall coming off a top 8 at World Tour London, ending his run at World Tour Singapore at 35th.
Well, that's kind of what putting together a good flesh and blood career is about, though. You can't top 8 every Pro Tour unless you're Michael Hamilton. But other than that, you don't top 8 every Pro Tour. It's a once-in-a-lifetime type achievement. And you want to put together strings of good finishes. You look for those bread and butter finishes, top 50s all over the place, a few top 16s here and there. And then when everything breaks your way, you're able to go ahead and get that miracle top 8. So for Sean Dollywall, a good follow-up to a strong performance at the last Pro Tour. Got to give a shout-out to folks like Viet Pham, Peitung Lao, all big finishes in the past, very much in contention here, but coming up just a little bit short. Finally, one final page of standings. You see Nick Butcher currently in second place, behind only Putting Tam out there in that APAC Player of the Year race. A solid finish on Cindra at 10-5, and a bunch more of those gravy bones. Particularly, it's a mush of Michael Hamilton and Arthur Trehet's teammates. All of these guys, Jacob Clements, Pablo Pintor, and Justin Koo, playing basically the exact same deck with a top 50 finish here.
This page, I think, really paints a picture of the two most prominent decks in this metagame coming to this weekend. Gravy Bones and Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, really just filling out the ranks over here with a couple of Cindras, and then there is a Dark Horse category with the Arachne Marionette as well, ending 42nd in the hands of Andre.
What do you think the story is coming out of this Pro Tour, Pankaj? Is this the end state of this high seas meta? Have we gone ahead and solved it? Do we know the best decks now? Is Gravy's position in this metagame unassailable? Is this a confluence of events? Is it just the fact that some of the best players in the world chose to show up with Gravy and dominated those draft rounds? What's your impression of what we saw this weekend?
I think there's been a lot of evolution of Gravy Bones' decks across the past few weeks. We saw the beginning of it, the inception of it at US Nationals, where it was very ally heavy, and then a lot of Cindras came off the woodworks to try and combat that, and the Gravies went into an aggressive route with a whole bunch of Swiftwater Swells, a whole bunch of Golden Tipples, some Swiftwater Sloops as well to combat that, and then suddenly they realized they were getting getting a little bit fatigued, and we saw them pull back a little bit. And Whaler Humperdinck's came back into the list alongside some Diamond Amulets, some Pearl Amulets as well. And I think where we are right now is the perfect balance of both those strategies, where the Gravies are able to beat fatigues. We saw a couple of Scubas over this past weekend. We saw Humperdinck's, we saw Amulets as well for their fatigue-ish matchup. And we also saw the consistent damage output they're able to put out to combat the Cindras and the Slippies that were there to try and target them.
Yeah, what really spoke to me that we were seeing this evolution of Gravy was when I started seeing a lot of 1-of allies and 2-of allies. It's like, okay, at this point, players know what these allies are here for. They know exactly what they need them to do. You don't need a bunch of Scoobs running around in your deck. But there's a lot of spots where you really want one. And the players understand that now. And I think these decks have gotten to a very, very heightened place. I don't think Gravy is unassailable in this metagame. I do think there are foils. You know, something like Acilio stands out to me. We saw Acilio off to a very hot start farming Gravies. I think there's more windows to go ahead and interact with this powerful Necromancer in this format. But the deck's good, and it's real, and it's going to be here for a long time, Ponkage. And I think players better be ready to play with, against Gravy Bones for all of its run through Classic Constructed.
I think another dark horse I want to shout out, Brian, alongside the Azalea, perhaps Dash.io as well. We saw some really, really strong players like Alan Lau bring that hero over here. It has the potential to raise the Cindras, and it gets to punish Gravy Bones for all those non-blocks that they have, and can efficiently clear allies as well with a bunch of boost cards that have varying attack values as well as Symbiosis Shot as well. So yeah, perhaps the whole churn of the metagame isn't quite over.
Yeah, a lot of data pointed to Dash.io just being very successful across national season, particularly as we got late in the season. And I actually don't think the Gravies can just stand pat. It will be very easy to just go ahead and take a look at Michael Hamilton, Arthur Trehet, all of our other top 8 Pro Tour competitors' deck list and be like, yep, this is it. We're done. I can just go ahead and sleeve this up. I don't think it's ever that simple in Flesh and Blood. I think things will keep churning, and I'm so excited to see where this metagame is going to head next. And the other thing that I think we need to put a bow on here at Pro Tour Singapore is the High Seas Limited format. Tell me about your experiences with High Seas Limited.
It has been so absolutely incredible. I just love what has been done with the macro. We first saw the macro in Rosetta, where it was a little bit more of a placeholder for Arcane Bearer equipment, so you don't actually need to draft Arcane Bearer equipment. But in this set, we actually saw it come up and be a centerpiece of gameplay. It allows these heroes that need gold for their payoffs to actually get that gold in a very interactive sense. We see games where Treasure Island has no counters turn to turn because both players are just in a sort of race. And then you see games where Treasure Island goes all the way to 6 counters and both players are playing a game of chicken, not wanting the other player to get the gold to start amassing their gold payoffs. It's just been a incredibly interactive format and incredibly deep. I mean, the story of Puffin across this draft format, for example, it took players weeks to figure out how to draft that hero.
It's been a hell of a limited format, and it's been a hell of a Pro Tour thus far, but we're only getting warmed up. Tomorrow, we will be back with every single top 8 match. 7 matches to determine the next Pro Tour champion. The stakes do not get higher than they are on Pro Tour Sunday, and there's so many storylines. Will Michael Hamilton cement himself as the GOAT? Is Arthur Trehet looking to become a 2-time Pro Tour champion? Certainly same thing on the table for Michael Hamilton. How about Jimmy Nguyen? 2nd Pro Tour top 8. That's nothing to scoff at. There's only a handful of players on the planet who have that kind of resume. And I don't think Jimmy gets mentioned in the same breath as the Michael Hamiltons, the Bartosz Ziembas, all these other Pro Tour top 8 competitors, multi-time Pro Tour top 8 competitors. But maybe this is Jimmy's moment to go ahead and say, I'm the new face of Flesh and Blood. There's only going to be one way to find out, folks. You're going to want to be here bright and early tomorrow morning Singapore time as we bring you every single round of Pro Tour Singapore top 8. I will see you tomorrow morning.